Peter kicked the wall hard and shouted angrily, "Where is everyone?"
People.
"Have they just disappeared into thin air, Mr. Peter?" Higo hurried over, holding a gun and lowering his head. He felt responsible for not protecting the hot spring pool's people. "Don't let me find out that this is your fault." Peter waved his gun at Heeji's forehead, then turned the gun slightly and shot 2 mercenaries behind him. These were refugees Higo had recruited. Giving them food was unnecessary. They weren't valuable. But he didn't realize that this action had planted a seed in Heeji's mind. "Let's go. To the control room. Deploy all the drones. We must find those causing trouble." Tonight's events clearly targeted him. He had a falling out with Sangge. In the hot spring pool, 1 partner was dead, 3 injured. These were important officials from Anhui North, both political and business leaders. He had to give them an explanation. Otherwise, he couldn't continue his work. Peter moved quickly to the control room, where all the military drones had been launched. Liancheng and Shibao had just run less than 2 kilometers when they heard a buzzing sound overhead. The drones, equipped with night vision, flickered in the dark sky. Liancheng, holding the baby, was running fast but gradually slowed down. He put on his hood deliberately to make the drones notice his back silhouette. In a hidden underground room, a large LED screen displayed heat images transmitted from dozens of military drones. Peter pointed at a small square with a moving figure. "Found him. That's him. Drone 12, lock on and continue tracking." Liancheng's photo, taken with his hood on, was quickly screenshot and enlarged on the LED screen. Although his face wasn't clear, that didn't matter anymore. Based on his movement speed and fighting style, he was clearly a person with special abilities. Within a few hundred kilometers around Wanshou town, the only known person with abilities was the 2 people close to Sangge. Plus, the mistake he made today with Sangge made it easy for Peter to figure out that these were Sangge's people. Sangge clearly wanted to take revenge on him and even swallow him up. This made Peter very angry and forced him to stop supporting Brother Sang's plan. Liancheng traveled along the rural road to the forest where the hidden air raid shelter was located. Once inside the forest, drones could no longer follow. Peter ordered the drones to open fire. Liancheng and Shibao both noticed this. The drones' gunfire flashed brightly in the darkness. Shibao was about to lead her brother into a safe space. Suddenly, Liancheng sped up. Bullets hit the ground, splashing up many small stones. A cold wind brushed past their faces. Shibao curled up inside her brother's down jacket. Liancheng quickly dove into the dense woods, throwing a hand knife and damaging the drone. A streak of light flashed. The LED screen went dark. "Hey!" Peter slammed the control stick hard onto his desk. Since Brother Sang was no longer a weapon in his hands, he had to eliminate him quickly. At this moment, Brother Sang was in deep trouble. At dusk, the people sneaking into the forest were just scouts from the League of Heroes, sent to gather information. The real attack only started in the evening. Brother Sang and his team held a strong position. The air raid shelter was hard to break. Seeing the League of Heroes' forces scattered, suddenly, a fierce woman appeared out of nowhere. She was fearless of guns, bombs, or death, moving very fast. The henchmen outside looked like lambs ready for slaughter, easily killed one by one. "It's the demon-hunting woman. Retreat. Retreat quickly." The on the mountain top saw a pair of crimson eyes through the night vision scope and quickly retreated into the air raid shelter. The demon hunter is a powerful psychic with abilities beyond normal. Besides strength, her speed and healing are also exceptional. She has gained some fame in this area. Anyone who tries to kill her is doomed to fail. Wherever she goes, there is slaughter. Bloodstains cover the front of the shelter, like red paint spilled on the snow, staining the door to the lifeless shelter. The blast door is tightly closed. Inside, the people see their companions die and dare not move. One door might not stop her, so Sang had a trap bomb installed on the door. As soon as it's broken, it will explode immediately. As Sang predicted, the blast door temporarily blocked the demon hunter, but only for a moment. Loud and kicking sounds continue.
Clang, clang.
The door, along with its hinges and gears, is pulled down. A small, ragged figure appears at the entrance. Before they can see her face clearly, boom, debris falls from the entrance. Dust fills the air. The demon hunter is buried under the rubble. The men guarding the door swallow hard. She's dead. Suddenly, a stone is lifted. A blood-stained hand reaches out from the pile of debris. Splash, splash, splash. The demon hunter wavers and stands up. Run. Two men fire a few shots and run a few steps away. Suddenly, the demon hunter's figure flickers. Their necks are tightly grasped by two small hands. Don't kill me. A has already fainted from fear, while another trembles and stammers out an incomplete sentence. The face of the demon hunter woman, covered in blood and flesh, shows a terrifying smile. She raises a thin, bony arm, and with a loud, is slammed against the warehouse door. The demon hunter woman begins another aimless fight. In an instant, blood and energy fill the air in the underground bunker. Brother Sang has already led most of the team out through a secret tunnel. Only 30 thugs are still fighting desperately. One, panicked, runs in the opposite direction, trips over a corpse, quickly unlocks the warehouse door, and hides inside. In the space filled with blood and energy, a fresh, cool breath seems to appear. The demon hunter woman breathes greedily, her crimson eyes seeming clearer. Her expression suddenly stiffens, and in a flash, she reacts. The fleeing is so scared he rolls on the ground, kicks his legs, and backs away. The demon hunter woman seems to ignore him completely. Suddenly, she grins like a little girl, squats in front of a broken basket, and pulls out a knitted doll. Where is she? Her smile remains, but her rough voice carries a strange tone. The terrified can't speak. The demon hunter woman sharply turns her head. Where is she? A long echo sounds from the underground bunker. Who the heck is that? The faints from fear. 3 people, bowing and cowering, walk into the bunker entrance. Boss is mighty. Hee. We did it again. That's right. Everyone's dead. People from the end of the world group are so wicked. They deserve it. The demon hunter woman turned her head and glared at the person speaking. Her eyes showed complex emotions, perhaps feeling wronged, helpless, and deeply sad. A faint red shimmered in her pupils, and tears seemed to glisten in her eyes. At that moment, a group of armed people burst into the air raid shelter from outside. They looked ragged, like refugees. A young man with a gun led the group. When he saw the demon hunter woman, he was startled and froze in fear, accidentally firing his weapon. The demon hunter woman quickly turned her head to dodge the bullets. She grabbed his neck and pressed him against the wall. "Wait!" she shouted. It was as if she had pressed the pause button. She didn't move, and the man in her grip struggled. She tightened her hold on the pig-shaped doll in her other hand. A girl with blue hair approached cautiously and tried to pull her hand away from the demon hunter woman. "They are members of the League of Heroes. They won't hurt you. Boss, let go. Please let go." The newcomers quickly raised their guns and aimed at the demon hunter woman. The girl with blue hair hurriedly waved her hands at everyone.
Quick.
"Put your guns down, or I promise you won't be able to leave this room." The people realized who the person in front of them was. Some, feeling timid, lowered their guns first. Others followed their lead. The demon hunter woman didn't hurt them. She looked like a rebellious child, loosened her grip, and ran toward the door. "Sorry, everyone." The girl with blue hair quickly chased after her. The two of them clasped their hands in apology and left. "Senior,
How old are you?
acting so reckless. Do you think bad guys care about looks?" Someone shouted. "Exactly, looks don't matter. Look at her face. Isn't it terrifying? Even kids would cry from fear." "Haha, I can't be bothered with you." "Hey, it's not Ingzi." A group of people entered the warehouse to clean up the battlefield and gather supplies. Lien Chung Feng sped through the forest and reached the mountain road. Halfway up the mountain, he casually destroyed a signal-jamming vehicle. It was parked exactly as it was, halfway up the mountain. It was too late, and there were too many traps on the road to go back. When he got home, Chi Bao was already sound asleep, curled up like a little piglet. It didn't matter whether he sold her by weight or piece. He was covered in dirt and smelled very strong, like he had been digging through trash. Lianqing couldn't stand it. He took a quick bath, washing himself, and also dipped his little brother into a small basin of water to rinse off. Qibao closed his eyes, looking sad, and pouted. His small arms, like lotus roots, waved constantly as he tried to jump into Lianqing's arms. Water splashed everywhere, making a mess on the floor. Lianqing felt helpless too. He held his little brother and lay on the bed. That day, Lianqing and Qibao slept until late morning. It wasn't until Grandma came in to call them for lunch that they woke up. Grandma saw Qibao's small face and paused for a moment. "Did you take Qibao to dig coal last night?" Lianqing, still sleepy, looked around carefully and finally noticed his little brother. His older brother was very tired last night and forgot to wash his face. When Grandma pointed out the dirt, Qibao took a small mirror, looked at himself from all sides, and rubbed the black spot on his nose with his chubby paw. He threw the mirror aside and pouted. With a guilty look, he glared at his older brother. "Gogo made it." "Gogo, brother only made a little bit." "You did it yourself," Lianqing explained casually. Qibao's chubby little body twisted to the side. He crossed his arms, puffed out his cheeks, and gave a little sneer at Lianqing. "Come on, hurry up and comfort me." Today, there was something important for little brother to do, so he couldn't be sad. Lianqing took the cloth Grandma was holding and wiped Qibao's face. "Brother did it. Brother will clean you up. That's better." Qibao pouted and tilted his head, cooperating happily. "Wash quickly, then come downstairs for lunch," Grandma said cheerfully and went downstairs. After wiping his face, Qibao reached out his chubby hand. His hands were dirty too. His big, glassy eyes blinked and looked at his older brother. Why is he so lovable? Lianqing checked Qibao's coal-digging little hands. They were once soft, pink, and plump.
But now,
his fingernails were full of mud, and there were splinters on his fat fingers. His fingertips had minor cuts. It was probably from digging coal last night. This made Lianqing feel a little uncomfortable inside. He carefully trimmed the baby's nails, washed them thoroughly, applied some fragrance, put on a small hat and gloves, then held the little one and went downstairs. Qibao was holding a bottle of milk, drinking and rolling around on the sofa. The small gloves were too troublesome. The bottle was almost slipping from her hands. Soon, she pulled them off. Auntie kept watching Qibao's small movements. She walked over, picked up the small gloves that had fallen on the ground and patted them. "Qibao doesn't like these? Auntie will fix them for you." Qibao was holding the milk bottle, picking at her tiny feet, glancing at Auntie's back. Auntie wasn't as gentle and cheerful as second Auntie, but she was very sincere, liking to knit clothes, hats, socks, and gloves for her. Because Qibao loved to climb high, she often hurt her little hands, so Auntie simply made a pair of small half-finger gloves from military gloves from Lianbong, warm, durable, and non-slip, with a cap on the back of the hand. Qibao looked at her small hands, then at the cap, and took it off again. She opened her little arms and pounced into Auntie's embrace. "Thank you, wake up." Whenever Qibao wanted to be hugged, Auntie's eyes would often fill with tears. Her big sister was just like that. Tough on the outside but soft inside, seemingly rough but very delicate. Lianqing sighed inwardly. He pinched Qibao's armpits and scooped her into his arms. "Qibao, have you eaten enough?" Qibao happily burped. "Full now." Lianqing kissed Qibao's little face, then turned to Auntie. "We're going to do some serious work now." Auntie was momentarily stunned. What did the siblings do last night? She didn't ask, as children growing up don't like to be questioned by their mother, let alone their aunt. Auntie nodded. Lianqing called Chen Guangxing and took Qibao to the hillside. They drove a signal-blocking vehicle back to the village. Chen Guangxing didn't understand Lianqing's purpose. The vehicle had been watching for several days without moving. Why did Lianqing suddenly act last night? Until Lianqing opened the trunk. Inside were over 20 large metal boxes filled with weapons. The signal vehicle was a small refrigerated truck modified for the purpose. Qibao crawled out of the truck, blinked at Lianqing, and rushed toward her brother. Just as Lianqing caught Qibao, Chen Guangxing walked over from the front of the vehicle, his eyes brightening. Xiaocheng, where did you get all this? No wonder he dared to attack the front guards of the end-of-world group. He must be feeling confident and ready to fight back. Lian Qing touched his nose. I went out last night and raided the end-of-world group's weapons depot. Talking about last night, Qi Bao's face immediately lit up with excitement. We blew things up, hit the bad guys.
Boom.
It was awesome. Qi Bao animatedly gestured, almost punching her brother's face with her tiny fists. Lian Qing looked up. Guangxing, first send the weapons out. Keep them in the Lian family yard. It's not safe here. And the danger was right in his arms. Chen Guangxing organized the local defense team to come to the old Lian house to pick up the guns, giving some safety instructions. Most villagers had little contact with such weapons, but they understood enough. Uncles, grandpas, and brothers all took guns and left. These were the guns she had brought back. Why hadn't her brother given her one? Qi Bao was very anxious, clutching her small hands, taking tiny steps around Lian Cheng's heels, chattering. Guns.
Pots.
Qi Bao's guns. All the boxes in the space had been locked by Lian Cheng. The little girl couldn't do anything. She could only cling to her brother. Lian Cheng patted Qi Bao's head. Kids shouldn't play with guns.
How old are you?
Why do you want a gun?
Can you hold it?
Can you use it? His question was repeated 4 times. Qi Bao's serious little face, her small foot stomping. No. Her sweet voice was crisp. Lian Cheng's mouth twitched. He handed her a gun. Qi Bao held the gun, touching it here and there, studying carefully for a few seconds. It seemed she really couldn't use it. She looked up at her brother with a confused gaze. Couldn't her brother teach her? Lian Cheng smiled gently. Little fool, you don't know how to play with it, right? Baozi put the toy gun into her brother's arms. Play with it. The little girl watched and quickly learned how. Lian Cheng stood up holding the gun. Which kid is playing with the gun? Baozi hugged Lian Cheng's leg, tears in her eyes. All the little kids in the village are playing. Lian and ran over to hold Baozi. Baozi, this is a real one. Kids shouldn't touch it. Baozi's face fell for a moment. Then she stood up, wiped her face, and let Lian and hold her. Is this giving in?
So.
Is what he said different from what Lian said? Lian Cheng felt a bit sad.
Ding.
The phone rang. It had been a long time since he heard that sound. Lian Cheng paused for a second, then reacted. He took his phone out of his pocket and answered. Xiaocheng, what are you doing? Why did you lose contact? It's been so long, I couldn't reach you. I thought something happened. On the other end, Han Mubai's voice was a jumble of words, talking quickly. Lian Cheng moved the phone farther away and switched to video call. He saw several people behind him busy exchanging things. Han Mubai's voice paused. What are you doing? Lian Cheng was a bit surprised. Just military drills. Isn't the world a bit chaotic? Han Mubai understood and warned. Where's Baozi? I upgraded the robot's self-defense system. It must stay close to Baozi. Lian Cheng turned the camera toward Baozi under the eaves. The little girl had already learned to boast. She was babbling about what happened last night.
Boom. Cannon went boom.
Gun went. Baozi, Guagua, and Salt Post got beaten down. She collapsed onto the ground, lively and vivid. Some uncles and friends nearby teased her now and then. Baozi, you're just bragging. You're not even as tall as my shoulder. A bad guy could knock you down with one kick. Hee hee. Baozi must have been dreaming last night. No, she probably watched too many cartoons. When Lian said this, everyone understood the truth. They knew their own family best. Baozi was very proud. Baozi is super awesome. She raised her little fist. Her fighting spirit was stronger than her cuteness. Lian pulled Lian and said, give Qi Bao some face. Later, if you make your sister cry, you have to comfort her. Oh, Lian reacted. Did Qi Bao really go fight the bad guys? Does she know kung fu? Like Bear Ah Bao. As he spoke, Lian gestured a little. Uncles and friends like to see little kids act cute and funny. Qi Bao didn't disappoint either. She looked serious, nodded her little head obediently and said, Qi Bao is useless. Her tiny feet slightly apart, she waved her little fists and said, Humph, HMPF ha ha. Finally, she did a confusing floor move, popping her little bottom up and crawling up. Her chubby finger wiped under her nose, her chin slightly raised. She looked at her little brother. Are you ready for a combo punch? Let's see if you can handle it. Lien En. He didn't understand the other moves, but he saw the ending clearly. She was copying him. Lien Cheng's mouth twitched. See that? Qi Bao is bouncing around, and she can even fight. Across from them, Han Mubai finally showed a faint smile. I really want to hug her. But soon. I'm already on my way to Anhui North. What? You little brat, stop joking. It's not safe out there, little brat. No manners. Han Mubai rubbed his forehead. I can't rest assured about Qi Bao. I left 3 days ago. I was supposed to fly a drone, but the airspace at the border of southern and northern Anhui is restricted. I know it's chaotic outside, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. I changed to a private car early this morning, just entered northern Anhui. He left 3 days ago. Has he not arrived yet? It's probably because he ran into trouble. Since he's already halfway there, turning back isn't safe either. Lien Cheng hesitated for a moment, then frowned and asked, You've come out now. What about the company? My dad. Qi Bao's maternal grandfather has returned, and you Hongbin and Mo Jingjing? Uncle, can your dad handle everything alone? Isn't he in poor health? Han Mubai's face darkened. Mo Jingjing was sentenced to life for murder. After the earthquake, the prison was broken into, and I heard someone escaped. Yu Hongbin was deprived of his inheritance rights for cheating on his spouse and was expelled from the company. But he also took some patents and started anew. However, the company is now stable inside. My dad can handle it, and I can control everything remotely. Let's not talk about those heavy things. Do you want to talk to Qi Bao? Lien Cheng called out to the little cub at Qi Bao. Little uncle. Hearing his brother's call, Qi Bao ran over quickly, pouting at the camera. Mua, little uncle, Qi Bao misses you lots. Han Mubai sat in the car, eyes slightly red, silent for a moment. Outside the window, faint sounds of gunfire could be heard. Qi Bao snuggled into Lien Cheng's arms, staring intently at the camera. Why isn't this uncle talking? Could he be a fake uncle?
Qi Bao state tak tình cư. Unso, Qi Bao lo vet you.
Heart. Qi Bao, listen to your brother. There's danger outside. Where is Robot Mom? Hearing this, Qi Bao on her finger, her big eyes rolling around. Then she used her usual way to fool adults. Mom is sleeping. The robot is powered by solar energy and light sensors. Could it be a system malfunction? Han Mubai frowned. Lien Cheng couldn't stand it anymore, pinching Qi Bao's little nose. Did your brother ever say that kids shouldn't lie?
Did. Go.
Qi Bao looked at her brother, covering her chubby cheeks with her tiny hands. She felt threatened. She had a headache. Is this thing acting up again? Lien Cheng looked at the video, where a boy looked like an old man, and explained. Qi Bao locked the robot in the room. Because the robot stopped her from climbing trees, jumping walls, and playing with firecrackers. So many reasons. There's a saying, follow the little troublemaker's path, and they'll have nowhere to go. Tattling is also something brothers can do. Qi Bao raised her little hands to pull her brother's mouth. Lien Cheng tilted his head to avoid it. Your Qi Bao is a warrior now. She can set off fireworks and up her brother, even shoot at him. Qi Bao gave Lien Cheng a very obvious eye roll. This brother can't be loved anymore. Little troublemaker. His little darling has really grown up. Han Mubai gently poked Qi Bao's small face through the screen. Suddenly, there was a sound from the front of the car. Something's wrong. I have to go now. Han Mubai quickly leaned forward and ended the call. Huh? Qi Bao was in disbelief, pursing her tiny lips and staring hard at the phone screen. She tapped on it with her little hand. Why was her uncle no longer there? She hadn't even said goodbye to her uncle yet. Lien Cheng frowned. Is this another problem? At this moment, hundreds of miles away, Han Mubai had just entered the northern part of Wan District. Almost every town he passed through had a local security team. Usually they could be bribed with money or supplies. But some greedy ones would block their way and even set up accidents to trap them.
Like now.
Oh my God, my child. My A ragged woman was crying and holding a little boy, fainting in front of a car. A group of seemingly homeless men, armed with knives, forks, sticks, and clubs, surrounded Han Mubai's convoy. Since Han Mubai switched to land transportation after leaving southern Anhui, he had encountered such incidents at least 8 times out of 10. Scams, robberies, thefts. So he hired 12 security guards. All of them were retired Special Forces soldiers. They handled things quickly and decisively. Soon, they realized it was a poorly planned scam. The woman's child in her arms was clearly stiff and unresponsive. Move aside. Clear the way. The 12 security guards quickly got out of the cars and formed a defensive line. Leading them was Captain Chiu Wu, a muscular man walking with a commanding presence. He called out, "You can't solve anything this way. This person has been dead for a long time. There's no blood on the front of the car. It's impossible that we hit him. It was easy to see through their trick. It was you who hit him. Give me back my son's life." The fleeing crowd didn't listen at all. They raised their hose and charged at Captain Chiu Wu. At that moment, Captain Chiu Wu quickly dodged aside. The leader of the crowd was shot in the right chest and fell to the ground with a thud. The crowd was so shocked that they didn't expect anyone to shoot directly. They froze in place. As they moved into the mountains, the chaos grew worse. Their supplies on the vehicle were running low. Captain Chiu Wu no longer paid attention to these people. He turned around, got into the car, raised his gun at the window, and fired a couple of shots forward. The crowd scattered like frightened birds and animals. The convoy sped ahead, and just as they entered Wan'an town, they encountered 2 armed groups fighting each other. One of them was a familiar face, Wan Hai. The other group was using a drone to attack, trying to cut them off.
Move. Move. Go.
Go. Are there foreigners too? As a professional bodyguard, he shouldn't ignore the safety of his employer or get involved in these fights, but Wan Hai was already at their car door. "Wan Hai, get in," Captain Chiu Wu shouted. In this end-of-the-world scenario, many people like Chiu Wu and Wan Hai risk their lives for money. They are all comrades. Helping each other is natural, especially since they once served in the same military camp. Wan Hai squeezed into the car. "Thanks, Brother Wu." At the same time, he fired a few shots outside the car. "Hurry up, close the door." The professional security convoy had highly armored vehicles. The bulletproof layers were very strong. The drone strafing didn't cause serious damage to the convoy, but Wan Hai's men were pretty much wiped out by the gunfire. The convoy moved through gunfire toward Wanshou town. Meanwhile, the opposing armed forces turned around in a military pickup truck to continue the chase. Taking Wan Hai away was not a wise choice, but Chiu was only a temporary ally and did not follow his orders. Han Mubai was also very annoyed. They had already gotten into his car. Even if they got out now, the other side would definitely think they were working together. The enemy's drone kept chasing relentlessly. Han Mubai took out a mini-computer, fingers flicking quickly, typing away on a mechanical keyboard, trying to hack and change the drone's commands. But he found that these drones were not controlled via Bluetooth. Instead, they responded to highly encrypted satellite signals.
Han Mubai frågade slightly.
The Han Group is a leading company in smart technology and has some ties to the domestic military industry. So, he was familiar with this technology and quickly found a way to counter it. He managed to make the enemy drones lose control. Han Mubai was used to walking through gunfire and chaos. When they entered Wanshou town again, it was still full of explosions and gunfire. Chiu Wu could only command the convoy to veer to the side and head toward the foot of Wanshou Mountain. But it seemed someone was deliberately directing the fire toward them. Chiu Wu was mistaken. The people from the End Times group weren't trying to draw fire onto them, but were aiming at Gaoshan village. Brother Sang also had no choice. The demon hunter woman had been chasing them, their air raid shelter was destroyed, and Wanshou town was almost breached. So, they had to send a small mobile unit to lure the demon hunter woman toward Wanshou Mountain. Wanshou Mountain was originally their escape route, but the signal jammer lost contact, and Brother Ing hadn't responded. He was probably gone. Lian Cheng sat under the eaves, scrolling through social media to learn about the outside world. After the hurricane, communication devices gradually recovered, but people didn't expect the severe cold to come. The end times were openly discussed. The United Nations announced the formation of a mutual aid organization for human destiny. The slogan was loud, but ordinary people saw little benefit. The concept of a shared destiny seemed more like a tool for the upper class to play power games. To fight for survival, countries' conflicts intensified. More problems emerged: extreme cold, famine, disease, war. The Chinese government set up a 5-person council, dividing responsibilities across 5 regions. To maintain stability, all regions adopted military management, gradually consolidating power. Society was returning to order, but public dissatisfaction was growing daily. Basic issues like food, medicine, and warm clothing had not been fundamentally solved. Riots broke out frequently across different areas, with daily casualties. Various end times topics and news of internal conflicts topped media trending lists. Live streaming trends also shifted. Popular streamers who once played battle royale games now focused on survival in freezing temperatures, wilderness adventures, and crossing fire lines. Live broadcasts with real people. Orphans of the end times crying for help through live streams also became popular. To raise awareness about orphans and the future of humanity, streaming platforms even canceled rules preventing minors from participating. Many viewers urged for more updates on Qibao. Xingbao woke from a nap, crawling around beside Lian Cheng, mumbling, "Guogua, cut into chunks. Cut into chunks. Little sister, is big brother busy?" Little brother is playing with you in the yard, Lian and pretends to coax his sister, but his eyes keep glancing at Lian Cheng. He also really wants to go out and play. Qibao feels wronged and makes a MHM sound. Lian Cheng stands up. "You can go out to play, but you must follow orders and listen to commands." The 2 kids nod together. Lian Cheng's first order is for Qibao to shake his head and sing the full number song. He also updates his video account at the same time. Lian Cheng takes the 2 kids from home and goes out. Qibao and Lian find their organization. Lian Lizhu and a group of kids are practicing at the village entrance. The villagers have formed a self-defense team, and even the little children have their own small team. Qibao wears a branch crown, holds a toy gun, and marches in a zigzag step, happily following a group of little kids. The mountain wind blows along the trail, shaking down ice crystals from the trees. Qibao's little feet stop. He rolls into the grass by the roadside and shouts, "Enemy alert, hide!" Lianan walks over and pulls the small pom-pom on Qibao's pineapple hat. "Qibao, hurry. Follow the main group, there are no enemies." Before he finishes speaking, Qibao suddenly darts out. "Qibao, danger, don't run." Lianan calls out to Qibao, then waves to his friends and quickly chases after him. Meanwhile, Qibao has squeezed through the gap in the roadblock. Lian can't get through or climb over, and he stomps in frustration. Suddenly, a shadow flickers in front of him. Is that Big Brother Chim? He's the only one always following behind them. A group of little kids hide behind the roadside barricades at the village entrance, watching Lian Cheng disappear in a flash. Qibao's little feet move very fast. He feels a gust of wind brush past his ears, and he looks around. When he sees it's his brother, he speeds up even more. All the traps hidden in the snow, nails, lassos, are marked so they can't stop Qibao. Lian Cheng doesn't care about him at all. He rushes ahead toward the mountain. Since receiving Han Mubai's call, he has been waiting for news. Sure enough, in front of the first roadblock, Lian Cheng sees Han Mubai's convoy. The car tires were punctured by nails hidden in the snow. Lian Cheng appeared unexpectedly. Han Mubai was surprised for a moment, then got out of the car. "Xiao Cheng, why are you here, Lian Cheng? Why do you ask?" The gunshots grew closer. Lian Cheng quickly told Han Mubai's people to get out of the car and walk up the mountain. When he saw Qiao Wu supporting Wan Hai, Lian Cheng stopped in his tracks. "Do you know this person?" He pointed at Wan Hai. Qiao Wu hesitated and nodded.
"Ah,
yes. He's an old comrade of mine." "Old comrade?" Lian Cheng frowned. He had been in the army and was helping the enemy? Lian Cheng instinctively disliked this. "We can't bring him up the mountain. It could be dangerous for us. Little brother, saving his life is easy. I promise to bring him down tomorrow. Chiu looked at Wan Hai. Wan Hai had a gunshot wound in his stomach. If no one helped him, he might not survive the night in this snowy mountain.
Wan Hai smiled bitterly.
He chose this path himself. He couldn't blame others. Thanks, Brother Wu. Just take him this far. I will go on alone from here. He pushed Chiu aside and turned to leave. Han Mubai stopped him. Enough. Shao Cheng, he's here now. Leaving just isn't an option. The trouble has already come. It's better to keep one more person, one more strength. Lien Cheng. Really, that was spot on. You all go up the mountain first. I'll go down and check. Don't go down yet. There are two groups fighting at the foot of the mountain. Han Mubai looked down the mountain along Lien Cheng's line of sight. What? Lien Cheng's mind raced. Could it be Peter's people fighting with Sango again? All right, let's go up first. Just as everyone was about to step onto the mountain path. Uncle. Qi Bao is coming too. Qi Bao, like a small snowball, rolled down the mountain trail.
Han Mubai lukket surpriset.
Qi Bao hurriedly squeezed through the obstacle, waving tiny hands and feet. He reached out his little arms to Han Mubai, tilted his small head back, and took a step back. Uncle. Pick me up. Just as Han Mubai was about to lift the little ball, the scene cut off abruptly. A loud gunshot rang out. Qi Bao tilted her small head to look at the mountain path behind Han Mubai. A few people were retreating while shooting their guns. A shaky figure appeared faintly, and a small doll-like figure swayed into view.
Wow.
It's the hero of the story. Qi Bao quickly slipped out of Han Mubai's arms, her round body sliding down and rushing toward the mountain.
Han Mubai. So fast.
Before everyone could react, Lien Cheng had already chased after her. Just as he grabbed Qi Bao, two more gunshots sounded very close. Lien Cheng looked toward the mountain trail. A shadow was rushing toward him at lightning speed. A man was being grabbed by the neck, lifted up, clutching a gun tightly, struggling fiercely, pressing the gun against the person's chest, and pulling the trigger. The bullet hit flesh. Lien Cheng saw blood seeping into the ground, swallowed hard. Pointing the gun at him, this is a tough person.
Snap.
The man's neck was twisted, and he fell to the ground with a thud, like a torn cloth. A fierce and desperate face appeared. This face. I saw it before. In my past life. Although unsure if it was Chun Liang, the school bully, but definitely a demon hunter. Demon hunters aren't necessarily evil, but once they lose control, they become ruthless, unable to distinguish friend from foe. The demon hunter moved heavily, but quickly. In an instant, everyone on the mountain trail was cleared out. Lien Cheng instinctively grabbed Qi Bao by her collar, about to lift her up. Oh, hero of the story. Qi Bao twisted her small body, struggling fiercely, then suddenly darted out with a whoosh. Like a small cannonball, she rushed in front of the demon hunter, her big eyes shining brightly. Big sister. It's the hero of the story. She rubbed her small hands on her back, reaching out to grab. Staring at the tiny figure before her, the demon hunter's hollow eyes suddenly filled with tears. A bitter smile curved her lips, and she staggered, about to fall. Qi Bao quickly grabbed one of the demon hunter's arms, tilting her head back. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. At the same moment, Lien Cheng's figure flickered and suddenly appeared, just as he was about to rescue the little one. Qi Bao's tiny arm shrank back, and she shook her little hand. Baby is tired and washed up. The demon hunter woman looked like a leaf drifting in the wind, falling onto his shoulder. Qi Bao squatted down, holding her small hands, tilting her head, and staring directly at the demon hunter woman's face. Lien Cheng was worried that Qi Bao might have nightmares tonight, so he reached out to block her. Qi Bao already started crying out loudly, "Pretty sister Jingjing, pretty sister Jingjing," Lien Cheng. Her face was almost unrecognizable now. How did the little one recognize her? Lien Cheng also wanted to confirm Qin Jing's identity. Just as he helped her straighten up, he noticed her slanted water bottle with a pig-shaped lid hanging on her body. It was really Qin Jing. How did she end up looking like this? Her face was almost too painful to look at, and her whole body was covered in bruises and cuts. Lien Cheng and his group returned to Gaoshan village. De Peng, Xiao Tsong, and Zhao Yan had joined the village's self-defense team, carrying guns. They looked quite intimidating. But they were just standing at the village entrance, each holding a cigarette, idly watching. The three fools saw the figure rushing down the mountain path, eyes dull and expressions blank, completely expressionless. They knew it was Lien Cheng. Although it wasn't the first time they saw him, they still felt nervous. Lien Cheng carried Qinjing over the last barrier, paused for a second, and said, "Everyone behind us is on our side. Don't be stunned. Quickly call the doctor." Okay, Zhao Yan snapped out of it, turned around, and hurriedly left. De Peng and Xiao Tsong followed Lien Cheng back to the Lien family. About 10 minutes later, Zhao Yan, carrying a medical kit and dragging old Dr. Li, gasped as he entered Sun Qitian's house. This clumsy doctor wasn't very good at treating injuries and was always arguing. "Is this even a treatment? What are you treating? Pulled out of a coffin and buried in the ground. You're just making things difficult for my old man." With all these gunshot wounds, shrapnel, and torn open bloodied mouths, living even one more second is just another second of suffering. Although he said that, Dr. Li's hands kept working. Bullet fragments and tiny shrapnel were carefully removed from the flesh. Zhao Yan held a surgical tray, assisting from the side. Qibao stood at their feet, clutching a piggy hero doll, blinking her big eyes, tears already spilling over. Listening to the clumsy doctor's constant chatter, Lien Cheng stood outside the yard, digging into his pocket. He suddenly remembered he had already quit smoking today. When he saw Chun Liang, Lien Cheng couldn't help but think of his past self. He had walked alone, living in despair, unable to taste even bitterness. Luckily, there was still a chance to start over. Lien Cheng looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. People are like that once they find faith. They suddenly want to give others hope too. Sun Qitian frowned, walking out of the house with a serious, young face.
Who are they?
Lien Cheng looked at him, about to answer, but Han Mubai, who had been observing the yard for a week, walked over expressionlessly. "I am Qibao's uncle." Lien Cheng had mentioned Han Mubai's identity to his family before, but Sun Qitian didn't know. Sun Qitian glanced at Han Mubai and looked at Lien Cheng as if asking, "You have such a big uncle?" Lien Cheng rolled his eyes. "What's with that look? Can't an uncle be okay? Uncles can do things too?" Sun Qitian found it very strange. "What do you mean, do things?" "Xiao Cheng, I'm just Qibao's uncle. If you keep acting like that, don't blame me for turning hostile and fighting for custody." "Just joking." Lien Cheng shot a glance at the elders, grandpa, grandma, uncle, brother, aunt, sitting upright in the main room. Han Mubai's identity was sensitive, especially with so many people present. The family was worried he was here to take Qibao away. Wan Hai's injury was healed, but Chun Liang's wounds took over 10 hours for Dr. Li to treat, removing shrapnel, cleaning the wounds, stitching, and bandaging. Dr. Li, leaning on his old waist, came out of the house. "You all are risking my old head's life." At least the operation was finished. The old man muttered a few complaints and then accepted it. Lien Cheng entered the room and looked around. Chun Jing was wrapped like a mummy. This ruthless person seemed to be heading towards death. "Is this your friend?" Wan Hai, who was on another bed just behind a curtain, asked when he saw Lien Cheng not replying. He seemed to speak to himself. "She's really quite patient. If she were an ordinary person, she probably would have given up long ago." Lien Cheng teased a little, saying, "What else can I do? Become a traitor?" Wan Hai was stunned and looked at Lien Cheng. Lien Cheng showed a playful smile and asked, "I know you're Peter's person. How did you get hurt? Did you betray him? Or did you take a bullet for him? Are you Peter's friend?" Wan Hai looked at Lien Cheng in shock, as if he wanted to roll away from the bed. Lien Cheng didn't stop him. It seemed likely he might betray them. Little Qibao, holding a piggy hero water cup, finished feeding Qinjing and ran over. She pointed at Wan Hai with her small hand, looking fierce but cute, and said, "Go, show your injury, be good and sleep. Pull your pants up and don't hit your bottom. Liancheng slightly smiled and picked up Qibao. I don't know Peter, but I've heard of him. How much do you know about his dangerous dealings? Wan Hai lowered his head in guilt. In the end, he had let down his military uniform. He was like a stubborn knot, unable to explain. Liancheng could understand people like him. Everything was for survival, not just for himself, but for his family. He wasn't trying to moralize, just to tell friend from foe. This person could be used, but he wasn't trustworthy yet. Liancheng smiled and said, I'll go out first. You rest well. Go. Qibao quietly pointed at Wan Hai with her small hand. She hadn't fed water to her little doctor yet. Uncle is fine. Qibao, let's go play. Qibao looked again at Chenjing, who was wrapped in white cloth on the bed. She still wanted to take care of Jia Jingjing.
She kicked her little feet twice.
You little one are really busy. Liancheng simply closed the door. Sun Chi Tian was waiting outside, feeling uneasy about both of them. Dr. Li took a short rest. During this busy time, he had already packed his medical kit and left. At this moment, Chun Guangxing was sitting in the main hall of his uncle's house, chatting casually with grandpa, grandma, uncles, aunts, and other relatives. When Liancheng walked out from the yard, everyone suddenly fell silent. Little Chung, with so many people, how do you plan to arrange everything? What will they eat and drink? Chun Guangxing asked openly. His question was quite direct. Unlike Zhao Yan's family, this group lacked supplies, had no strong community support in Gaoshan village, and consisted of rough men with guns. Relying only on Liancheng's family might not be enough to support everyone. The villagers were naturally worried. Liancheng hesitated briefly. He glanced at Han Mubai in the yard. Even if he wanted to keep him, Han Mubai probably wouldn't stay long on the mountain.
Right?
Han Mubai didn't hear Chun Guangxing's words, but Sun Qitian did and relayed them to Han Mubai. The two of them were staring at each other, wide-eyed. Sun Qitian, like Liancheng, didn't want to admit. Couldn't say, Uncle, aloud. He wanted to say, let's go quickly. Let's go. Before things get awkward, Qibao, a small child, held her pig-shaped water cup, looked at her little uncle in the yard, then glanced at Chun Guangxing and the big family inside. Everyone was chattering, seeming to dislike her little uncle. But he was her little uncle. Qibao pouted her little mouth. Qibao once was scared and didn't want to cook, and her little uncle. As she spoke, she pouted and, annoyed, slid down from Liancheng's arms and ran out. Holding Han Mubai's hand, she walked in. Han Mubai looked a bit shy, holding Qibao with one hand and touching the back of his head with the other. I'm here to pick Qibao up and take her home. Not knowing what to say, Han Mubai suddenly blurted out this sentence. He hit the nail on the head. Liancheng's face darkened as he glared at Han Mubai. This yellow-haired kid was getting too bold. Home? What home? This is Xibao's home. Our Qibao isn't going anywhere else. Grandma's tone was anxious. She quickly hugged Qibao into her arms. Liancheng. He felt like Grandma was acting differently than before.
Grandma.
This isn't just a family issue. It's about safety here. When we go back to Wannan, the Han family has the strictest security measures, the best. With a comfortable living environment, Han Mu glanced around but didn't finish his sentence. He didn't mean to criticize. It was just the truth. On the way here, Han Mu Bai felt many dangers. He only felt safe if he kept Qibao with him. When Grandma heard this, tears streamed down her face. She also knew that what Han Mu Bai said might be true. High Mountain Village often faces bandit attacks. If it weren't for her little grandson, the whole family might be in danger. But she couldn't bear to part with her newly found little grandson. Qibao pouted her small mouth. Her uncle made Grandma cry. Her hands were soft and chubby, and she felt sad. She kept rubbing her small hands, her big eyes shyly looking at her uncle, and then at Grandma. Her little mouth stopped talking, and she could only make soft, sounds nervously. Grandpa led a group of uncles and friends into the yard. After hearing Han Mu Bai, his eyes suddenly turned red, and he quickly turned around. Seeing this, Grandpa hurriedly chased after him. Big brother, why didn't you come inside? Don't go away. What can I say? It's because our family isn't capable enough. We can't even protect a little girl. This was a harsh truth. The older men of the Lien family looked downcast and angry. Lien Cheng also hurried out. Grandpa, we didn't say we'd take Qibao away. We're still discussing it. Grandpa waved his hand. If you want to discuss, do it yourselves. I'm too old to handle this. I only want to hear the final decision. There's no room for discussion here. Lien Cheng also felt awkward and looked at Grandpa. Big brother, look at you. I heard you haven't been feeling well these days. Why are you so stubborn? Grandpa gave Lien Cheng a meaningful look, helping the old man out of the yard. They, as elders, couldn't use their status to pressure Han Mu Bai. After all, Han Mu Bai was also a benefactor to Qibao's family. But Lien Cheng could. He sneered at Han Mu Bai. Why do you think Wannan is safer than High Mountain Village? The supply shortage in southern Anhui City is serious. There are protests, riots, and suppression. The city is unstable, while the mountain villages can still grow their own food. The city can only wait and hope to get supplies from the mountains. This is why the mountain areas are even more chaotic. In the city, only the upper class remains, while ordinary people who can't survive are moving to the mountains. Han Mubai thought for a while and then said, the shortage of supplies is a fact. But Han technology is supported by the military, so it is quite safe. Now, with military support, it's because Han technology is still useful. But after the cold season, there will be a big drought and many natural disasters, making the situation worse. The military will struggle to survive itself. So, how can Han technology be sustained? The safety you mentioned depends on having enough food, medicine, and supplies. Why does the government focus on science and military strength? It's preparing for disarmament. What guarantees that Han technology won't be abandoned in the end? No matter the era, if you don't improve, you'll be left behind. Han Mubai was silent. Maybe Lien Cheng had a point. In such extreme weather, how can you ensure the supply to the mountain villages? Finally, the main issue was addressed. Lien Cheng looked at everyone in the house. Some things needed to be made clear. Follow me. He led a group outside to the yard. 12 security guards stood in a line outside. Lien Cheng closed the gate and pointed to the green seedlings below the wall. De Pang and Xiao Tsong were already studying the plants. They had planted the first batch of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Regular potatoes take about 80 days to grow, but improved space varieties only need around 20 days. Outside the space, growth is slower. The potatoes are almost ready for harvest. Sweet potatoes mature a bit later, but not by much. Xiao Tsong stared at the small green sprouts, feeling curious but not surprised. Lien Cheng's family had electricity and heating. His close friends knew this. Growing these plants was not surprising. De Pang, however, was staring with wide eyes at the small green sprouts and said, "Are these potatoes?" "Yes. This is a special type of potato, resistant to cold." Finally obtained, Lien Cheng replied to Da Peng, signaling Chen Guangxing and Han Mubai behind him to come forward and take a look. He held up a green leaf and half-jokingly said, "Plants and animals are gradually adapting to extreme environments. This kind of potato is not only cold and drought-resistant but also has a short growing cycle. It's only been a little over half a month since planting." Brother Zan brought a shovel. "No need. I want to witness the miracle myself." Da Peng rolled up his sleeves confidently, ready to do something big. Lien Cheng took a step back. Is this silly guy about to do something foolish again? Da Peng took a deep breath, rubbed his hands together, and then started digging wildly into the ground. But soon, Lien Cheng noticed something strange. Da Peng's hands never actually touched the soil. Instead, it was just air currents moving around. The soil was flying chaotically into the air. Everyone stepped back together, but some still got dirt all over their faces and heads. Finally, the digging was done. The potatoes were large and evenly shaped, lying in the rich soil like smooth stones. Lien Cheng's mouth twitched. Did Da Peng awaken the most basic, but most valuable Earth-type special power? Earthwalker. You. Where did you learn this? Zhao Yan teased. Da Peng, looking a bit silly, scratched his head. Hee hee. Just from last time I went back home, when talking about his hometown, Xiao Tsong fell silent. Back then, Da Peng was very wild, determined to dig his family out of the rubble. His smile suddenly faded. Chun Guangxing, Han Mubai, along with grandma, uncle, brother, and aunt hurried over to look at the potatoes. This, grandma, holding Qi Bao with one hand, pointed at the pile of potatoes but couldn't speak for a long time. The harvest was incredible. Usually, potatoes yield about 4,000 jin per mu. But in this small area of less than 20 square meters, the potatoes covered the entire ground, and they even dug out many small beans from the deep soil. Growing more might not produce even more. Grandma was no longer sad. It seemed that even her little brother liked these beans very much. Qi Bao looked at everyone's faces. Everyone seemed very happy. She shook her little feet and slid down from Grandma's arms. Then, she carried a big potato and threw it in front of Grandma. Qi Bao, look. Big potato. So amazing. Gently touching Qi Bao's proud little face, Grandma smiled with tears in her eyes. Since the road to Gaoshan village was blocked, our family has been living off the land. She doesn't show her worry on her face, but inside she's anxious, afraid that one day we might run out of food. At least we won't starve, and we won't end up like the refugees down the mountain. But the surprises didn't end there. Lian Xing, Lian Luan, and Lian Zan each took a basket to pick potatoes. Lian and helped out too. Little Qi Bao, tiny as she is, was circling at their feet, shaking big potatoes into the basket, wobbling as she carried them. She is a hardworking, obedient baby, unlike her brother, who is lazy and loves to show off. Since the cold set in, firewood and charcoal have become scarcer, and food is tight. So many families have slaughtered their poultry. Some have even frozen to death because of the low temperatures. But Lian Cheng's chickens and ducks, which are healthy and spirited, rarely laid eggs before the cold, and even less so now. Lian Cheng explained, these chickens and ducks have been bred and evolved over time. They've adapted to the cold weather and still lay eggs as usual. Just as everyone was stretching their necks to look into the dimly lit chicken and duck shed, Qi Bao, like a tiny mouse, slipped in. She squeezed past her brother's legs, clutching her little feet and circling the door latch, skillfully slipping into the duck pen. Qi Bao, come out quickly. It's dirty inside. Grandma called out. Qi Bao looked at her little clothes, then glanced at the big fat ducks wandering in the pen. Ducks like De Huang, Er Huang, and their little brothers are all dirty. But the water in the space was only a little bit more. She couldn't give De Huang and Er Huang a bath. Seeing so many people, De Huang and Er Huang looked a bit nervous, since their long necks and legs made it impossible to keep them in the duck pen. They flapped their wings and rushed toward the chicken coop next door. Qi Bao quickly reached out and grabbed a duck's tail. De Huang, Balin is bullying the little chickens. The chicks. Huffing and puffing, she pulled the big yellow duck back into the duck pen. She patted her chubby paws. Qi Bao smoothly jumped over the wider horizontal bar between the chicken and duck pens. All the adults looked confused. It seemed that the little one often played around in the chicken and duck nests. Lian Qing tried not to laugh and glanced at Grandma. Grandma's face twitched involuntarily. If the chickens and ducks are played with, so be it. But her obedient little grandson, playing among chickens and ducks, made Grandma a bit nervous. What if that big duck pecks Qi Bao's face? What if the big rooster's claws are not careful? Grandma looked surprised. She didn't want to see anything bad happen, but it did. Qi Bao tiptoed, running around after a rooster. This was a breeding rooster, the kind that might fly up and peck if annoyed. Even more shocking, a hen was sitting in the nest. Qi Bao reached out and touched her belly, pulling out a fluffy little chick. The chick was strong, chirping loudly and clearly. This surprised not only the family members who didn't know, but even Lian Qing smiled in disbelief. Where did the chick come from? Judging by how Qi Bao looked, she probably knew all along. The hen seemed to ignore Qi Bao, not moving from her spot, still sitting on her eggs. Qi Bao put the chick back into the nest. She just took it out to show off. This was her little chick. Mommy, good girl, she gently stroked the hen's head. Qi Bao grabbed a handful of rice, and threw it into a metal basin in front of the hen. Chen Guangxing finally came back to himself and asked Grandma, "Are your chickens still laying eggs today?" Grandma Aunt cast a barely noticeable glance at Lian Cheng. It was clear these chickens and ducks were different from the ones they used to have. Her nephew probably wanted to show the family the truth. "Qibao, how many little chicks are there?" Lian Cheng stood outside the fence, looking into the chicken coop. If he guessed correctly, these chickens must have been fed spring water by Qibao. Because not only did their bodies become stronger, but even in such cold weather, they could hatch chicks. 1 chicken, 2 chickens, 3 chickens, 4 chickens, 5 chickens. 5 chickens, 2 5 chickens. Qibao counted on her little fingers. Her fluffy head nodded seriously as she carefully counted. 5 chickens. She nodded heavily at Lian Cheng. Yes, just 5. She grabbed a chick to play with. There are still 5 in the space. As for larger numbers, she hasn't learned to count those yet. Lian Cheng didn't expect Qibao to give an exact number, so he stretched his neck to look into the chicken coop. Han Mubai, though not very familiar with these things, knew it was not easy to produce such results in this environment. Zhao Yanmian caught the business opportunity. "Lian Cheng, how many of these cold-resistant potatoes do you have at home?" And cold resistance. He glanced at the chicken coop. For now, the chicks could be left alone, but if there is 1, there must be 2. As long as Lian Cheng wants, he can hatch more chicks. Suddenly, he felt something was off. "Aren't you studying mechanical engineering? When did you learn to raise chickens and ducks?" Lian Cheng rubbed his nose. "That's because I had no choice. Just messing around. Can't you ask about this later?" The answer is about to be revealed. The young man is doing well with his experiments. "I am very pleased," Lianzan said as he walked in, leaning on Lian Cheng's shoulder. Lian Cheng shot a disdainful look at Lianzan, tilting his shoulder. "Talking about serious matters." "I am also talking about serious matters," Lianzan coughed softly. "We picked up 3 baskets of potatoes, about 300 gene, 150 kilograms. This number. Although I know the harvest isn't bad. But with this extremely cold weather, nearly 3 times the usual potato yield, it's quite astonishing." Chen Guangxing swallowed his saliva, then his smile gradually widened. His eyes looking at Lian Cheng were like those of someone seeing their benefactors. This is a good start. Most of the winter wheat planted on the mountain hasn't sprouted, and the villagers no longer expect a good harvest next year. It's too late to replant, as it's already early February, and there's no sign of the weather warming up. But if they could replant potatoes now, then they wouldn't have to worry for at least the next half year. Chen Guangxing felt excited just thinking about it, and he couldn't say much more than a smile. "Young kid, how old are you still being so stingy?" Grandma patted Lianzan's shoulder fiercely, then said to Zhao Yan and Chen Guangxing, "Stay for dinner tonight, potato stew with chicken. It'll fill you up." So Grandma is already feeling confident? Liancheng's mouth twitched, and before he could voice his disagreement, Chen Guangxing quickly reined in his smile. "Grandma Lian, don't. Please don't. Every potato and chicken now is a treasure. 1 potato can sprout 6 or 7 buds, producing at least 5 or 6 seedlings. Dozens of potatoes, and with this weather, it could very well be a week's worth of food for the family." I didn't expect Chen Guangxing to say that. Qibao was still chasing chickens in the coop, ignoring Liancheng's calls, because the other chickens wanted to their mother's food. She was protecting the chicks. Just playing. The door of the yard was knocked, and at this moment, the Lian family's yard, which holds valuable assets, suddenly burst into action. Lian was the first to rush out the door. People from the livestock shed came out one after another. Liancheng stood at the door of the shed, looking toward the yard entrance. Seeing a group of people standing there, staring at him like strangers, Grandpa looked blank, mechanically opening his mouth. "What's going on?" Everyone let out a sigh of relief, afraid of thieves. Afraid. Like soldiers on high alert. "Old man, come inside quickly and close the door. We need to talk." Grandma waved her hand mysteriously. When everyone had left and no one was watching her perform, Qibao lost interest in chasing the chicken. She squeezed out through the gaps in the chicken coop fence. Accidentally, her bottom got stuck, her small hands and feet flailed. Go. Go. Hug. Her soft, low voice, with a little mischievous look in her eyes, glanced toward the yard. Lien Qing gently pushed the little one back and picked her up. This baby isn't clean anymore. I won't hold her, Qi Bao. She didn't want her brother to hold her either. She just wanted him to save her. Her small hands crossed and drooped in front of her chest, her big eyes spinning. Gogo loves the baby. Put her down. Her little mouth pouted, looking sad and wronged. She quickly hid her feelings, pretending nothing happened. Lien Qing placed the child on the ground, and Qi Bao quickly took 2 steps forward. When she saw everyone coming in, she slowed her steps, pretending nothing had happened. Getting stuck in the chicken coop was embarrassing, and she couldn't let anyone find out. Qi Bao kept her small hands clasped, looking quiet and obedient, following behind the group into the main room. Lien Qing. He was very curious. This little thing wobbled as she walked, but didn't fall even once. Grandpa listened with excitement, his face full of wrinkles relaxing as he looked at the 3 baskets of potatoes and eggs placed in the center of the yard. A smile spread across his face and never left. He also heard Chen Guangxing talk about saving seeds. One person might walk fast, but a group can go farther. Grandpa understood this well. All the potatoes were kept for seed. Chen Guangxing quickly called on the villagers to come and get the seed potatoes. People who took the seed potatoes had to register their names. Suddenly, the yard was crowded with people, lively and busy. The old Lien family's potatoes were not given for free. They had to return 3 times what they received. This was agreed upon with Lien Qing. The seed distribution started with the Lien family, as usual. Lien family was the first to respond. Some families were doubtful, so Chen Guangxing decided not to give them any. A family could only get 2 potatoes, which was not enough for everyone. But that was okay. Lien Cheng's family still had more potatoes and hearty sweet potatoes, just a few days later. Some people, like Widow Wang, tried to get a small benefit. Chen Guangxing didn't want to give her any, but worried she might cause trouble, he reluctantly gave her 2 small potatoes. Your family has few people. Just make do. Widow Wang pouted. They were small but at least free. She took them home and cooked them. And she wouldn't return 3 times what she got? She was trying to cheat, but others couldn't do anything about it. Chen Guangxing. He couldn't stop her from doing something reckless. After giving out the potatoes, Chen Guangxing happily took 2 small seed potatoes home. The Lien family yard became quiet again. The gate closed. Only the Lien family members remained in the main hall. Han Mubai, Zhao Yan, Big Fat, and Little Tsong. Lien Qing thought for a long time, looked around at everyone, and finally spoke slowly. From now on, what you see and hear outside this door must not be told to anyone, not even your closest family members. Han Mubai and Zhao Yan. The atmosphere suddenly became serious. Zhao Yan was uncomfortable. He patted Lien Cheng's shoulder. What's wrong? Why make everyone so tense? Isn't it all good news? Lien Cheng glanced at Zhao Yan. In the past, he was afraid of being tricked by Lu Yao. When it was time to reveal the truth, Lien Cheng hesitated again. Qi Bao was still too young, unable to protect herself. Maybe before everyone built a strong bond of trust, he shouldn't reveal Qi Bao's secret space. But the reality was, strange things kept happening. Lien Zan kept asking questions, like where the medicine was. Pippi Dog was always around, so why hadn't he noticed? And how did so many guns quietly get back from the end of world? Today, there were also issues with cold-resistant potatoes and little chicks. Lien Zan represented the family. These questions weren't only from the family. The whole village probably had them too. Lien Qing needed his family to cover for him and keep the space secret. Today was a good chance. Lien Qing waved at Qi Bao. Come here. Qi Bao kicked her little feet and ran over. What's up? Lien Qing picked up Qi Bao and kissed her little face. We're going into the secret base. Qi Bao rolled her eyes and looked at her older brother. Didn't she just complain about the baby being dirty? Why was he kissing her now? Qi Bao pouted her little lips. Although she was reluctant, she still listened to the command. Lien Qing asked everyone to come closer. Grandpa and Grandma were surprised, thinking Lien Qing had something secret to say. They moved closer, shoulders touching. About 10 people gathered around. Pippi Dog also ran among them. Lien and was pulled back to his room by his mother. Kids just couldn't keep their mouths shut. Just as everyone was about to listen carefully, suddenly, in a flash, she disappeared from the main hall. Second Aunt's legs trembled as she stepped into the hall, then suddenly, with a loud, she shut the door. Her heart was pounding. This was her old family secret, and she had to protect it. Just as she let out a breath of relief, she caught sight of a trembling figure coming out from the opposite side. "Grandma, why are you coming out?" Great-grandma calmly walked over step by step, sat on a small stool under the eaves, and looked through the door of the main hall. Second Aunt quickly explained, "Everyone has gone out to work. It's not like I left you old folks behind to go out and play." Great-grandpa's eyes sparkled with pride as he looked at his daughter-in-law, sneering slightly. "It's just a visit to the secret base." Her daughter-in-law had taken her there before, like performing a magic trick. Everyone, grandpa, grandma, uncle, older brother, uncle from the maternal side, and aunt, appeared in the space looking shocked, as if they'd seen a ghost. Grandma's voice trembled, and her legs shook. "Xiao Cheng."
Cheng.
"Where are we?" Grandpa quickly supported Grandma's arm, also looking stunned. "This is a different dimension space. After the end of the world, plants and animals evolved and people evolved too. Those who understand this evolution gain special abilities. This space ability is one of them. Space exists within the world, but also outside of it. Without spiritual energy connecting it, most people can't see it." Before Lien Cheng finished explaining, a few brave ones, Zhao Yan, Lienzan, Han Mubai, and A Pang, began exploring around. The space looked like a field, with scattered potatoes, sweet potatoes, and various vegetables. To the southeast, there was a deep pool about the size of a water jar, with clear water and white, shiny pebbles around it. To the northwest, there were several shelves and a chicken, duck, and pig pen surrounded by wooden fences. Lienzan found the robot mother of the Qibao in the space. "So she was sleeping here?" Lienzan's mouth twitched. "Xiao Cheng, awesome plus." Lienzan reached out to pat Lien Cheng's shoulder, but his gaze was still drawn to the moving plants and animals in the space. He tried to wave his hand in the air, like pulling a puppet, but it was pointless. Lien Cheng realized that everyone might have misunderstood, but he didn't want to explain. Is this his confidence? Han Mubai, with his hands behind his back, remained calm on the surface, but was internally stirred. Qibao, the tiny person, was already busy. She was feeding her over 400 gene of little piglets. "Juju, be good." More. Is this pig pregnant?" Aunt pointed at the pig pen, surprised. "Yes," Lien Cheng nodded. "Then we must take good care of her." Compared to others who are amazed, Auntie and Lien Cheng remain calmer. The items in the basement are used up and then replenished regularly. Such strange things happen often in Lien's family. The mother and son, including second aunt, have noticed this. Lien Cheng helps Qibao feed the pigs with sweet potato vines from the space, and Lianluan also gets busy. Grandpa and Grandma are shocked but also very happy. They treat the space like their own yard, tidying it up. The potatoes and sweet potatoes in the space are ready for harvest, along with tomatoes and bok choy. Chickens and chicks are mixed together in the coop, which isn't ideal because chicks can get hurt easily. Grandma, with her old, blurry eyes, suddenly notices, "Hey, aren't these our chickens?" Big Aunt laughs and teases, "Mom, you see everything as ours. Haven't you noticed the chickens outside have been swapped?" Grandma pauses, then looks at Lien Cheng with a sad expression. "Xiao Cheng, did you swap our chickens?" Lien Cheng smiles helplessly. "Mom, haven't you noticed that the space is more suitable for chickens and ducks to grow?" Of course she has. The humidity and temperature in the space are like a warm spring, so plants and animals grow so fast. Are the good quality potatoes, sweet potatoes, and chicks outside also from the space? Grandpa asks with wide eyes. Lien Cheng nods. "Yes, I tried transplanting things from the space outside." "Did you see that spring?" He points to the spring behind Grandpa. Plants watered with spiritual spring water become very cold-resistant and high-yielding, and the livestock become healthier. The spiritual spring water has more uses. Lien Cheng acts mysteriously, scoops half a ladle of water from the spring, and hands it to Dapeng. Brother Cheng's love comes unexpectedly like this. Dapeng is stunned for half a second. Surely his brother wouldn't harm him, right? Then he drinks 2 big sips. Zhao Yan and Xiao Tsong look very speechless. Why treat him differently? Lianqing looks over here with a silly smile. It should also help with healing and curing. That's why his leg healed so quickly. Dapeng suddenly splashes a mouthful of spring water. Does he have a serious illness? He turns to Lianqing with a blank expression. Am I seriously ill? Brother, just tell me. Well, I have a problem in my head, and it can't be fixed. Lianqing spoke seriously, but Dapeng felt a jolt in his heart. Just as he was about to cry out, Lianqing continued, Spirit spring water can not only cure illnesses and heal wounds, but also help special ability users improve their powers. Dapeng's eyes suddenly lit up. I have a special ability. Yes. The weakest earth element ability, tilling land. A good defender. Lianqing didn't want to discourage Dapeng, so he patted his shoulder to encourage him. Wait, Lianqing, does that mean we don't have any abilities? Can we transform by drinking spirit spring water? Zhao Yan and Xiao Tsong stared at the ladle in Dapeng's hand with shining eyes. Spirit spring water can't activate abilities. We don't even have seeds. How can watering alone grow crops? Hee. I have a special ability. Dapeng looked at his hand, smiling foolishly with disbelief. The weakest earth element ability. All right, let's focus on farming, brothers. Zhao Yan and Xiao Tsong each teased a bit before walking toward the shelf. Qibao skillfully took out several small bags of mixed seeds from under the shelf and ran over. Dapeng guagua. Zong do do. Zong. Baby Pao was quite good at reading the situation. Dapeng took the seeds, then reached out and poked Qibao's tiny nose. Big brother Dapeng wants to plant a Chi-Chi baby. Can it grow a cute baby like Chi-Chi? Qibao. This brother is a bit silly. If the baby is planted and there's no milk to drink, it will die. Pippi Dog was running around wildly at Dapeng's feet, barking non-stop.
Dog.
You already have a pup and you still want to make another one. Have you asked Woof what it thinks? Do you believe it will bite you to death? Pippi Dog's bark paused, then it bit at Dapeng's calf. Pippi, what are you doing? Pippi, have you forgotten your big brother? Pippi. Dapeng was chased around the room by Pippi Dog. Everyone didn't know why, but only Qibao covered her mouth and giggled. Ha ha ha. She laughed. Even the dog wants to compete for affection, right? The space is too small. The crops grown there can only be used for seed saving. After being cultivated outside, it's uncertain whether they can still maintain their high yield and cold resistance. It has been proven that after outside cultivation, these traits tend to weaken gradually. But that is a story for another time. Currently, the family is full of motivation, determined to breed more good varieties, not only to benefit themselves but also to help their neighbors. Qibao doesn't recognize seeds, so she randomly plants whatever she finds, like the peas, beans, and carrots that are now blooming beautifully in the space. Her little bunny wants to eat carrots. Qibao only planted them after asking her brother. But the method was wrong, and the results weren't good. With help from Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, and the experienced farmers, plus Dapeng's special abilities, things improved quickly. Since stockpiling weapons, Qibao's small snacks and toys have been abandoned. She's been working hard to train herself. Although the space has grown a little, it's still less than 500 square meters, about the size of Han's villa. Han Mubai stands with his hands behind his back. He suddenly relaxes, then tightens his fists again. Good fortune often comes with trouble. Inside the space, there's laughter and joy, very different from the outside world. Han Mubai knows that taking Qibao away is becoming less likely. Qibao is reluctant to leave her family, and her family is reluctant to leave their clan. The clan members are also unwilling to abandon this land. But space abilities are extremely rare in the real world. There's only one known space ability user in the Middle East, a warehouse manager who is quickly controlled by Western powers after appearing, becoming a puppet of capital. The situation in the country isn't optimistic either. Secret factions have formed within the government, supported by different forces, all armed and digging for more space ability users. If the space is exposed, they won't be able to protect what they produce, and it could even become a danger. Han Mubai expressed his worries. The grandparents, uncle, aunt, and a few others immediately understood. The family had never openly shared their feelings. One reason was that space abilities were too strange, another was probably because they worried about hiding secrets. Han Mubai's words also shocked the family members. Under the threat of guns and cannons, their entire family, even the villagers of Gaoshan village, seemed insignificant. If the military demands they hand over the people, should they give them up or not? In case troublemakers target Gaoshan village and attack strongly, how should they defend themselves? Or, if the villagers learn about the existence of the space, will they become curious and want to take it for themselves? There are many unknowns and dangers. At this moment, even the family members' nerves are tense. Especially Grandma, who is clutching her clothes tightly and looks so nervous. She doesn't know where to look. She is the most secretive in the family. Han Mubai can think of what might happen, and Lien Cheng naturally also considers it. Seeing everyone standing serious and alert, Lien Cheng suddenly feels relieved. At least everyone is united. It shouldn't be hard to keep the space's secret within a small group. Glancing at the worried Han Mubai, Lien Cheng walks over and pats his shoulder. Don't worry. I have a plan. Instead of relying on outside forces, it's better to support ourselves. Just as Lien Cheng is talking to Han Mubai about his plan, Qibao, the little girl, happily runs over. Gua gua, pow pow. Let's set off the fireworks. Qibao wants to hear the... She points at a pile of boxes behind the shelves. Qibao hugs her brother's leg, looks up at Lien Cheng with hopeful eyes.
No.
Brother said playing with fireworks can hurt people, so we can't play with them randomly. Kids shouldn't play with them. She still wants to play. Qibao, her little hand, her big, bright, lively eyes constantly sneak a peek at the metal boxes. Is she still not giving up? Her older brother has already figured out her little tricks, so... Snap! Lien Cheng slaps Qibao's little bottom. Is that loud enough? She pouts her little mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Gua is bad. Gua is good. Humph. She quickly stands up and goes to hug Han Mubai's leg. Han Mubai glares at Lien Cheng. How can you hit her? Exactly, Qibao is still young. Can't we teach her properly? Qibao is going to play with brother Yen. Don't listen to the bad brother. Come on, let's go play with the toy cars. Everyone takes turns speaking, mostly criticizing. Just as everyone thinks they have calmed Qibao down and are about to take her to get a toy. Qibao's little feet stop, and she stands straight. Playing with fireworks are awesome. It doesn't seem like he's joking. Everyone. Before anyone could react, Qibao suddenly darted behind the shelves, twisting her little bottom as she climbed onto a metal box. The chubby little hands on her hips, her small head held high with pride. Qibao is already a big girl. She has her own ideas, and she won't be fooled by adults. Lien Cheng pointed at Qibao, then turned to the elders with a faint smile. See that? She's a warrior. Before the elders could speak, Lien Cheng quickly stepped forward, giving Qibao a couple of playful pats on her tiny bottom. Now, no one was stopping him. They all knew the metal box, and if they didn't teach her a lesson now, something serious might happen someday. A big problem. Qibao was hit, but she didn't cry. She stubbornly stomped her little feet, muttering, Pot is broken. Pot is not good. Qibao will keep Pot locked up. Locked up. That is... Han Mubai pointed at the metal box. Lien Cheng picked Qibao off the box, holding her with one hand, then unlocked the seal on the box. This is the weight of Gaoshan village right now. With a loud clatter, the box was opened, revealing a grenade launcher inside. Wow, I thought it was a gun, little city. No. Big city. How did you get this? Lien Zan exclaimed excitedly, rushing over to the box. A few pots also gathered around. Passionate young men have no resistance to this kind of thing. Han Mubai looked surprised. Little city, how do you have so many military supplies? Those were stolen from arms dealers. There's so much. Don't you think it's dangerous? What are you planning to do? Qibao, who is secretly competing with her brother, opened her small hand and looked at the items. The cannonballs aren't hot. These adults are so silly. She kept twisting her little body, trying to escape her brother's grasp. Lien Cheng, holding the little girl, opened a few more boxes, raising an eyebrow at Han Mubai. All made by the Yamen. Mubai, don't you understand? The military has rats. The army only protects the so-called social elites, and we are just civilians. Without connections, when things go wrong, we have no hard currency, no strength, and can only be passively beaten. Han Mubai looked up at Lien Cheng and hesitated before asking, "Do you want to establish your own faction?" "Establish my own faction? We're all common people. Not rebels, not bandits. We're just sticking together for warmth." Suddenly, Han Mubai began to understand Lien Cheng's intention. The world is chaotic. Instead of hoping for official protection, it's better to rely on ourselves. Gather trustworthy people, form a group, and go with the flow. However, compared to the wealth, connections, and resources accumulated over generations by the upper class, the gap between classes isn't something effort alone can bridge. So, when Lien Cheng brought him into the space, he was probably trying to pull the Han family into the game. The Han family, by his generation, had few members. His second uncle's family was fierce and powerful, making it impossible for them to rise in rank. To avoid becoming victims in military faction struggles, the Han family needed to keep a backup plan. He had to discuss this carefully with his father. Qibao stayed in Gaoshan village, at least for now, safe. Han Mubai didn't dwell on it too much. Since he couldn't take people away anyway, they all agreed to publicly claim that the products and seeds from the space were independently developed by the Han family. With core members providing protection and technical support, the plan to focus on breeding and planting, working together with Gaoshan village for mutual development, officially began. Grandparents, uncles, and aunts mainly handled seed preservation and seedling cultivation outside the space, occasionally maintaining the space. Dapeng helped with land tilling and trained in defense skills. Zhao Yan and Lian Zan were responsible for publicity, sales, and selecting trustworthy partners. Zhao Qinggong could also help, especially after Gaoshan village expanded its breeding and farming scale. Lien Cheng led Lien Luan and Lien Xing in security and defense. Of course, Lien Qing still had parenting duties he couldn't neglect. The family divided tasks simply and discussed some details. Qibao was made to stand at the wall corner by Lien Cheng as punishment.
Stand properly.
Are you still playing with fireworks? Lien Cheng snapped a dry branch behind Qibao, acting all serious. Qibao gave her older brother a dismissive look. Look, does the baby care about you or not? Qibao picked up a dry branch from the ground and squatted by the wall, poking at an anthole. Lien Cheng reached out with one hand to lift Qibao. Get up. If you don't get up, your brother will scold you. Qibao. She suddenly fell flat on the ground. Today was very strange. Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, and aunts didn't come to stop her brother from bullying her. Seeing her brother tease her tiny self, Qibao decided to give up. Go ahead and hit me if you want. I won't get up anyway. She found that this trick worked pretty well. Her brother could only stare and couldn't even spank her. Qibao lay there with her arms and legs spread out under the eaves, holding a small stick and turning it around, completely ignoring her older brother. Qibao, the ground is cold. Get up quickly. Grandma brought over a bowl and chopsticks and called out to her. Qibao glanced at Grandma, rolled on the ground, feeling wronged. Today, no one scolded her brother. She's so small, wouldn't compromise. Qibao, get up quickly and go play outside with your big brother. Lien and tried to pull her small hand. As soon as she spoke, second aunt shot her a sharp look. It's almost dark. Where are you going to play? It's cold outside. Stay here and behave, Lien and didn't say a word after her mother scolded her. At this moment, Han Mubai strolled around, arranging food and accommodations for the security team coming from outside the yard. Qibao, still causing trouble, Qibao suddenly flipped over, lying on the ground, and looked toward the gate. Uncle Li Fei is here. Gogo is bullying Qibao, bullying. Her little nose twitched, and tears came easily. Han Mubai quickly walked over and picked her up. Who told you to be naughty? That cannon is for destroying bad guys. Qibao is still small, and I can't play with it. Qibao's crying face froze, and she looked at her older brother. But her brother had played with her. It was loud when it exploded. Lien Cheng's lips curved into a slight smile. This uncle was still reasonable. He reached out and pulled Shibao down from Hanmu Bai. Little troublemaker. No one is helping you. Let's see if you keep causing trouble now. The little girl shrank back, and Chibao's chubby cheeks became even more noticeable. She tried to hold on to her uncle, but couldn't. Black claws roughly grabbed Lien Cheng's pure white collar. Her brother was the main reason she was upset with her uncle. Her revenge started with teasing her brother first. Lien Cheng held Qibao back, preventing her from getting close. She rolled on the ground, making her older brother very frustrated.
Enough.
Just give her a little lesson. No need to go on and on. Grandma couldn't stand seeing Qibao look so sad. She scolded with a smile, reached out to take Qibao, and patted the dust off her. Good girl, no more fussing. It's time to eat. Qibao kissed Grandma's face, wiped away her tiny tears, and straightened her little body. After eating, she would have the strength to continue arguing with her brother. She secretly shot a challenging look at her brother. Just wait and see. Today, Qibao was very angry and wouldn't forgive easily. Lien Cheng was amused by this little troublemaker and pinched her tiny nose. Eat your meal first, then I'll deal with you. Her brother even said what she wanted to say. Is it because she's too small to express herself? Qibao pouted her lips, mumbled, and snuggled into Grandma's arms. Han Mubai caught up with Lien Cheng. Your way of parenting doesn't work. Kids need encouragement. Lien Cheng looked confused. Encourage her to cause trouble? He would fight for custody if she kept arguing with him. Lien Cheng swallowed his words and quietly went inside. Grandma placed Qibao in her high chair and asked, "Where's little Tian?" "Oh." Little Tian said he's taking care of the patient and won't eat with us. Kong Lan already sent the food over, Aunt replied. That little troublemaker, Ji Tian, is still watching over him. How worried must they be? Lien Cheng wanted Qibao to put the weapons in the basement of the house, but the little one refused to obey and wouldn't hand over them. The guns and cannons were all exchanged with small snacks and toys, which she carried home herself. If the guns didn't fire, she didn't care, and she also didn't want to play with them. Qibao's rebellious spirit was stirred up. Holding a toy gun, she hid in various corners and shot her older brother countless times. After playing for a while, she wouldn't let her brother wash up. She played with her little uncle in the bathroom for most of the day before coming out. Seeing Lien Cheng leaning at the door, Qibao tilted her little head and went to visit her grandparents' room again. She wanted to sleep separately from her brother to show her decision to cut ties. Lien Cheng didn't expect the little one to be so angry this time. When it was bedtime, she didn't come to climb into bed. Lien Cheng suddenly woke up, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He didn't know who couldn't do without whom. His little one was missing from his arms, sleeping very restlessly. As soon as he fell asleep, strange nightmares came over him. In the dream, he saw Qibao from his past life again and heard her crying. He truly heard her. He suddenly turned over and got up with a loud, pulling open the door. Grandma was holding Qibao at the door, about to knock. Sniff, sniff.
Go, go.
Sniff.
Go, go. Run.
Run fast. Qibao was dreaming that her brother was being chased by a group of monsters. No matter how she tried, she couldn't shoot her cannons, so she couldn't help but cry. But her brother said she shouldn't cry, because crying would attract big monsters. The little one curled up in Grandma's arms, her wet eyelashes trembling, and she kept her little hand, almost biting her finger off. Grandma wiped her eyes and handed Qibao to Lien Cheng. Xiao Cheng, look at Qibao. What's wrong? She's crying with her eyes closed, and no matter how we try, she won't stop. Grandma was worried, so she went into the room, looked at Qibao, and gently touched her small face. Only when Qibao's crying lessened did she hesitate to leave. Qibao, be good. Big brother is here. He's always here. Lien Cheng took out a wet tissue to wipe Qibao's tears and kissed her little face. Qibao's sobs gradually quieted down. Lien Cheng gently rubbed Qibao's small face, calming his restless heart. His breathing slowed, and he fell into a deep sleep. Qibao's tiny hand curled slightly, rubbing her eyes as she slowly woke up in Lian Cheng's arms. Last night, she had clearly argued with her big brother. Why was she back in his arms again? It must be because her big brother went to secretly take the baby last night. She scratched her little, slightly curled hair. Last night, her big brother probably hit her tiny hand while she was sleeping. Looking at her slightly red fingers, the little chubby hand trembled with anger. Then she started to cry out loud.
Wow.
Grandma, Qibao's hand is broken. Broken. Boo-hoo. Early in the morning, she ran barefoot to Grandma's room without doing anything else. Grandma dressed Qibao and helped her wash up. Liancheng was probably exhausted from being fussed over by Qibao last night. Grandma didn't wake him up. She carefully checked Qibao's little hand. It was just bitten hard last night, but there was no serious problem. However, the little girl didn't think so. She believed her big brother had hit her. So, after Grandma applied some fragrant ointment, she found 2 bandages and wrapped them around her chubby fingers. Qibao thought she had caught her big brother's mistake. She played with her little cannon, feeling confident and bold. The cannon was locked away, but she secretly kept a small one. She would light her tiny fingers and toss out little sparks. So convenient. Suddenly, she heard a loud explosion outside. Han Mubai quickly ran out. In his eyes, a flickering little flame danced, and his face showed shock. Then he froze in place.
This
gave him another reason not to let Qibao go back. Fire element powers are strong and destructive. They are conscripted by the army. If Qibao went back, imagine Grandma Tuan suffering alone in the military camp. Han Mubai shivered all over. It seemed he and the Han family could only become stronger to protect Qibao. Liancheng was awakened by the firecracker sounds from Qibao. Yawning, he lazily walked down from the upstairs, looking exhausted and indifferent after staying up late. The door and the entire door frame were broken. In the side room of the main hall, Sun Qitian's room revealed a big hole. Chen Jing, wrapped like a mummy, clumsily and slowly came out of the room. Liancheng's pupils shrank suddenly, and all his sleepiness disappeared. Just a wall apart, Wan Hailu showed the same surprised expression. Big sister. Doors are meant to be opened, not broken. Chen Jing ignored Liancheng's teasing, as if she didn't see him at all, and continued walking outside. She reached the yard and approached Qibao. Little baby. Qibao. Her rough voice sounded like a rusty saw pulling at wood. Qibao was squatting on the ground, originally preparing to dig an ant hole. Hearing the voice, she tilted her head and looked carefully at the visitor. Her little mouth puckered into a small, "Oh, Jia Jingjing?" Chen Jing suddenly smiled. Although her face was wrapped in bandages, the slight upward curl at the corners of her eyes showed she was smiling. Seeing Chen Jing like this, Qibao wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she rushed forward and hugged her little leg. Chen Jing pinched Qibao's armpit and lifted her up, then threw her into the air. Sun Qitian came out of the washroom, about to step in to stop her, but Liancheng blocked him. He only stopped one person. With a low growl, Han Mubai grabbed Chen Jing's shoulder from behind. Qibao was biting her unbandaged hand, feeling nervous and excited, but she didn't move. She looked nervously behind Chen Jing. Chen Jing also turned her head slightly along Qibao's line of sight. Her crimson pupils suddenly flashed with a murderous intent. She snatched Qibao into her arms, spun around suddenly, and with one hand, grabbed Han Mubai's neck and lifted him into the air. Just as she was about to use force, Liancheng suddenly moved, grabbing her wrist. "Calm down. He's not your enemy." Chen Jing's unfocused eyes flickered slightly. She didn't continue but also didn't let go. Han Mubai struggled, twisting Chen Jing's fingers, kicking with his legs, his face turning red. "Jia Jingjing, let go of Uncle. 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 Qibao's uncle. You can't bully Uncle." Qibao raised her small hand and patted Chen Jing's arm. Chen Jing seemed to understand and suddenly relaxed her hand. Han Mubai stepped down from the platform, took a deep breath, and leaned against Liancheng, coughing loudly. Cough, cough, cough. Where did this crazy person come from? Qingjing suddenly became alert, like a frightened bird, and shrank back. Shibao hugged her neck and patted her back. Little friend Fan Kuo, sorry for scaring you. Let's shake hands. We are still friends. Qingjing paused for a moment.
Sorry.
Sorry, her voice was shy, completely losing the aggressive tone from before. Sun Qitian frowned and walked over. What's going on? It's nothing, Lian Cheng replied casually. Qingjing, in her out-of-control state, was also protecting Shibao. Just from this, Lian Cheng thought she had made the right choice in helping her. He turned to everyone and introduced, "This is Qingjing, the older sister Shibao met at kindergarten." Uncle. Uncle, shake hands. Shibao kicked her short legs and slid down from Qingjing. She grabbed Hanmubai's hand and walked toward Qingjing. Shake hands. Shake hands, she said. Her big eyes blinked as she looked at her uncle and then at Qingjing. Qingjing looked at her bandaged hand and hesitated for a long time, but didn't extend it. Would anyone still want to be friends with her like this? How could she be so clumsy? Shibao sighed softly, took both of their hands, and placed them together. Shake hands. Still friends. Okay. Shibao's words count. Hanmubai replied helplessly and affectionately. Just as he was about to pick up Shibao, Qingjing had already lifted her up, continuing to play the high-flying game, flying very high, very high. Hanmubai watched nervously, but Qingjing always caught Shibao precisely. Shibao giggled and eagerly chewed her little hand, shouting happily, "Wow. Wow, I'm flying high. Flying. Flying high," Lian and looked at her with envy. This game wasn't suitable for older people to watch. Grandpa and Grandma heard the noise and almost fainted from shock. Lian Chen quickly shouted, "Little Shibao, stop playing. Come eat breakfast." Qingjing also sat at the table, next to Shibao. It was her grandmother's seat. Her brother felt a lot of pressure too. He wanted to keep Qingjing as the strongest helper, but he was also worried about causing trouble. After breakfast, Dr. Li carried his medicine box into the Lian family yard. As usual, today was her checkup. As soon as he entered, he saw Qingjing walking in the yard with Shibao. This, Dr. Li felt like he had witnessed a miracle in medical history. Yesterday, she was badly hurt, with a 200% chance she would die. But not only did she survive, she was lively and active. It was truly unbelievable. He stood there for a moment, unsure what to do. He looked at Lian Cheng walking toward him, pointing tremblingly at Qingjing. How can she get out of bed after such serious injuries? She is a special ability user, Lian Cheng said simply. Now, people in the village were no longer surprised by ability users. As long as you explained their identity, everything made sense. Dr. Li swallowed hard, then went inside to change the medicine for Wan Hai and started to remove the bandages from Qingjing. Zhao Yan, De Pang, and Xiao Tsong had gotten used to coming to the Lian house every day, so they didn't miss this miracle moment. The bandages on Qingjing's head were carefully removed, revealing a face with crisscross scars. Her small features still hinted at her original delicate beauty. Suddenly, Zhao Yan shouted excitedly, "Dad! Dad! It's her, He was so excited that he staggered and ran toward the yard. He pulled Zhao Qinggong, who was outside checking the sweet potato growth, into the house. "What's going on? Why are you so surprised?" Zhao Qinggong scolded his son, then quickly noticed the slender girl inside. Qingjing was wrapped in a blanket, with Dr. Li applying medicine to her still healing wound. This. "Miss, do you remember me? We met at the gas station in the northern outskirts of Anhui, and you saved us." Zhao Qinggong bent down and looked at the dull, scarred face in front of him. The effects of the anesthesia had worn off. Qingjing was like a machine that didn't feel pain. Her eyes showed numbness and a little helplessness. When she sensed Zhao Qinggong's gaze, she seemed startled. Her body trembled, and she buried her face in the pillow. "Go away. Go away. Ugh. Ugh." Qibao stomped her little feet left and right, unable to sit still. She was holding a piggy water cup in her arms. She wanted to feed water to Sister Jingjing.
But how could she do that now?
"Stop making noise. Everyone get out." "We're still healing here," old Dr. Li shouted loudly, then continued his work. Zhao Yan pulled Zhao Qinggong out of the room. In the living room, Lian Chen was telling everyone about Chen Jing. She wasn't a murderer, just a person with special abilities pushed to the edge by life. She could sense danger, malice, and threats around her. She would eliminate these risks immediately. Otherwise, she would ignore you completely. She was also a grateful person. Qi Bao's small action touched her heart. She hoped everyone wouldn't reject her and would give her more time. Finally, Zhao Qinggong sat down with his legs stretched out and added, "She is the savior of my whole family," thinking about the brutal end of the world. The terrifying ghosts turned into saviors, while the well-dressed people became monsters, destroying the world. Lian Cheng sighed softly and remembered Qi Bao from his previous life, who was probably similar to Chen Jing. She grew stronger through hardships, humble, sensitive, and fragile inside. But to survive, she grew fierce teeth, became cold and indifferent, and lost herself. Her instinct was to ignore life like a machine-made killer. But in her previous life, Qi Bao didn't get to grow her teeth long enough. That was a permanent wound in Lian Cheng, and just thinking about it hurt. The main hall was filled with an inexplicable sadness. Suddenly, the courtyard gate was pushed open forcefully. Chen Guangxing hurried in, followed by villagers dragging 3 people. Hearing the noise, the Lian family members came out of the house. Lian Cheng was the first to go forward. "Brother Guangxing, what's going on? We caught 3 sneaky people outside the defense line. They said they were looking for someone." "Looking for?" Chen Guangxing turned to look at the 3 people who had their arms twisted behind their backs. The villagers let go of their hands. They were just 3 girls about 14 or 15 years old. They weren't afraid of causing trouble. "Looking for our boss. Do you even know who our boss is? And you dare to catch us?" One girl with a streak of blue hair stepped forward and shouted angrily at Lian Cheng. "Do I look like a vagrant? Just attack us. I think you just want to take advantage of us." "Exactly. Don't you understand kindness? She's just a girl. You even hurt my hand." The 3 of them moved their wrists and kept complaining. Lian Cheng impatiently interrupted, "There's no boss here. Take them down the mountain." "How is that possible? We saw our boss go up the mountain with our own eyes. Yes, we've been following our boss the whole time. Yeah, no mistake." The 3 refused to give up. At first glance, these 3 seemed a bit familiar. "I just can't remember where I saw them before." It's unlikely they came to find him, right? Recently, only Chen Jing and Han Mubai and the others have gone up the mountain. Chen Jing came out wrapped in a loose down jacket, not lying in bed after just taking medicine. She was still wrapped in a gauze that covered her face, which was hard to see clearly. It wasn't that she had to be wrapped up, but Chen Jing insisted on it. Her face was too frightening. Even children had cried from fear. But Qi Bao didn't cry. She even fed her water. After drinking, she felt her body come alive, and her heart was also awakened. So she wanted to play with Qi Bao. But Dr. Li Pao, the doctor, strongly disagreed and wanted to force her to rest in bed. How could that be possible? Nothing could stop her from playing with Qi Bao. Qi Bao wanted to play with firecrackers. But as soon as they reached under the eaves, they saw 3 uninvited guests. In her normal state, Chen Jing really disliked the blue-haired witch, the plain girl, and the spoiled girl because they had bullied her before. During those dark days, only these 3 still cared about her life. Because if she died, they would have nothing to gain. They couldn't take care of themselves. Chen Jing looked numb at the 3 people in the yard, as if saying, "Go back to where you came from." But the 3 girls ignored her indifference and eagerly rushed over. "Boss, how's your injury?" "Boss, what about the people you were chasing?" "Boss, did they drop any equipment?" They reached out to touch Chen Jing, acting very caring. Chen Jing. It seemed she didn't hear them. Lian Cheng. Wrapped so tightly that even her mother wouldn't recognize her, yet they could tell at a glance. Amazing eyesight. Qi Bao was confused by the repeated calls of "boss," holding Chen Jing's bandaged hand. "Big sister Jiejia." They are. Yes. They constantly showed ownership. Her biological brother clicked his tongue. This backup brother felt like he was about to be taken offline at any moment. Seeing the three girls try to pull off Chenjing's bandages, Dr. Li scowled at them. Hey, hey, hey. Are you her friends or enemies? She's hurt like this and you don't care? I finally bandaged her up, and you think I'm just unwrapping her? This comment hit Lianqing deep in her heart. She silently nodded in approval of Dr. Li. Hearing Dr. Li, Qi Bao, though small and somewhat confused, didn't mind grabbing a feather and acting like a sword. She hurriedly pushed the three girls away. Go away. Go away. Big sister Jing is showing her wounds. Stop touching her. Go away. Three people were pushed back and staggered. Seeing the innocent woman about to fall down the stairs, Lianqing stepped in to stop her. Jiao girl let out a cry, then awkwardly fell to the ground. Her fall looked fake, as if she was moving at 0.8 times normal speed. Liancheng. The innocent woman pushed away Lianqing. What are you doing? Take your dirty hands off. Lianqing. This was like a real-life story of a farmer and a snake. He really felt like he had been stabbed in the back. Now he saw the truth. He knew he couldn't fight them, so he quietly stepped back behind his mother. The blue magic woman slightly rolled up her sleeve. Hey, little kid, you're pretty brave. Qibao quickly hid behind Xinjing, peeking out with bright eyes, pointing at the blue magic woman with her finger. Come over here, and I'll you away. The blue magic woman was about to step forward, but an older woman pulled her hood. Enough. Miss, we mean no harm. What do you want to do? The blue magic woman turned around. Auntie, what do you want? Like I said, we came to find our boss. And then, well, the blue magic woman looked at Liancheng, who had interrupted her, and puffed out her chest. Of course, we want to take our boss away. Liancheng was amused by their shamelessness. He suddenly remembered these were the same three troublemakers who used to bully Qinjing. They called him boss repeatedly, but they looked decent on the outside. She was their boss, yet she had no good flesh left on her body. They still, didn't even have a scar? He knew these kinds of people well. They seemed harmless on the surface, but in reality, they were cunning and treacherous. In the apocalypse, they hid behind the strong, scavenged, and took advantage of others. When interests clashed, they would sacrifice others without hesitation. So, Liancheng looked at Qinjing. Are you really their boss? This was too unbelievable. Qinjing hesitated before speaking. I'm not their boss. They just call me that for fun. For the first time, Qinjing directly denied this title. The three troublemakers were anxious. Especially Jiao girl, who immediately started acting cute. Boss. You can't ignore us, please. Boss, that delicate voice gave the men present goosebumps. Of course, except for Liancheng, who had been fully influenced by Lu Yao's top-tier innocent act, making him completely immune to such low-level flirtation. Qinjing's face only showed two words, no feeling. Boss, they have bad intentions trying to take your supplies, so they're stirring trouble between us. Don't listen to them. We are on the same side, the naive girl added fuel to the fire. Yes, they are probably afraid we will ask for the supplies you took back, so they are making things difficult for us. The blue witch agreed. Liancheng slightly smiled. A parasitic flower that depends on others to live. No need to say it so grandly, right? Exactly, don't act like we are bullying you. We're still young, but we are smarter than a sieve, and stepped forward and stood beside Liancheng. She was worried her nephew might be falsely accused. He didn't understand what his brother said, but he knew his brother and aunt were on his side. The little girl, Qi Bao, suddenly gained confidence, showing half her body, stomping her little foot, and crossing her chubby hands on her hips, though her waist wasn't very obvious. Jingjing's sister. Qi Bao is with Qi Bao. We are bad girls. We are right, and you are wrong. Han Mubai walked over to Qinjing, picked up Qi Bao, and gently nudged her nose. Qi Bao, didn't you say yesterday you were with Uncle? Why are you not with Uncle today? Qi Bao giggled and rolled back and forth, avoiding Uncle's tickling attack. Uncle. Jingjing's sister. Qi Bao is with Qi Bao. Han Mubai looked at Liancheng. Should I take them all down the mountain? Of course, this included Qinjing too. She was a potential danger being near Qibao. Chun Jing sensed something sharp and took a small step back. I won't go. I won't. She hung her head like a child who had done something wrong. Not you. It's them. Liancheng pointed at the 3 parasitic flowers snuggling beside Qinjing. Evil Girl Trio immediately started shouting. We won't go. The boss is where we are. Yes, we stick with the boss. We won't leave. Of course we can't leave. What if they bully our boss if we leave? The 3 argued loudly. Liancheng ignored them. He took Qibao from Han Mubai. Are you leaving today? Yes, Han Mubai nodded. It's better to go back early and plan ahead, especially since my father is getting old. I was planning to leave earlier, but I just discussed some matters with Qiaowu. And then this drama caused some delay. Uncle is taking her away. Chi-Chi hasn't forgotten she's angry with her brother. She pushed Lian Cheng's cheek, refusing to let him hold her, and waved her chubby arms, looking for her uncle. Han Mubai avoided Chi-Chi's hand. Qiaowu and the others will stay to protect her. The costs will be paid regularly by Han Style Group. I will also arrange for their families in southern Anhui. This is also a reminder to Liancheng that these people can be trusted. Liancheng looked at Han Mubai. Thanks. Most villagers don't know how to use guns, and he doesn't want to teach them. Another reason Qiaowu stayed is because of Wan Hai. Liancheng doesn't dislike Wan Hai, but he can't fully trust him. With Qiaowu around, he feels a bit more at ease. Chi-Chi's little arms hung down, her chubby hands wriggling together, her big eyes flickering with tears as she looked at Han Mubai, acting all pitiful, almost crying but not quite. Han Mubai gently curved his index finger, touching Chi-Chi's small face. Chi-Chi, be good. Uncle will come back soon to see you. Once he coordinates and lifts the airspace restrictions around Gaoshan village, he can visit more often. Even if Chi-Chi doesn't want him to go, Han Mubai left 6 people, including Qiaowu, to him with security. Liancheng, worried, also sent Sun Qitian to follow and protect Han Mubai while gathering information from the mountain. The 3 mischievous girls hugged Qinjing's legs, crying and shouting, "Where the boss is, we're there too." They just clung to the Lian family. Grandpa and Grandma felt pity and moved to help. In this world, 3 teenage girls coming down from the mountain had no way to survive. Liancheng vaguely sensed that Grandpa and Grandma were wavering, so he specifically advised, Grandpa, Grandma, these 3 can't stay in Gaoshan village and definitely not at home. Grandma looked at Liancheng, pulled a sleeve, and whispered to the side. You know, Gaoshan village has more men than women. Giving these girls a chance to eat and live is also giving the village boys a chance. Besides, your older brother just broke off his engagement. You might also try to get involved. Liancheng. Grandma, are you trying to matchmake? In a way, it seems like the older couple also wants to help these 3 young people. He subtly glanced in Liancheng's direction. The eldest brother is almost 30. He used to have a girlfriend named Zhou. Before the disaster struck, they were already talking about marriage. But before the new year, Liancheng broke his leg, and suddenly, the 2 families ended the engagement. Mr. Zhou's family quickly withdrew the proposal. The girl's side didn't say much, just sent a message through someone. Liancheng only knows the outcome, not the details. After all, a good man should have a wife, right?
Grandma, you.
I don't know how to tell you. Have you forgotten Yang Jinjin? Shibao, the little boss, was originally upset with Liancheng because Han Mubai left, but now she's not upset anymore. She's snuggled in her brother's arms, her little hand, and secretly listening. The little girl didn't understand much, only catching a few words like sister-in-law and marriage. Grandma kept persuading, and Liancheng had no choice but to agree that if someone in Gaoshan village was willing to take them in, he wouldn't oppose. But they definitely couldn't stay at his house. They had to find their own food and shelter. After talking with Grandma, Liancheng saw that the little girl in his arms was listening eagerly, her big dark eyes darting around. Is she planning something mischievous again? Liancheng pinched her tiny nose. Little troublemaker, what are you eavesdropping on? You don't understand, so why listen so seriously? This was almost an insult to her little girl. The tiny finger, covered in saliva, pulled away from her pink, chubby mouth. Her little voice immediately shouted, "Gagug, be mean. Wanna marry. No sister-in-law. No," she yelled loudly at the end. Everyone in the yard heard her. Lian Cheng's muscles twitched involuntarily. He really wanted to shut that little troublemaker's mouth. The little troublemaker wobbled and struggled, slipping down from Lian Cheng's body. Lian Xing's face froze for a moment. He turned his head mechanically and looked toward the corner of the yard. Everyone, including the three girls, heard what Qi Bao said. Grandma also wanted to teach Qi Bao a lesson, but she accidentally got caught in a cute attack from the little boss. Qi Bao ignored her older brother's anger, pouting and squeezing her little chubby cheeks while making funny faces. Lian Qing tried to catch her, but Qi Bao's tiny feet darted away quickly, giggling and running around between Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and her friends. Finally, she hid behind Qin Jing. Jing Jing is the oldest sister. Jing Jing is also very capable. Qi Bao thought she found a great protector and boldly challenged her older brother. Little. Gua Gua is fierce, and I already found my future wife. Her tiny feet tapped on the ground, and her short legs bounced as she ran. Where did she learn such mischievous behavior? Lian Cheng's head hurt. Grandma cleared her throat softly. Well, girls, we're not unreasonable people. You can stay in Gaoshan village, but you must support yourselves. That's not too much to ask, right? The three mischievous girls showed different expressions. Blue, which looked indifferent. As long as she could eat well and stay warm, she was happy. Jiao Jiao, who grew up spoiled in a wealthy family, was very against the idea of supporting herself. The confident girl immediately stepped forward. She looked around at the men in the yard, especially pausing on Lian Xing. This man looked decent, but he was too stiff and plain, kind of old-fashioned. His eyes kept flicking around, finally settling on Lian Cheng's back. This boy was somewhat okay. The confident girl slightly lifted her chin and stood in front of Grandma. If you want me to stay, I can, but I won't marry this old man. She pointed at Lian Xing with her delicate, white fingers, then shifted her gaze to Lian Cheng. But he can. Really? Thank you for your refusal to marry. Lian Cheng. Oh. His older brother is only about 28 or 29, so how can he be called an old man? Lian Cheng unconsciously touched his cheek. Just now, the little girl also said he looked old. What does it mean that he can? Lian Cheng suddenly looked up and just happened to meet a teasing gaze. The charming girl pinched a strand of hair from her forehead and slowly tucked it behind her ear, revealing her delicate side profile at a 45-degree angle. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her lips as she cast a shy, flirtatious glance at Lian Cheng. She has been very good at reading people since she was young, so she naturally knew who had the most say here. It was full of pretentiousness. He almost vomited his dinner last night. How old is he again? The charming girl looked quite youthful and beautiful, but after days of wind, frost, rain, and snow, she probably hadn't looked in a mirror for a long time. That flirtatious look was like throwing a bone to a dog. He didn't have many shining points, but his looks were one of them. Otherwise, Lu Yao wouldn't have looked at him. But he wasn't interested in love or romance. Right now, he was more interested in catching the little girl and giving her a good scolding. Lian Xing pointed toward the gate of the courtyard. Our temple is too small to hold a big Buddha. You three, leave now, thank you. Not. Chen Guangxing hesitated for a moment, then continued to discuss with Lian Xing. It's not good for three young girls to wander around the village. What if something bad happens? Lian Xing looked at Chen Guangxing with a curious gaze. An old official who is serious about everything? Interested in adopting these three half-grown girls? Could it be that he was hoping for a miracle? Not. Xiao Cheng, you have good judgment. I mean, there's a way to do both. Chen Guangxing leaned in and whispered a few words into Lian Xing's ear. Lian Xing thought this idea was okay, then looked up at Chen Liang. Since these people called her the boss, her words should carry weight. Chen Liang was a person with special abilities, and she had heard what Chen Guangxing said just now. She looked at the three mischievous girls with a neutral expression. If you want to stay, you must be self-reliant and follow the village's arrangements. Okay. I will definitely listen to the arrangements. Blue, which was the first to reply, humph. The young girl pouted her lips, stomped her foot, and kept secretly glancing at Lianqing with a hint of blame. The confident girl still held her head high, proud and elegant. No matter where I am always the best, so. The farmland should also be very good, right? Chen Guangxing arranged for the three mischievous girls to work together with the refugees. There have been quite a few things happening lately. Ever since the Lien family developed a good seedling breeding method, tasks like clearing snow, opening up land, and gathering firewood all need many people. Lianqing thought this idea was clever. The three mischievous girls indirectly participated in the labor reform. It gave a little thrill of seeing bad people get their comeuppance. Despite the protests of the three bosses, they were still asked to leave the Lien family. In the mountain village of Gaoshan, on the edge of the wheat fields, piles of straw had already been built. Before planting potatoes, sweet potatoes, and other cold-resistant crops, lighting these straw piles could temporarily thaw the frozen soil and fertilize it. The refugees' work was to harvest straw all over the mountains and collect firewood for warmth. The guards with guns would occasionally call out to those slacking off, but generally wouldn't be too harsh. The refugees mostly had no desire to escape. Outside was unlivable. Staying in Gaoshan village was tiring, but at least they had food. They might not eat well, but they wouldn't starve. Zhao Qinggong played a big role in supporting these refugees. According to Chen Guangxing, Zhao Qinggong sponsored the grain, but the villagers didn't know. Chen Guangxing couldn't go around spreading rumors. After all, Zhao Qinggong did a good deed, and he shouldn't risk causing trouble for him. The warehouse Zhao Qinggong rented was already empty. It was probably moved elsewhere. Lianqing didn't find this surprising. Zhao Qinggong is a very reliable person. The three wicked women were arranged by Lianqing to join the group of refugees. If they didn't want to join, they could just leave the mountain. They had seen too many people die from hunger, cold, or abuse. At Gaoshan village, there are rules, so to survive, they must stay here, or perhaps stay somewhere closer to Qinjing. Thanks to Lianqing's help, the militia managing the refugees didn't treat the little girls specially. They were managed like any other refugees. The blue witch adapted quickly. The honest girl was also holding on stubbornly. The delicate girl was crying and pulling out dead grass, with a bit of a sad, overwhelming feeling. Almost funny. Everything was going smoothly. The three troublemaker girls were assigned their tasks. Lianqing went with Uncle Lien to check the soil condition. Frost disasters are different from droughts. The fertility of the land was not affected. The harvest of cold-resistant crops should be safe. After wandering around for a while, Lianqing finally led the family back home. Grandma was holding little Bao Bao, who was following behind the group, giving Lianqing little wide-eyed looks. She wanted to get down and play, but was scolded by her older brother, making a small fuss with her baby voice. Anyway, a grudge was formed. When Sun Qitian returned home, it was already dark. He briefly told Lianqing about the situation at the foot of the mountain. There had been a fight between two groups in town. He couldn't tell who was who, and both sides had injuries. Lianqing guessed it was probably the Hero League and the End Times Society. The End Times Society isn't a good group. If possible, he wanted to dismantle it, at least drive them out of Wanshou town, to keep the home safe. As for the Hero League, he hadn't interacted with them yet. But in a tug-of-war, the fisherman benefits, so he wanted to wait and see, staying neutral. After dinner, Sun Qitian went to sleep. There were no more entertainment options, so Lianqing was happy to relax. But the little one wasn't allowed to rest. He had endless energy, holding a toy gun, hiding in every corner like a little mouse, shooting pew-pew at his brother. He looked muddy all over. Lianqing felt a bit sorry for himself. He needed to wash the little one's clothes. It took a lot of effort to catch the little one from under the sofa, then carried her up to the second-floor bathroom. He filled a small bathtub with water, sat the little one on a small stool, and took off her dogskin outfit by grabbing her tiny arm. He undressed her, revealing her small, jointed arms. Shizhao took her water gun and up water in the bathtub. "Your turn," she said, aiming at Lianqing's handsome face. Lien Sisi. Lien Cheng's face was splashed with water, and he shook the dog-skin outfit. Shi Zhao pinched her small, not very obvious neck. Cough, cough, cough. Lien Cheng looked closely, just about to check, when she shot 2 more water bullets at his face. The water splashed on his face. It didn't hurt but made his eyes blurry. My older brother is very angry. She might lose her little bottom. Qibao grabbed the towel that Lianqing placed on her lap and pulled hard. With her bare little feet, she hurriedly ran out of the bathroom. Escaping? Little rascal, stop right there. Lianqing wiped the water from her face. Just as she was about to chase after her, she slipped because she got up too quickly and fell into a squat. She could only point at the door and cry out, "Where are you running off to without clothes? Are you shy?" Qibao pouted and held the towel in front of her, saying, "Goggles, no," but her little bottom was bare and smooth, like a duckling, waddling towards Grandma's room. The chubby little hand pushed open the door and looked inside. Grandma was about to take off her clothes and get into bed when she suddenly turned around and saw the little girl at the door. "Oh, dear little one. Why aren't you wearing clothes?" Qibao looked upset and whined. Goggles took it off. "She's teasing Qibao." Grandma quickly wrapped her in a towel, picked her up, and pinched her little nose. "You naughty girl, it's so cold. What if you catch a cold?" Grandpa, sitting on the bed, pointed at Qibao and said, "When brother comes later, he'll spank your little bottom. Grandma and I won't stop him." They couldn't handle this cute but naughty little one. Qibao stuck out her tongue and hugged Grandma's neck tightly. She pouted and acted cute, knowing Grandma would help her. Grandma gently squeezed Qibao's little feet. Lianqing didn't come to catch her. Grandma carried Qibao to the brightly lit bathroom. Lianqing threw Qibao's dirty clothes into the laundry basket. "Whoever wants to take care of her, let them." She smiled helplessly, saying, "Look, brother gave up. Little one, you can't be naughty." Qibao turned her small face toward the door and said, "Goggles, no. Humph, little rascal, you said. Brother will cut ties with you." After many rounds of teasing her little one, Lianqing learned a lesson. Kids, if you go their way, they'll act silly. Qibao stared at Lianqing blankly for a few seconds, then pouted and tugged at her towel. Grandma, wash up, I'm dirty." Ignoring her brother's threat, she looked away. Lianqing chuckled. "Huh, you still remember being dirty?" Lianqing didn't help either, leaning against the doorframe. Grandma was giving Qibao a bath. During the bath, Qibao kept humming to her older brother, as if afraid others might not notice she was upset. After the bath, she tightly hugged Grandma's neck and hummed at Lianqing, saying, "If you don't soothe the baby, she will sleep with Grandma." Qibao turned her little face to the side, but her eyes kept secretly glancing at Lianqing. "Lianqing, I don't spoil her." In the end, Qibao was carried back to her room by Grandma. Lianqing took a shower by himself and then scrolled through his phone. There was a dispute over the division of the mountain area in Zone 5. Basically, it was about how resources were shared. On the broken city streets, protests broke out again. These protests happen every day, so he didn't find it strange. He checked the time. It was past Qibao's bedtime. Lianqing opened the door quietly and tiptoed into Grandma's room. Is she asleep? What should he say? Just a moment ago, the little one was chattering happily. Now, hearing the noise, she must have fallen asleep? He vaguely heard Qibao's voice, just enough to confirm with Grandma. Actually, he was feeling sleepy and didn't want to get up again in the middle of the night. Since Grandma's baby was pretending to sleep, he decided to carry her away. Qibao quietly opened one eye and said that her brother came to steal her last night.
Tonight, she caught him.
She said, "See if you still dare to be stubborn. I won't be friends with you anymore." His poor acting skills forced him to cooperate. He pinched Qibao's little bottom. Qibao closed her eyes, pouting her little lips. Her brother was bullying her while she was asleep. Did he think she didn't know? Lianqing held Qibao and lay on the bed, pulled the blanket over her, and took out her pacifier for her to on. Finally, she could sleep peacefully. At dawn, Qiu Wu, along with 5 professional bodyguards, got up and did morning exercises with the village militia. Suddenly, a loud gong sounded at the village entrance, followed by shouts. "Refugees! Refugees are coming. Lianqing suddenly opened his eyes. He grabbed his down jacket, held Qi Bao's little bottom with one arm, and jumped out of the window. Hearing the noise, Qinjing and Sun Qitian also rushed out. Lianqing turned his head to Qinjing and said, "Go back. No one is allowed in the yard. Do not make a move." Qinjing instinctively took a step back. She was a little afraid of Lianqing, afraid he would send her away. Lianqing and Sun Qitian left one after the other. It was very cold at night, and the outer roadblock on the hillside was empty. But the self-defense team had set up a tent at the village entrance, and everyone took turns on guard. Today, the team leader was Fatty. This was agreed upon by everyone. Lianqing had to take care of the child during the day shift, so Fatty and Sun Qitian took turns on the night shift. Fatty had already built a dirt wall at the village entrance using his special powers. With Lianqing's guidance, Fatty's skills were quite good. The dirt wall was solid enough to block bullets. About 10 people hid behind the dirt wall. More people guarded the entrances, based on Qiu Wu's arrangements. Lianqing shouted loudly, "Who are you?" There had been sporadic gunfire earlier, but it didn't seem to be aimed at harming anyone. It sounded more like a warning shot. "We are the League of Heroes. People inside, listen up. We advise you to release the hostages quickly. Otherwise, we will attack." So, they came to fight crime? Lianqing instinctively thought of the refugees. Could it be that the refugees' family members had come? The person shouting was a girl. Her voice sounded somewhat familiar. Lianqing peeked out to look. The people approaching were very professional and cautious, hiding behind the roadblock. "We can't release the people you want. They broke into the village to rob and killed people." The people on the other side paused slightly. "What's going on? Weren't they all good people? Why did they rob the village?" "Don't listen to their lies. They have the hostages. We don't know if they're alive or dead. Maybe they're already dead, which is why they're saying that. That can't be true. I think it's possible." Soft voices discussed behind the roadblock. Lianqing suddenly realized that not all these people were bad. Maybe they were divided in their hearts? "Most of them are still alive, and they're doing well," Lianqing shouted again. "What does 'most of them are still alive' mean?" "It means some people have died. They have killed someone." The leader of the League of Legends immediately replied, "Drop your weapons and surrender." At the same time, several dark gun barrels were aimed at the mud wall. Lianqing peeked out again and saw a familiar face faintly. He quickly withdrew his head, leaving only the top of his hair visible. Lianqing hesitated for a moment and uncertainly asked, "Are you Lining?" "I am Lianqing." In the mist, a shadowy pair of eyes watched Lianqing. When Lining heard Lianqing's call, he was about to stand up, but was pulled back by his companion. "You're saying you're Lianqing? How can you prove it?" This time, a male voice responded, sounding familiar as well. "Your leader's surname is Sun, from Town Police Station. Not long ago, they solved a human trafficking case and rescued 11 children. Actually, 12. One of them is called Lian Qiqi, who reported the case. Everything matched." Lining and the others all stood up quickly. Lianqing was about to get up. A bullet shot through the fog directly at him. Lianqing tilted slightly to the side, and the bullet brushed past his scalp, lifting a few strands of hair. Hearing the gunshot, the person behind the mud wall quickly retreated.
"Who?
Who fired the gun?" Lining shouted. "The gun accidentally went off," came a very soft, timid reply. A thin woman stood up beside Lining, wearing a wool hat and a scarf covering half her face. Her exposed face was smeared with yellow mud, making her features hard to see. But her dull eyes somehow made people feel uncomfortable. Lianqing frowned slightly. The gun went off. "Lianqing, are you all right?" Lining called out. "I'm fine." Lianqing waved to Lining and the others. The people behind the mud wall let out a sigh of relief.
Fortunately,
this is not an act of provocation. Lining led a group of people over the barricade and ran forward. Lianqing finally saw clearly that the main police force in Town was from the Hero League, with several familiar faces holding guns. Big Fat dismantled the mud wall and led the villagers to retreat to the village entrance. As soon as Lining approached, she saw Lianqing holding a little baby in his arms, who was biting a pacifier and sleeping with his head swaying from side to side.
You're
Fighting with people and bringing a little kid along, she couldn't help but pull at Qibao's pacifier. Qibao made a little noise, and a small fist reached out from his down jacket, poking at the air a few times. His curled eyelashes trembled slightly, and he hurriedly on his pacifier, afraid someone might take it away. But his big eyes stayed closed the whole time, with no sign of waking up. Lian Chen quickly held Qibao's small hand and kissed it. "Miss, don't move. Be careful, if we wake up, we might shoot you." Lining was momentarily stunned by Lian Cheng's words. It seemed that both siblings were quite cute. She chuckled softly. "This little guy is too funny. How can he sleep like this?" "Exactly." Lian Cheng poked Qibao's small face. Qibao tilted his head and went back to sleep. As long as he's in his brother's arms, he won't wake up no matter how much he plays. Lian Cheng looked at Lining and then got to the main point. "Aren't you guys police? Why are you like this?
And
How did you get here?" Lining lowered her scarlet eyes, suppressing her sadness, and continued. "The unrest in the mountains was organized and planned. They kidnapped many civilians to threaten the authorities and steal supplies from the mountains. The army surrounded them, but did not attack. We could only lead the people to save themselves. Over time, we formed the Hero League to fight evil and punish wrongdoers. That's why we came." Lining hesitated slightly when she said, "Punish wrongdoers." Lian Cheng's mouth twitched. "So, does that mean he became the bad guy?" Lian Cheng roughly understood what Lining was talking about. After the apocalypse, some people targeted mountain supplies. The authorities seemed to want to profit from the chaos. Everyone needed supplies at this time, including the officials. But the officials couldn't just steal openly. Tax increases wouldn't get public support. Protests and demonstrations broke out, causing chaos. So, this situation happened. It made the world more chaotic. Then, the authorities would claim to be expelling rebels, send troops to take control of the area, and seize supplies to solve the current crisis. In the previous life, the uncle, aunt, and friends were not treated well after the official base was established. The uncle and aunt were unexpectedly swallowed by strange beasts, and the brothers were conscripted into the army. The soldiers at the bottom still went hungry and wore ragged clothes. This was also why, in the previous life, Lian Cheng preferred to join the survivor organization rather than the official army. The rules in the army were only made for the lower soldiers. The upper levels were never bound by them. While everyone was honestly chatting, a blazing fire suddenly erupted in the Widow Wang's courtyard. "What's going on?" Lian Cheng asked. Everyone looked confused. Lian Cheng then looked at Lining. "Where did you come from?" They had set traps all along the mountain road. Lining and her group couldn't have sneaked in silently. There must be some detail he forgot. Lining quickly replied, "We came up through a small path on the mountainside." "So, does that mean they had someone guiding them?" "Oh no." Lian Cheng let out a low roar and disappeared on the spot. In Widow Wang's courtyard, De Pang and Sun Chi Quan had already mostly put out the fire with mud and water. Lian Cheng did not enter the courtyard but chased after them along a muddy path outside Widow Wang's house. But he was still too late. It's not that Lian Cheng was slow, but he was carrying a baby, worried about falling into a trap set by the enemy. The wind howled through the trees, and every now and then, there were rustling sounds that might have been animals or people. Lian Cheng suddenly turned around. Just as Lian Cheng took a step away, a small girl with messy hair and torn clothes appeared in the snowy forest. She had come with Yang Zhenjin and the others. Her legs were short, so she couldn't walk fast. She stumbled now and then, sometimes slipping and rolling down the hill. But during this time, she learned to be brave and patient. She stood up, brushed the snow off herself, and kept climbing up the mountain. Eagle Brother was rescued by someone. In the end times, there was no shooting or fighting. Lian Cheng suspected that Lining and the others had been used by others. When he asked, it turned out he was right. Lining explained that some women at the foot of the mountain came to them, asking for help to save their families. Those people claimed that Gaoshan village was outside the law, and everyone inside was very fierce and evil. Lin Ying hurriedly explained. Where are those women? Lian Qing interrupted her. Lin Ying pointed to 5 weak women nearby. Do you have one more person?
She.
Isn't she with you? Where did she go? Yeah, where is she? Lian Qing chuckled. Could you be spies from the End Times group? The 5 women fell silent. They weren't spies, just sometimes managed to get a bite to eat from the End Times group. Lin Ying frowned, lost in thought. Just then, while Lian Qing was talking with Lin Ying, Yang Jinjin sneaked behind the retreating villagers and entered the village entrance. She was familiar with Widow Wang's group. Knocking on the door and chatting, Wang Widow boasted about her being part of the Hero League and having a special gun. Wang Widow also boasted that she had a powerful person living in her house, someone with special abilities. Yang Jinjin pretended to be casual but carefully observed the scene in the yard. She exchanged glances with Eagle Brother, then secretly unlocked the alloy chains that were holding him. Eagle Brother, having been oppressed for a long time, felt a surge of anger inside. Although his limbs were broken and he couldn't use his special powers, his body was still strong. He immediately fought back and killed about 10 people, including He Wenji and his son, who were warming themselves at Wang Widow's house. Wang Widow's eldest son tried to stop Eagle Brother from escaping but was overpowered, with his arm broken and leg shattered. Wang Widow hid under the bed to escape. Eagle Brother didn't want to let her go either. But Yang Jinjin pulled him back. Eagle Brother followed her outside, setting fire to the haystack in Wang Widow's yard. Wang Widow barely escaped with her life, and everyone was so scared they froze. It wasn't until noon that they finally calmed down and went to Lian Cheng's house, asking her parents for an explanation. But what explanation could there be? Yang Jinjin and Lian Cheng's family had nothing to do with them anymore. Still, Wang Widow wouldn't give up. The Hero League people were brought in by Lian Cheng. Yang Jinjin is part of the Hero League. They burned down my house. They don't let people live. Come and see for yourselves. Lin Ying. Faced with such a ruthless situation, she didn't know how to handle it. Eagle Brother is your own choice, right? The fire was started by Eagle Brother, wasn't it? What does this have to do with my family? I advise you not to cause trouble here. Words don't have as much power as weapons. Lian Cheng raised his eyes with a mischievous look. Wang Widow felt a cold chill run through her body and trembled slightly. At this moment, Chen Guangxing coughed softly and waved his hand. Aunt Zhang, you should go home now. There's nothing we can do. You can stay in the old He family's house for now. He Wenji's wife had passed away long ago. Over the years, she hadn't remarried for her son. He Wenbin was still unmarried. So, unintentionally, they had become childless. Widow Wang has been getting closer to He Wenji over the years. When she goes to stay at his house, his relatives probably won't object. Moreover, He Wenji and his son's funeral also need organizing. After such an accident, Lin Ying didn't feel comfortable staying long in Gaoshan village. When Lian Cheng mentioned that the apocalypse might bring refugees to attack the village, she didn't bring up the idea of releasing hostages again. They organized people to go down the mountain. Lin Ying took Lian Cheng and Qiu Wu to see the small path Yang Jinjin led them along. Lian Cheng knew this dense forest trail, which sloped from the mountain and led directly outside Widow Wang's yard. The entrance to the village was also set with traps by the children. However, Lin Ying and the others didn't follow the original path into the village. Instead, Yang Jinjin led them around the obstacles and traps, creating a new route. This new path ran along a steep of nearly 80 degrees, covered with dry bushes, and the ground was very slippery. Lin Ying and her group were quite clever. They sent agile people to tie long ropes to nearby trees, allowing everyone to climb up safely. They managed to get everyone up despite the difficulty. Before leaving, Qiu Wu gave them 3 modified low-frequency wireless earpieces powered by light energy. These could connect within 20 kilometers on a fixed frequency, used by security companies. Even jammers couldn't block the super low-frequency signals. If they had any trouble, they could contact each other in advance. Lin Ying and her group stayed at a farm at the foot of Wanshou Mountain. The supplies there had been completely looted by the Apocalypse group. The farm owner's wife, daughter, and young son had all been killed by them. The farm owner was shot several times, but narrowly avoided vital organs and was saved by the League of Heroes. Because of this, the farm owner hated the Apocalypse group and also disliked refugees who were close to them. As they left Wansho Mountain, Linning dismissed the 5 women who had been following them, trembling. They weren't bad people, but unknowingly, they had become accomplices of the Apocalypse group. After Yang Jinjin rescued Eagle Brother, he escaped back to the Wansho Town branch of the Apocalypse group near the street outside the Wansho Town police station. Now, the entire town was under strict military control, with patrols every few steps, guards at every street and alley. Eagle Brother's return was supposed to be good news, but Sango was not happy. Eagle Brother was clearly incapacitated, and the protective support he once had was gone. Eagle Brother hadn't realized he had lost his value and kept shouting about taking soldiers to seek revenge. Sango could only calm him down temporarily. Old Eagle, focus on healing your wounds first. Your enemies are also my enemies. But right now, the League of Heroes is watching us closely, and our supplies are moving slowly. We need to think long-term. All right, Brother Sang, you decide. I'll rest and recover first. After Brothering returned, the Yang family members finally received attention from the End Times Society again. Yang Jinjin's mother and her eldest brother, Yang Jinshan, couldn't survive because they were badly injured and didn't get treatment. Now, only her timid and helpless second brother, Yang Wenwu, remains. Does Yang Jinjin blame him? She resents Lian Sheng's incompetence and the harshness of her family. So, like revenge, she openly wears a green hat for Lian Sheng. Lian Sheng also regrets leaving the Lian family with his children. It's easy to leave, but very hard to go back. Moreover, her blood is on his children, and his family might not accept that. They are now living in a place given to Brothering by the End Times Society. It has no heating, but at least they won't go hungry or freeze. Hearing sounds of passion from the bedroom, Lian Sheng crouched against the wall, covering his head. For his children's sake, he must endure. Meanwhile, in the yard of the Lian family, Qibao's brother had confiscated her guns and toys again. He even locked the yard gate from outside. He told her to reflect on her mistakes. She, a small girl, didn't understand what reflecting meant. So, she lowered her head and whispered to Pippi, gossiping about her brother. Grandma steamed big white buns, took one from the steamer, and shook it gently. Good girl, come try the homemade steamed bread. In winter, with nothing to do, exploring delicious food is a fun activity. The steamer also had sweet potatoes, which Grandma planned to dry into sweet potato chips. She hollowed out a hole in the middle of the white bun and filled it with her secret spicy sauce. Lian was helping his mother and Grandma in the kitchen, enjoying the food he helped prepare. Qibao suddenly stood up, ran to the kitchen, and grabbed the doorframe with her small hands. Her big eyes lit up. Bun? Little sister, first wash your hands. Lian reminded her gently and tore off a small piece of steamed bun to feed Qibao. Qibao chewed happily, then looked at her small palm. She didn't want to wash her hands, she just wanted to eat the bun. Someone forgot they had just been playing with the dog. Second aunt smiled warmly and took Qibao to wash her hands. After washing, Qibao patted her hands dry and checked with Grandma. All clean now. Grandma happily handed her a large, soft steamed bun that was almost as small as her face. Qibao hugged it with both hands. Wow, this bun is so big. The steamed bun Grandma made was fluffy and tender. When squeezed, it sank in, but then bounced back. Qibao brought her little mouth close and took a big bite, making a happy sound. This big bun is so good. Grandma, you're so good. She babbled happily, and her little feet moved quickly. Her brother said good things should be shared with friends. That's right, Grandma said just as she turned her head. Qibao had already run off happily, just to praise her a little half-heartedly. Qibao went to her great-grandmother's room. They sat together, eating buns, splitting each bun in half. She was small, so she ate small bites. Soon, Lian also brought a plate of buns with some filling to join them. Qibao then took a bun to give to Qinliang. Wanhai had already been taken away by Qiuwu, so she didn't need to look after him anymore. Grandma and the aunts were peeling sweet potatoes inside the house, placing the peeled ones in baskets to dry in the yard. They heard faint sounds of bricks being moved outside. Grandma quickly noticed and moved swiftly, stepping out of the house. A small beggar, like a tiny person, suddenly darted out from a corner, grabbing a sweet potato from the basket, eating it, and stuffing some into his pocket. He was so focused on the food that he didn't notice anyone else in the yard. He stared at the people in the yard, looking very familiar. He looked around for a while, then finally found his voice. Is that Jiao Jiao? Jiao Jiao, startled, quickly turned around and was about to run. Grandma stepped forward quickly and grabbed her arm. Wait a moment. The old grandmother's eyes filled with tears as she looked at her little face clearly. Lien Jiao Jiao had lost a lot of weight. She was dressed in clothes that weren't too torn, but she was dirty all over. Her eyes no longer held pride or sharpness. Instead, they looked timid. She looked completely different from the girl in her memories. Her hands and ears had frostbite, not much better than a homeless child's. Her snow boots were broken, and it seemed her feet were hurt, with faint bloodstains visible. The grandmother gently touched Lien Jiao Jiao's messy hair, feeling worried about how much hardship she had endured outside during this time. Thinking about not feeling sorry for her. How could that be possible? Raising a dog and caring for it also creates feelings, especially for her granddaughter whom she had raised herself. But this child was now separated from the family. Lien Jiao Jiao struggled to break free. She knew her family disliked her mother, and so they didn't like her either. But the cold, hunger, and helplessness, those feelings, were too much for a small child to bear. When she arrived at a familiar-looking village with her mother, she couldn't help but follow the small country path back to this place. The door to the yard was no longer open for her. She could only dig through the old chicken and duck coops and sneak inside.
Grandma, I'm hungry.
I didn't mean to steal anything.
Don't hit me.
Please let me go. Her childish voice, choked with tears, made the grandmother's heart ache.
Shh.
Be quiet. Wait a moment. Lien Jiao Jiao held a sweet potato in her mouth, reluctant to spit it out, swallowing it with difficulty. The grandmother wiped her apron repeatedly, then quickly turned inside to grab a cloth bag filled with rice, flour, and dried meat. She also took out a hot steamed bun and a thermos of warm water. Eat this. It's warm. The grandmother fed her a few sips of water, then handed her the hot bun. Lien Jiao Jiao reached out to take it. Dada Qibao, holding a big steamed bun in each hand, waddled out of the house like a little penguin. Seeing the grandmother give the fat bun to the girl, he paused for a moment. His little mouth chewed slowly, and his speed gradually slowed down. This girl looks a bit familiar, doesn't she? After a few days of contact, Chun Liang could accurately recognize Qibao's footsteps. She looked outside through the window. She took a bite of the steamed bun sent by Qibao and watched the activity in the yard. Qibao's small face was blank, staring at the people in the yard. Grandma's heart skipped a beat, worried that Qibao might cry or make trouble. Even Jiao Jiao was startled. The steamed bun was not held steadily and fell to the ground, rolling away. She hurriedly lowered her head and reached out to pick it up, but was pulled back by Grandma. Don't eat it anymore. Let's go quickly. Don't let anyone see. Grandma hung a cloth bag on Jiao Jiao and turned slightly, looking at Qibao with a worried expression because she felt guilty. Jiao Jiao snuggled behind Grandma, staring at the bun on the ground, swallowing nervously, with a look of reluctance in her eyes. Qibao also looked at the bun on the ground, her small eyebrows furrowing. Wow, such a big bun. But her brother didn't allow her to pick up and eat things from the ground, or she would get scolded. This bun is dirty, it's not good, it might make you sick. She was reminding others and herself at the same time. Qibao jumped down from the steps and ran to Jiao Jiao, handing her the bun she hadn't eaten. This one is for you. She knew her sister wasn't a good person, and her brother often called her a little troublemaker, which meant she wasn't a good person either. But they shared the same grandma, and both her hands and back were Grandma's flesh and blood. The little troublemaker and the small troublemaker reached a silent understanding and made peace. Grandma patted Qibao's fluffy little head, smiling happily. Jiao Jiao took the bun Qibao handed her, but didn't give up on the one on the ground. She picked it up and patted it. "You're still young and don't understand the value of food." That was what Grandma often told her before. She was still young and didn't understand many things. But when she truly understood many things, it seemed a little late. Oh, I understand. She had also experienced hunger and cold. How could she not understand? After complaining for a long time, she was already hungry. She raised her hand and took a bite of the steamed bun, while giving a small, understanding look at Lien Jiao Jiao. Lien Jiao Jiao picked up her cloth bag, about to leave. Suddenly, someone else came out of the house. Lien and was about to shout loudly, but his mother covered his mouth. He glanced at the large main hall, afraid of disturbing the people inside. The Annie hiding behind the window was already crying. Couldn't she hear the noise outside? She just didn't want her mother-in-law to have a hard time. She couldn't forgive Yang Jinjin, nor could she accept Lien Jiao Jiao easily. She felt sorry for her family's Qibao. Only 2 years old, but so sensible. How much hardship had she endured to be like this? Lien Jiao Jiao suddenly darted to the corner of the wall, then couldn't help but look back with tears in her eyes at Qibao. At the relatives in the yard, who didn't seem like family. Tears fell suddenly. Lien Jiao Jiao crawled out of the hole and ran along the same path she came from. She was afraid of lingering here, afraid of craving this warmth. When Lien Jiao Jiao returned to Wenzhou town, she saw the uncle who often hung out with her mother come out of a room, throw the things in his hands onto the ground and run away. "Jiao Jiao." Liansheng called out and chased after him. Brother Ing held Yang Jinjin, lifting her chin. "That fool still doesn't know whose child that little girl is? How long do I have to raise him? Huh? Oh. Just raise him like a dog. Give him some food, as long as he's not starving." Yang Jinjin drew circles on Brother Ying's chest. They flirted and joked without any concern. Lianjun covered his head with a quilt and plugged his ears. But no matter how hard he tried, those words pierced his eardrums like needles, stabbing into his heart. He didn't know what to do anymore. He was Liansheng's biological son, no doubt about it. His face couldn't lie. But he was also Yang Jinjin's son. Liansheng, along with Sun Qitian, uncle, and friends, finished the training organized by Qiuwu. As soon as they entered the yard, they smelled the sweet aroma of steamed buns. Lianzan eagerly went into the kitchen. Qiqiao, small and diligent, happily greeted him, her eyes shining. "Grandpa, uncle." Guagua Menli men their back. Grandpa, uncle, and big brother are washing their hands in the yard. Qibao went to get some paper towels. She stood under the eaves, handing a tissue to anyone passing by. She looked sensible and well-behaved. Grandpa, uncle, and big brother enjoyed the little girl's service. Sometimes they would pinch her little face or rub her tiny head, as if it were a special welcome ritual. Qibao has already learned to enjoy this feeling of being appreciated. When the last tissue was taken from her hand, Qibao squinted her eyes, ready to receive her brother's gentle comfort. In her mind, she already imagined him smiling and calling her, "Good baby," but her brother took the tissue and left. Her heart broke suddenly and unexpectedly. She felt like she was losing his favor. She hurried after him, calling out, "Go, go, go, go." She called out cheerfully. Lianqing ignored her. He sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. "How's your reflection going? Do you understand what you did wrong?" Qibao covered her forehead. The door was closed, but she didn't understand what reflection meant. She had forgotten that her brother was about to stop talking to her. Her little brain hurt. Unable to think of anything else, she sat on Lianqing's foot, hugging his leg and acting cute. "Go, go. Qibao loves you very much, Lianqing. Haha, is your reflection not thorough enough? How long has it been since you learned the words very much?" Shooting her brother with a toy gun is a serious matter. It's not something that can be fixed just by acting cute. Lianqing was very serious about explaining what stopping talking means. Qibao flopped onto the sofa. She took out her notebook, flipping from the last page backwards. Her chubby finger pointed at two small flowers. Qibao wrote small words today. Wake up, flowers for reward. Go go.
I'm angry.
Qibao will send you flowers. Lianqing's mouth twitched. The whole page was full of scribbles. He didn't expect her to be talented at 2 years old. Just drawing 2 flowers, and he thought that would make him happy? Lianqing hummed softly. He's not a 2-year-old. Qibao was very focused on drawing. She finished her picture and showed it to Lianqing. Lianqing was still proud of his child. Even though he wasn't good at studying, he was good at drawing. Suddenly, he realized that the notebook with the grid was very familiar. He flipped through a few pages. What was with all the X marks all over the pages? He hadn't checked the homework in a long time, and now there were so many bad marks. He felt the small, pale flower in the drawing looked droopy and lifeless, not lively at all. He threw the notebook to Qibao and kept feeling upset. Lian Zan brought out some steamed buns and sauce. The brother and sister argued and made up every day, over and over again. This had become a normal routine. The whole family was used to it. Seeing that Lianqing ignored Qibao, Lianzan gave her a quick look and lowered the plate with the steamed buns a little. Qibao picked up a bun, imitating Lianen, and used her small hands to peel at it, stuffing the crumbs into her mouth as she peeled. She made a small hole, then filled it with some sauce. Since the family didn't give her sauce to eat, Qibao took a tiny taste secretly, then curled her tongue and made a funny sound. Puff. Eating too much sauce would upset her stomach.
So,
she decided to give it to her brother instead. For her first handmade steamed bun, Qibao shyly handed it to Lianqing. Go-go steamed bun. So fragrant and soft, Lianqing's lips curled slightly. He usually didn't like to be scolded, but seeing his little one smile so sweetly, he reluctantly took the bun and asked, "Do you understand you were wrong?" Jia Dao Liao, yes, I understand. Are you still pointing the toy gun at your brother? Po Liao, I won't do it anymore. So, the little toy gun was taken away by her brother. Bring me your little notebook. Every question was a tricky one. If she answered wrong, her brother would scold her. While she was answering, her big eyes kept darting around, and her little brain was working fast. Finally, she blurted out the last question. She was so small and didn't know what her brother was up to. Why did he want her little notebook? Just now, I didn't want to draw flowers for my older brother either. Lianqing looked half smiling, pinched a bun, and took a bite. Her drawing of the fork was almost full. If she didn't save it soon, her character as a good girl might be ruined.
So,
Lianqing started bargaining with Qibao. If you make a mistake, you need to say sorry. If you admit your mistake and listen to your older brother, you'll be a good girl. Qibao, are you a good girl? Qibao raised her chubby paw. Qibao is a good girl. She quickly went to get her notebook. Did you set off fireworks and scare your brother? Qibao pouted her little mouth and nodded obediently. Yes, cross it out. Lianqing pointed at the many bad marks. Her little ballpoint pen ran out of ink, so she used a small pencil given by her aunt. Qibao was stingy and erased some of the crosses with an eraser. Lianqing looked at her with disdain. Your problem is very serious. Every time the little one gets angry, she draws at least 3 crosses. Erasing 1. Is that just to pretend to be obedient? Erase 2 more. Qibao looked up at her brother, then at her notebook. Was her problem really that serious? To make her brother happy, she decided to erase more. She bit her lip and erased 2 more crosses. How many crosses did you erase? Qibao counted on her fingers. 5. Good. Did you also shoot your brother with a toy gun? More than once. Even a branch gun counts. Qibao felt guilty and erased 5 more crosses. How many crosses did you erase? 5. What is 2 5s? Qibao scratched her head.
2 5s are 10, right? How much is that?
Lianqing playfully hit Qibao's head. It's 10. Qibao touched her little forehead. 2 5s equal 10?
Wow.
Lianqing continued teasing. Did you also talk badly about your brother? Qibao was very aware and counted again, erasing 5 more crosses. How many crosses did you erase? Lianqing pretended to hit Qibao's head again. Qibao immediately covered her head and shouted, Grandma Lianqing. Is this calling for help whenever she faces trouble? It's 15. A beginner in elementary school. Others sell you, and you're still helping them count money. No one wants you to count money. You can't even understand it. Shibao straightened his small body. I understand. 15. Hee little fool. Are you still saying I can't find a wife? Shibao. His little hands unconsciously wiped away 2 or 3 tears. Lianqing was not satisfied until Shibao handed over the weapons in the space before stopping. While Lianqing was teaching Shibao, at Wanshou Mountain below Wanyu Farm, Lining rescued a young woman from outside the farm. After the last incident, Lining didn't easily bring her back, but found an empty house to settle her in. After the apocalypse, 9 out of 10 houses around Wanshou town were empty, so such houses were easy to find. The woman had a fever, her consciousness was a bit blurry, and she kept muttering Lianqing's name. Lining frowned slightly. She only contacted Lianqing with a try-it-out attitude. In the end, it was confirmed that the woman's surname was Zhou, and she was Lianqing's former fiancé, Zhou Yan. League of Legends wanted to get involved, but they had no medicine. Many people caught the flu or had uncertain illnesses and they were quarantined, just toughing it out. Lianqing learned this news. He sat in the hospital all night, smoking non-stop, letting the cold wind on his face. It seemed only like this could make him feel a little clearer. He and Zhou Yan met through an arranged marriage, but their time together was always happy. It was a kind of love that grew naturally. They had been in contact for over 2 years and had feelings for each other. But after he heard his leg was broken, Zhou Yan said it was broken just like that. Maybe because of her family background, her parents agreed to the marriage mainly because the old Lian family was willing to pay a huge bride price. But Zhou Yan never fought for their relationship, not even talking to him about it. This was a thorn in his heart. Once love has a sewing it up is very hard and painful. And what kind of world is this now? He was worried about Zhou Yan, and now he also had to worry about her family. Can you trust the Zhou family? The answer is no. That night, Lianqing thought a lot. Whether or not to care for his family, they were all waiting for his words. The next morning, Lianqing rode down the mountain on the off-road motorcycle he had taken from Yingge and his friends last time. Before Zhou Yan woke up from her fever, he had already left. He also told Lining and the others not to tell her he had been there. Zhou Yan's decision about staying or leaving was up to her. He no longer had any connection with her. He didn't know her anything. Coming here this time could be seen as giving this relationship a proper ending. A few more days passed. Zhou Yan finally woke up. She didn't want to go back to that home. So she joined the League of Heroes. She faintly felt that Lianqing had been there. Maybe she was really at fault. This disaster made her see clearly many people. And many things. It seems a bit too late now. Life must go on, and days just pass by like this. Han Mubai returned to southern Anhui. After discussing with his father, Han Tianza, he secretly made some plans. During his few days away, a big event happened in the local tech scene. UXIN Technology, founded by Yu Hongbin, is rumored to have found military support and is building momentum within the industry, seemingly aiming to compete with Han's technology. Before Yu Hongbin left, he shorted Han's technology. He has funds and some technical support, but money at this time isn't necessarily capital. Yu Hongbin doesn't understand technology well. He just took some of the company's supporters, which actually made Han's organizational structure clearer. Han Mubai isn't worried because Han's core technology is still in his hands. It's worth noting that a woman appeared beside Yu Hongbin, who looks quite similar to Han Jingjing. Rumor has it she is Yu Hongbin's wife. Han Mubai saw her at a social gathering. Mo Xiaoli officially changed her name to Yu Xiaoli and affectionately called that woman Mom. In today's world, it's easy to fake identities and clear one's name. Han Mubai suspects that woman might be Han Jingjing, but he has no proof. In the upper circles, Yu Hongbin is like a clown, wearing bright clothes and flattering everyone. A tech company without real core technology will eventually collapse, and the forces backing him will abandon him sooner or later.
Han Mubai temporarily ignores Iugoslàvia unguins antics.
Compared to protecting living people, revenge is less important. He has started working on lifting the airspace restrictions in the mountainous area. But he's facing strong resistance. Ultimately, Han's technology is just a private company. It can't compete with powerful authorities. As Lien Qing said, there are rats in the official system. They only report that bandits are kidnapping civilians in the mountains, sealing off mountain passes tightly. The media reports how brutal the bandits are and how helpless and pitiful the people are, but the government has no real solutions or effective actions. The ecological balance has just been established, and most officials don't support using force to solve mountain issues. Official media emphasizes the community of shared future for mankind, warning against small gains at the expense of larger interests, and stressing that the lives of most people, fellow citizens, and even all humanity shouldn't be ignored. Raising the bar too high makes it seem empty. Some people are brainwashed, while others question. Looking at the world from a different perspective, many have become more clear-headed. Han Mubai scrolls through the latest news on his tablet. He has a way to solve the mountain problem. His email inbox shows a new message, a request to lift the airspace restrictions, which has been rejected again. After thinking carefully, he changes his approach. He applies for drone reconnaissance, citing a lost family member. Han's technology has military backing, so the government can allow this small request. Han Mubai gains access to military satellite systems and can control drones to search in non-military restricted airspace, including the mountains of southern and northern Anhui. Once he gets the permit, he immediately informs Lien Qing and sends a drone to Gaoshan village. That day, Qi Bao was participating in labor reform. The new batch of sweet potatoes and potatoes in Lien's yard was harvested. They wanted to plant these as quickly as possible to grow more potatoes and sweet potatoes. Local villagers and migrant workers did the work, so Lien's family didn't have to. They preheated and turned over the frozen land for planting. They divided the haystacks on the ridges into small piles, spread them on the fields, and then lit them to warm the soil before planting. This was the biggest event in the village right now, attracting many adults and children to watch. Lien Qing, Qi Bao, and Sun Qitian were all there. Since her recovery, Chen Jing had been like a transparent person, always following Qi Bao, her face still wrapped in bandages. Pippi Dog also came along. In Pippi's eyes, Qi Bao is like her cubs with Dapeng. The relationship is complicated. Where Dapeng is, Pippi wouldn't follow Lien's family, or even Lien Qing.
She's almost grown up now.
Besides watching the little cubs. Although she was bored, she still followed Dapeng or Sun Qitian on patrol. When Dapeng is around, Pippi runs after him. The cubs don't pay attention anymore. Qi Bao was originally playing war games with uncles and friends near the dirt piles. But when she saw the adults lighting the firewood, her tiny fingers couldn't resist the small flames. So she quietly went to light a fire too. Others stood by the woodpile to light it. Qi Bao, with her short arms, was afraid she couldn't light it herself, so she climbed onto the pile. She accidentally set herself on fire. Startled, she instinctively threw herself onto her older brother. Seeing her cub playing with fire, Pippi rushed over at top speed. Sun Qitian waved his long arm and shot a water balloon. Lien Qing fell backward. A supernatural being was hit 3 times in a row. It was a huge shame. Lien Qing quickly sat up, grabbed the dog's neck, and threw it onto Dapeng. Dapeng's power immediately retracted. Brother Qing, are you okay? Humph. I'm fine. This dog can't stay. Take it back with you. Lien Qing staggered to his feet, took off his coat, and threw it hard onto the ground.
Huh?
His face was as dark as a pot. Qi Bao knew she had made a mistake. Holding Xiao Peng's hand and stomping her little feet, she looked uneasy. The fire on the little cub was extinguished, but her small coat had a big hole burned in the hem. She was dirty all over, her face blackened by smoke. Only her big, rolling eyes were left, spinning around. Fire elemental supernatural beings are not worried about getting burned, but their powers can seriously threaten others' lives. Lien Qing casually picked up a stick of firewood. Chi, what do you think you want to do today? Qi Bao looked at the stick. It was thicker than her thumb. It probably hurt a lot if she got hit with it. She lay down on the ground and said, Go, I was wrong. Oops. Chen Liang wanted to go and talk to her. but Lianqing shot her a stern look. When there's no danger, this little cub is the biggest danger herself. She must be taught a lesson. Lianqing picked up Qi Bao and threw her into a field full of frozen soil. Not all mistakes can be fixed with just a sorry. Look at those uncles and aunts. They're working here because they made mistakes. He pointed with his stick at the refugees in the neighboring field and continued, Did I ever say that children shouldn't play with fire? Qi Bao, with a crying voice, nervously leaned to the left and right, saying, Qi Bao will do it. Punishing her. The little girl could handle anything, but not letting her eat made her really upset. Lianqing pressed Qi Bao's small hand onto the frozen ground and said, Light the fire, Qi Bao. Without rubbing her little hands, how could she light the fire? Her elementary-level skills showed again. Little Qi Bao, aren't you usually clever when fooling your brother? How come you don't know this? Think again. Lianqing let go of Qi Bao's hand and stood aside. Using a mix of encouragement and tough love, he felt like he could write a parenting book. Chen Liang didn't know how to farm. She only knew that to thaw something, you need to heat it. To heat it, you need to light a fire. To light a fire, you need firewood. So she gathered a handful of straw and handed it to Qi Bao. Qi Bao. She had just lit this thing earlier, which caused her to catch fire herself and make her brother angry. The little girl squatted on the ground, seeming a bit resigned. She looked at Chen Liang, then at her brother. Should she really do this? Is he her real brother? Why is he making things so hard for a little kid? Exactly, she's so young, how could she know how to farm? Who even is this brother? Will he teach kids anything? Chen Liang felt sorry for Qi Bao. The three mean girls could tell, so they also came over to help pick up firewood and place it on the frozen ground. Chen Liang looked at the size of the frozen area. It was at least 2 acres. With just the 4 of them, they definitely couldn't finish it in half a day. Lianqing looked at the 3 mean girls helping and said, I can't teach you. Do you know how? Stay out of it. Anyone who helps today won't get any food. That man really does things like this. The 3 mischievous girls pouted and pushed each other as they went to the neighboring field. Chen Jing hesitated, but stubbornly refused to move. Qi Bao cried and rolled her eyes at her older brother. She didn't want anyone to help her. Since she was small, she could only do things by herself. There was no better way, so she kept gathering firewood, over and over. Her tiny figure worked busy in the fields. Soon, villagers gathered on the ridge, including her uncle and friends from the same family. Some felt worried about the little girl. This was one of the only 2 girls in the family. What if she got frostbite? Qi Bao picked up some sticks, but stopped. She stood in the middle of the wheat field, holding a small bundle of dry grass. She wanted to rest, looking very reluctant but knowing she had to keep working. She grabbed a handful of dry grass, ran a few steps, then looked nervously at her brother. Her brother was behind her with a stick. From the drone's high-definition video, Han Mubai saw Lianqing's fierce side profile. The drone buzzed closer. Lianqing heard it and guessed where it was coming from. Just as she was about to shoot her special energy, the drone suddenly spoke in a familiar voice. Xiao Cheng, what are you doing? Hee. What am I doing? Can you see clearly? Lianqing turned to look at the drone, pointing her stick at Qi Bao's small back. Han Mubai. Xiao Cheng, are you hitting the kid? You. Before he finished, Qi Bao heard her uncle's voice, turned her head, and looked at the drone floating in the air.
Han Mubai Puss.
Is this little girl Qi Bao from his family?
Qi.
Qi Bao, what's wrong with your face? Could she have been hurt? Does she need a doctor? In an instant, Han Mubai had several rescue plans in mind. No problem. No worries, everything's fine. Qi Bao lifted her small face, pouted her lips, and cried but looked stubborn. Laughter came from the field ridge. Qi Bao. This morning, Grandma put a new hat on her and said, My Qi Bao is just adorable. Is there a problem with that?
Han Mubai.
For a moment, he felt unsure whether to cry or to laugh. Lianqing. Haha, it really exploded. Little arsonist playing with fire. I will send her to do some labor reform. Lianqing raised Qi Bao's small arm, showing her torn little jacket. See the evidence? Do you see it?
Han Mubai.
He was silent for a long time before saying, "Qibao, listen to your brother. Behave and reform well." Lian Cheng's tone and expression didn't seem like he was begging for mercy. Han Mubai couldn't find any words to blame her, so he controlled the drone to move away. Suddenly, he felt a bit relieved that he didn't bring Qibao back. Otherwise, he would be the one burning. He couldn't help but keep watching from a distance. Qibao sniffed her little nose. Is uncle also not very reliable? He left so quickly? He didn't even try to help the baby. Qibao threw the grass root on the ground, instinctively glanced at her brother. She didn't know if her brother saw her move. Was this the right thing to do? She rubbed her small hands twice, then lit the fire. But she only lit a small patch in front of her. The thin layer of snow on the surface melted, revealing slightly loose soil underneath. This time, she stood far away from the fire and didn't get burned. With the help of Sister Liang and others, she had gathered a tiny bit of firewood. Looking far away, it was an endless field. Qibao's eyes filled with tears. After doing so much, how many meals might she miss? She worried her tummy might not be safe anymore.
But she had also made a small plan.
If she was really starving, she would secretly take out some snacks from her space to eat. Afraid her little secret would be seen through, she sneakily looked at her dear brother. No matter how much work there was, she had to do it. Her brother's stick was not to be taken lightly. Wiping away her tiny tears, she was about to continue working. Lianqing reached out and grabbed her collar. Qibao tugged twice, but didn't pull free. Her little tears kept falling down. Did she do something wrong? Lianqing let out a silent sigh and said, "Move your little brain and put your hands on the ground." Qibao immediately obeyed. He pouted his little bottom, a round, chubby ball. Unable to squat steadily, his fat paws pressed on the ground, and his silly little eyes kept glancing at Lianqing's face. How did your hands catch fire? Rubbing. Wiping the table. How does Qibao help Grandma with chores? Following Lianqing's words, Qibao instinctively wanted to pinch his thumb and index finger together, but he seemed to sense something was wrong. Wiping the table. Wipe, trying to understand what his brother meant. Suddenly sensing something, Qibao's little eyes lit up. Heat kept flowing through her small hands into the ground, spreading out continuously. The white surrounding area gradually disappeared. The snow melted into tiny raindrops, soaking into the soil. The crowd watching exclaimed in amazement. They knew Brother Ing was a fire element ability user. Wherever Brother Ing was, the temperature was a few degrees higher than elsewhere. They didn't expect that Grandma Lianqing's little granddaughter was also a fire element ability user. No wonder her chickens and ducks laid eggs and hatched chicks. All these strange things like cold-resistant potatoes and sweet potatoes now made sense. Qibao was still young and lacked spiritual power, so her heat transfer was limited. One burst of energy thawed half an acre of land. Qibao moved from place to place. Most of the wheat field had thawed. But her spiritual power was draining, and Qibao looked exhausted. Guogua, Qibao is hungry. Some feelings are deeply ingrained and can be amplified unconsciously. The more Qibao thought about it, the more wronged and scared she felt. Some memories weren't just hers, but also her brother's. Today was also very strange. It was almost noon, but Grandma hadn't called her for lunch, and she hadn't been looked at for half a day after leaving. Lianqing didn't know that Grandma wanted to come at the moment when the hall elder told her that Qibao was being dealt with by Lianqing, but she was stopped by Auntie. Lianqing forced herself to stay calm, clenched her teeth, and didn't look at her. "Have you finished your work?" Little Qibao pouted her small mouth, blinking her big eyes as a tiny pearl rolled down her cheek. "My hands are cold," she said. She couldn't work anymore. Had her older brother stopped caring about her? Her chubby little hands turned red from the cold, grabbing at the air. Lianqing put one hand into his pocket, clenched it into a fist, and just as he was about to lose his patience, he felt something hard. He reached into his coat and took out Qibao's special warm milk bottle. This was a good compromise. Although it's best to teach children early, Qi is so pitiful. Big Fatty and Pippi were about to rebel, but when they saw what Lianqing took out, They froze instantly. Nothing is more important than making sure Chi-Chi is full. Even Zhao Yan, who rushed over to help, was stopped by Big Fatty. When Qibao saw her brother take out the bottle, she couldn't look away. She tiptoed, stretched out her little arms, and reached for it. "What are you doing?" Liancheng unscrewed the milk powder cap, held it up, and shook it. "Oh, okay." Qibao's chubby little hand hesitated, pulling back. Her big eyes blinked rapidly. She knew she had made a mistake. She hadn't finished her chores, so she shouldn't get her meal. Her tiny finger timidly pointed at Lian Cheng's hand. "Bottle. Bottle," she mumbled softly. Her small voice sounded sad. Qibao lowered her head, staring at her tiny toes, feeling both wronged and stubborn. That was her bottle. Why wouldn't her brother give it to her? Lian Cheng was both annoyed and amused. He didn't say she couldn't have it. He was in a hurry. Was she capable of mixing her own milk, or what? He pushed the bottle into Qibao's small hand, still looking a bit proud. He lowered his gaze and looked at her carefully. "Drink your milk, then go back to work. You need to eat at noon too." Suddenly, happiness seemed to come out of nowhere. Qibao responded with a quick, hurriedly taking a few sips. She finally felt alive again. Then she remembered what her brother said. She needed to keep working to get her meal. She clutched her little milk bottle and happily went back to work. Her hands weren't cold anymore, and she didn't feel wronged. She was busy and happy, working happily, because work makes people happy. Finally, Qibao completely thawed the wheat field and finished drinking her milk. She raised her small hand and handed the empty bottle to her brother. Liancheng took the bottle back and put it in his pocket. "Do you know you were wrong?" he asked. "Of course I know I was wrong." "Where was I wrong?" she replied. What exactly did she do wrong? Everyone else was lighting fires, and she just wanted to help. She didn't mean to burn her brother. This question touched the limit of her knowledge. Qibao scratched her little head, hesitating with her soft voice. "I was trying to burn the big magic boss. I was trying to." Liancheng. His eyes slightly narrowed. Qibao looked away nervously, quickly waving her tiny claws. "I was trying to burn the cauldron. I was trying to burn." "Can't burn your brother, so you want to burn someone else." Liancheng sighed gently, squatting down to tidy up Qibao's small clothes. As a fire elemental ability user, it's probably impossible for her to play with fire without consequences. The next best option is to teach her safety. Playing with fire is very dangerous, little one. Before doing something risky, you need to tell your brother. Only if he agrees can you do it. "Oh, I see. Climbing trees and playing with fire are dangerous, so I need to tell you first," she nodded. "Yes, playing with fire is also dangerous." Qibao nodded her little head, understanding. The baby understood now. Liancheng carried Qibao and led the accompanying bodyguard group home. On the way, Zhao Yan started talking nonstop again, praising how cute Qibao was and how mischievous Zhao Ziyu was. They talked about how their younger siblings could take turns raising each other. Innocently, Zhao Ziyu was caught in the crossfire. Liancheng shot him a glance. "If your house burns down, don't come crying to him." They reached the eastern edge of the village and saw Grandma stretching her neck, looking toward the mountain valley. "Wow, little Bao, your face is so dark again. Did you go mining?" Grandma took Qibao from him. Liancheng. "Haha, no, she didn't go mining. Even a level 10 mining disaster isn't as impressive as her." Grandma scolded him with a glare. "Knowing you're taking care of your sister, why not be more low-key?" She was worried she might be too soft-hearted, so she didn't look. But her little face looked so pitiful. Qibao happily hugged her grandmother's neck, and her little mouth stopped talking. She obediently sat in the baby chair while her grandmother washed her and changed her clothes. Her grandmother handed her a piece of rice cake. As Qibao ate, her small head slowly nodded, and she surprisingly fell asleep. Liancheng was very happy. Finally, he had a quiet moment for half a day. He called several cousins, Zhao Yan and Qiu Wu, to study the drone that Han Mubai had airlifted. There were 10 drones in total, part of the official reconnaissance drone series. However, Han Mubai modified them by adding a positioning system and heat weapons. Of course, The government strictly forbids civilians or private companies from possessing large-scale destructive weapons. Han Mubai's actions were a clear violation of the rules. But in this world, living by the rules often means waiting to die. Lianqing was convinced by Han Mubai. Even if he couldn't make the rules, he wanted to have the final say within them. Otherwise, how could he protect himself or Shibao? Under Han Mubai's remote guidance, Lianqing learned some basic features of military drones. Next, it was time for real combat. Lianqing controlled the drone and flew around Wanshou town. He saw Lining and others fighting with a group of people. No need to ask, they were probably from the End of World group coming to loot supplies again. Lining and the others only had a few guns, and their bullets were limited. They had stolen them from the End of World group, so they could only shoot once and then move, making it hard to fight head-on. On the roof of a pickup truck, a heavy machine gun kept firing, sparks flying fiercely. Lianqing operated the joystick, and the drone kept approaching the pickup. The reconnaissance drone was super quiet. When it was about 100 meters above the ground, the people in the truck finally noticed, looking up with alarm. On a small screen the size of a phone, a location icon flashed. Lianqing quickly pressed the kill button. 2 faint gunshots sounded. 2 thugs operating the heavy machine gun on the truck tilted their necks and collapsed. Someone else spotted the drone. Lianqing immediately lifted the drone higher and kept shooting at the blind spot behind the truck. After defeating 6 criminals in a row, 2 were seriously injured. This small drone can carry only 10 bullets and has a shorter range than automatic rifles. So, unless it launches a surprise attack, it is easy to shoot down. However, its advantage is that it rarely misses its target. As long as it locks on, it's hard for anyone except a psychic to escape. Lianqing relieved Lining and her team's urgent situation, then ordered the drone to return home. The heroes led by Lining achieved a remarkable victory for the first time. She took a lookout stance and looked at the drone. Lianqing's voice rang out. "Don't let them go back." "Exactly. We can't let them return." Qiu Wu, operating another drone nearby, explained, "We have drones and the people from the End of the World group don't know about it. It's best to keep this secret." Lining. Is this their last hope? Seeing another drone approaching, Lining ordered the members of the League of Heroes to stay put. She took a few armed people and chased after the fleeing troublemakers. The troublemakers had clearly been hit by the drone before, so they kept running into the woods. Qiu Wu could only stretch his view and guard the forest's edge. Until Lining led her team to drive the people out of the woods, 5 troublemakers were shot and killed by the drone. However, the drone's right wing was also hit by a stray bullet. The battle ended with 22 members of the End Time Society, 18 of whom were dead, including the seriously injured. Lining and her team captured 4 survivors. The League of Heroes had no deaths and only minor injuries. They gained a lot this time, but this is not a long-term solution. To keep the town safe, they must eliminate the End Time Society in the town. Lining was planning this out. After their reconnaissance, they found nearly 1,000 people in Wanshou town, including some leaders allied with the End Times Society. The League of Heroes had fewer than 100 members, and today they seized fewer than 40 guns and less than 2,000 bullets. The enemy's strength was much greater. Today, the drone sent by the city faction gave her hope. Gaoshan village had at least 200 or 300 people with guns and special abilities too. If they combined forces, taking Wanshou town was not impossible. After a busy day, everyone in the League of Heroes was very hungry. They all ate the meal they had, with no leftovers. They left some of the food they had scavenged from villagers for one meal, mostly returning the rest. Lining nonchalantly gnawed on a roasted sweet potato while discussing the attack on Wanshou town with some senior police officers. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she should talk to Lianqing about this. She was a practical person, so she decided to do just that. After returning to the farm, her first step was to contact Lianqing. This matter couldn't be decided by Lianqing alone. She went to discuss it with Chen Guangxing. Chen Guangxing was a person with a hero complex. Otherwise, he wouldn't be working with Lian. He fully supported the League of Heroes' plan to attack Wanshou town. He also actively mobilized the villagers. The results weren't great, but not bad either. There were brave young people in the village, especially those in the self-defense team, who carried guns every day but hadn't fought seriously yet, so they were eager to try. But some people thought they shouldn't provoke the end-times society. What if they angered them and caused trouble back in the village, endangering their families and loved ones? Moreover, using weapons and fighting can cause injuries. Now, the village has no medicine for illnesses, let alone injuries. Everyone is an ordinary person, so it's normal to be afraid of death and combat. Lien Chung understands this. Given the current situation, Gaoshan village can temporarily stay safe. But in the long run, the villages below will be looted. The end of the world won't leave Gaoshan village alone, as it's a valuable target. The League of Heroes can only hold back the end of world group for a while, but not forever. Therefore, forming an alliance with the League of Heroes is necessary. We're still missing some details to attack Wanshou town. The villagers of Gaoshan village are barely defending, but they are not strong enough for a full attack. Without good mental strength, the enemy's few shells could cause a quick retreat. After thinking carefully, Lien Chung plans to go down the mountain. Besides discussing the plan to attack the end-of-world group, he also wants to repay a favor. Lin Ning once saved Qi Bao. Since it's a thank you, he will bring the little one along. Actually, the main reason is that he can't leave this troublemaker at home. Going to repay the favor is like going out for fun. The little one is very happy. He packed a backpack full of toys and, under his brother's instructions, prepared gifts, food, supplies, toy guns, cannons. A lot, stored separately in his space. His brother acts as a transport and only takes out the items when they reach the foot of the mountain. Qi Bao drives his little car, pulling a string of small carts behind him, heading near the farm. Is anyone here? Sister Wanji, the baby is coming. Qi Bao is here. From afar, Qi Bao started shouting. Lien Chung, sitting in the passenger seat, was almost falling asleep. The little car was swaying, which made it very comfortable to sleep. There's a guard post outside the farm. 2 young men, one tall and one chubby, came from behind the snow cave. Who are you looking for, little friend? Qi Bao rolled his eyes at his irresponsible older brother. Lien Chung seemed to wake up, stretched, and said, We're looking for Lin Ning, your leader. The 2 young men were momentarily stunned. It was clear they weren't involved in the last attack on Gaoshan village. Lien Chung explained, We come from Gaoshan village. Oh, wait, I'll go report this, said the slightly chubby young man as he entered the farm. The taller, thinner one stayed by the car and naturally started chatting with Qi Bao. Lien Chung just wanted to relax and quietly handed the diplomatic task over to Nai Zai Zai. Soon after, Lin Ning hurried out and said, Lien Chung, why are you here? You didn't tell us in advance. I tried to contact you, but no one responded. Probably busy on a mission. Come in quickly, Chi. Lin Ning patted Qi Bao's little head. Qi Bao looked up and asked, Sister Wanji, do you want to sit in the car? Yes. Lin Ning smiled and got into the car. It was her first time riding such a small vehicle, and she was curious. Did you come here in this car today? Yes. Beep beep, we're here. That's not right. Look ahead. Yay! The little one got so excited that she started playing bumper cars. Fortunately, thanks to Zhao Yan's clever skills, the car was super powerful. Its collision avoidance and climbing abilities were at the maximum. Lin Ning held onto the car's backrest and said, This little car is pretty good. It can go anywhere, even more practical than a pickup truck. Yes. It's specially made for little Zhao Bao. Lien Chung tugged at Qi Bao's pineapple hat, revealing her smooth little forehead. His face was serious, but his eyes were full of affection. Watching the siblings interact, Lin Ning suddenly felt a bit envious. Raising such a little person is pretty nice. It is, but it's a bit tiring for brother. Yeah. Go-Go is so wasteful. Qi Bao nodded her little head, making perfect sense. Don't talk nonsense. Focus on driving. We'll end up in the ditch. Go-Go in the ditch, Lien Chung. He was too lazy to argue with her. Lin Ning turned her head and looked at the string of carts attached to the back of the car. What are those? Qi Bao's gift for you. Gift for me? Yes. It's a present for Sister Wanji. Lien Chung. Ignore her, ignore her. He silently recited the calming spell twice. The small car drove along the path until it reached a two-story building. On both sides of the building were small wooden huts, probably animal pens, with a concrete yard in the middle. Qibao parked the car in the center of the yard, opened the door, and eagerly moved to the back of the car. Like a clever little mouse, she stretched her neck and looked around with bright, shiny eyes. She saw no sign of danger. Then she waved her small hand at Lining, saying, "Sister Wanji, the good stuff is coming soon." She was very curious about what the good stuff was. Lien Cheng also called out, "Let's move inside first." At that moment, a middle-aged man with a beard came out of the house. "Uncle Lao Xiang, this is my friend," Lining said, pointing to Lien Cheng. Uncle Lao Xiang walked away without much expression, moving slowly and looking very tired. "Don't mind him, Uncle Lao Xiang. I know, the farm owner, right?" The whole family had been slaughtered, and only he was left to survive. When they met last time, Lining had mentioned this. Lin Ying pursed her lips and nodded. Qibao pushed a small cart quickly and went inside first. Lin Ying called 2 more people to help carry some boxes. Brother Xiao Wen, Brother Xiao Wu. Both were familiar faces. Lien Cheng greeted them and helped carry things. In the basement, supplies were stacked in the middle. The nylon bags in the cart looked like they contained grain, which Lin Ying guessed. She was more curious about the boxes. "What's inside here?" "Loaded with guns." Qibao's chubby finger pointed at the boxes, then clenched her small hand tightly. She tilted her head to look at her brother. She had made a mistake yesterday, but she was already very restrained. Could she open them? Lien Cheng smiled gently, rubbed Qibao's small head, and half-hugged her. He opened the 4 boxes, 2 with guns, 1 with bullets, and another with mortar shells and matching ammunition. Where did all this come from? Lin Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she reached for a gun. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in, and a huge force pushed her, knocking her against the wall. She almost thought she had broken a bone. Lin Ying coughed twice, rubbed her chest, and stood up. Monster hunter? She almost forgot about this person. Very dangerous. Chun Liang's eyes flickered with hesitation as she secretly glanced at Lien Cheng. She didn't mean to hurt anyone. She was just worried about something bad happening. Lien Cheng didn't blame her too much. After all, for Chun Liang, observing with her eyes instead of relying on instinct and intuition was already a big step forward. Lien Cheng gave a quick look to Qibao and said, "Sister Wanzi is hurt." Qibao understood immediately. She took a water cup from her small bear backpack, poured a little water, and handed it over, saying, "Sister, water for you, Lin Ying." Although she didn't quite understand why drinking water after a fracture was necessary, she still drank it. Lien Cheng was just being cautious. Qibao was very worried about Lin Ying's injury. She held the water cup, stood in front of her, observed carefully for 2 seconds, then looked at Chen Liang and said, "Jie Liang, this is Sister Wanzi. We are good friends. We fight together." Chen Liang lowered her head. She didn't want to fight. She just didn't control her strength well. Silently, she retreated to the corner and became invisible again. Lien Cheng spoke to explain for Chen Liang. She didn't do it on purpose. "I know. I just didn't know you knew each other," and their relationship seemed very close. Lin Ying twisted her neck and continued to check the items in the box. With the witch hunter present, nothing in the box was surprising. She didn't ask about where the items came from anymore. Lien Cheng mentioned Chen Liang's past a couple of times, and then shifted the topic to the plan to take down Wanshou town. Attacking the end-of-world meeting, most people in Gaoshan village agree. But since we are few and poorly equipped, we can't fight directly. We can only switch to defense. We'll lure the main firepower of the end-of-world meeting to Wanshou Mountain and fight a defensive battle. Lin Ying was non-committal, and Lien Cheng's words made some sense. He brought out a few small stools from the corner. Lien Cheng continued, "If we can't lure them out, we'll have to wait until April when the weather warms up, the snow on the mountain melts, and there will definitely be floods in Wanshou town. At that time, they will have to come out, even if they don't want to. They probably can't hold on that long. Moreover, in the end times, there will be daily chaos and fighting, especially after the Hero League arrived." Lining shared her idea. Today, the little boss was very well behaved. She carried a small stool and sat down, leaning on her brother's lap, listening to the adults talk. But she only listened for a little while before falling asleep, clutching her tiny fingers. She woke up again inside her brother's down jacket. Qibao rubbed her eyes, her small head hanging at the zipper opening, showing a sleepy little face. Chi-Chi is awake. It was Sister Maru. Qibao tilted her little neck. Where are we going? She pouted her little mouth, hungry. Lining smiled and pointed at the old man walking ahead. Ask him. Grandpa is upset with Sister. He's the guide, old Uncle Xiang. He only had a shell left, and that little girl still wouldn't leave him alone. Because she was worried about old Uncle Xiang's safety, Lining often found excuses to tease him and take him out for a walk. The people in the end times were still around. How could he die? Lian Cheng shook the small bottle in his hand and handed it to Qibao. Qibao happily sniffed and took a few sips, finally waking up. She kicked her little feet twice, slid out of her brother's down jacket, and ran to old Uncle Xiang. Grandpa, where are we going? Looking down at the tiny doll that barely reached his knees, old Uncle Xiang couldn't help but think of his own son, tears flickering in his eyes. To the fish pond. Hey, finally talking, Lining pointed at old Uncle Xiang's back and smiled. This old man is so stingy. I just asked him to take care of the farm. And he hasn't spoken for 3 days. Stinky girl, stop talking nonsense. Uncle Lao Xiang's steps quickened a bit. This farm was his life's work, but now it was silent and empty. His family was gone, the cattle and sheep on the pasture were gone, and the animals in the pens had been looted by the people from the end of the world group. Only the fish remained, frozen beneath the ice layer, untouched. Feeling Uncle Lao Xiang's sadness, Qibao held the bottle with one hand and took his hand. His nearly dead heart was slightly touched. Uncle Lao Xiang squeezed a soft little ball in his hand, and his steps slowed down a bit. Seeing that the old man was willing to talk to her, Qibao opened her small mouth and asked, Old Grandpa, is it fun inside? Yes, fun. There's a fish pond, a grassland. You can make snowmen have snowball fights and go ice skating. Fish pond.
Fish.
Swish, swish. She was also raised in water, swimming back and forth, her little tail wagging happily. Is the swish, swish big or small? Lian Cheng. This little kid really talks nonsense. Lining smiled slightly. Everyone says babies are healing. It seems to be true. Uncle Lao Xiang spoke, so much for the first time. On the ice of the fish pond, Brother Wen and Brother Wu took saws and cut holes in the ice. What are you doing? Qibao asked curiously, quickly rushing over. Brother Wen looked at the short, chubby figure squatting nearby and explained, We're making holes in the ice. To catch fish. He animatedly explained what they were doing, matching his words with actions. He didn't know if the short, chubby one understood. Qibao tilted her little head, looked at her brother, a bit silly looking. Isn't it just thawing? The baby is very skilled. She reached out her small hand. Baby touch, but if you touch with those little paws, everyone might fall into the ice hole. She picked up the baby and changed the subject. This ice layer is really thick. The hand saw couldn't cut through the ice all at once. The top layer of ice still had unknown fish frozen inside. Lining looked at the partially cut hole and said, Recently, the temperature has gone up, so the ice is a bit thinner. Because of the lack of food, the fish are almost all caught. Today, the Lianqing siblings came, planning to catch just a few fish. Uncle Lao Xiang stood nearby, sighing, It's so cold. The fish aren't laying eggs anymore. Qibao scratched her little head. What are eggs? But her brothers caught some fish, and Uncle seemed a bit regretful. Her little house isn't big enough anymore, so. She stretched her neck and looked into the ice hole that Brother Wen and the others had made. My little house is having babies now, she said. If Uncle wanted, she wouldn't mind giving him a few to raise. What kind of fish can have babies? Brother Wen looked at Qibao.
Qibao.
Lian Cheng smiled slightly. They're cold-resistant fish. We have some fry. If you need, I can have someone bring some next time. We also have cold-resistant chickens, ducks, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and other hardy crops. Uncle Lao Xiang looked at Lian Cheng with surprise. Really? There are? Lien Qing nodded. Yes, but if the end of the world doesn't end, these things won't reach everyone. Even if they do, people might take them away. Uncle Lao Xiang looked at Qi Bao with a sharp look in his eyes. Yes. Even for these little ones, the end of the world must be dealt with. Lining knew that Uncle Lao Xiang was truly alive again. Qi Bao, holding her little milk bottle, watched her brother's fish. The fish under the ice were starving. As soon as they baited the hook, a big carp was pulled up by the line. The 4-finger-wide carp flapped its tail on the ice. Ow, ow, fishy bao bao. Qi Bao, in a hurry, kicked her short legs and fell flat on the ground. Everyone went to catch the fish, but no one helped baby. Qi Bao's big eyes kept spinning around. She just wouldn't get up. Qi Bao, stand up by yourself. Before everyone could reach out to hold the little one, my older brother shouted loudly. No one else tried to hold Qi Bao. Qi Bao quickly crawled up from the ice and took a few more steps. She huffed and puffed, pushing aside her long legs blocking her view. She saw the fish with its mouth opening and closing, looking very thirsty. Qi Bao grabbed her small bottle and poked into the fish's mouth. Drink your water, everyone. Lien Qing frowned. Little Qi Bao, you share a bowl of food with dogs and fish. Isn't that dirty, huh? Qi Bao looked at her brother's face. It seemed not very good. She pulled the bottle back. The fish had just been scooped into a water bucket by Brother Wen, belly white and still, not moving. Qi Bao pointed at it with her little finger. This fish is pretending to be dead and needs a bath. Soon, the fish would die from thirst or drown. Do you understand? Qi Bao hugged her bottle, hid from everyone's sight, wiped with her chubby paw, and put it back into her mouth. Lien Qing. So, if brother can't see it, it's not dirty? My older brother's mouth twitched. He snatched the small bottle from Qi Bao. Fish won't drown. It's you who are torturing it to death. Grandma's bottle. Grandma. Qi Bao whined softly, bouncing her little feet to reach it. Since she saw it, she was definitely going to have some milk. Lien Qing picked up the bottle, unscrewed the lid, and handed it to Qi Bao. Qi Bao's big eyes sparkled as she looked at her brother's hand, then at her own bottle. This was her first time drinking milk like this. She took a big sip eagerly. Milk stained her little mouth all around. Before Lien Qing could wipe her, Qi Bao hugged the bottle and ran away quickly. She couldn't let her brother take it again. In this dull world, the playful sounds of the siblings became the sweetest music. Everyone's face showed a smile. Even Uncle Lao Xiang's lips twitched slightly in a faint smile. Back in Gaoshan village, Lien Qing entered the space. Recently, with family helping out, the space became neat and organized. After harvesting carrots, greens, peas, and beans, the elders planted a new crop of dry rice and corn. They also mixed in some 4-season beans in the cornfield. Little Qi Bao, sitting on a small stool, was watching the fish in the water tank. Lien Qing's acrophobia kicked in. There were so many fish fry. Because the environment was crowded, the bigger fish started eating the smaller ones. No wonder Qi Bao wanted to send some fish away. While the drone was patrolling the mountain, Lien Qing airlifted some fish fry to the farm. This was a trial run. There was no big fish pond on the mountain, only a water reservoir. Lien Qing also released some fish into it. He let Qi Bao melt the ice layer. The little girl used too much force and almost boiled the water. Luckily, the fish were cold-resistant and heat-tolerant, so none died. Lien Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead. Controlling his powers was tough. The little ones still needed practice. From that day on, Qi Bao had to study with Second Aunt in the morning and train her powers with her brother in the afternoon. Playing around was definitely part of it. Her spiritual energy wasn't increasing fast, but the siblings' bond grew stronger. The plan to lure the hero out has been ongoing. Lien Qing originally wanted to ask Qiuwu to lead a team to help, but Qiuwu said his main task was to protect Qi Bao. He suggested others could handle this. Lien Qing understood that this was Qiuwu's chance to prove himself to Wan Hai. Wan Hai stepped forward willingly. Lien Qing didn't refuse. With so many lives at risk in Gaoshan village, he didn't trust Wan Hai alone. Only someone with special abilities could surpass Wan Hai. Sun Qitian was too young. Depeng was a defensive type. He needed someone to organize the fight in Gaoshan village. The only suitable person was Chen Jing. But Chen Jing didn't want to go. Qi Bao was with her, and she wouldn't leave her behind. Lian Cheng was also worried she might go crazy if she lost control, and no one could hold her back. Sun Qitian volunteered, "I'll go. I can do it. You're just a kid. Your hair isn't even fully grown yet." Lian Cheng tried to pat Sun Qitian's head, but he dodged quickly. My hair isn't grown yet." Qi Bao was playing at their feet, catching a word and pretending to be a sneaky kitten, covering her mouth and giggling. "Sun Qitian, who do you think you're looking down on? My heart is fully healed. As for my spiritual power, wanna try?" he said with a teasing look at Lian Cheng. Lian Cheng. Fine, go ahead and try. After all, he was the second in command of the Li family. The team for support down the mountain was assembled. Qi Bao, the little mouse, sneaked out of the main hall and ran to meet Lian Den in the yard. Yes. Call her Qi, little spy. She was a tiny scout hidden in the Lian family's security team. "Qi Bao, did you find out anything?" Lian An asked anxiously. She grabbed Lian An's hand, and the two little ones rushed out of the small yard. Last time, she said she went to fight the bad guys with her brother. The village kids didn't believe her and even made fun of her. Now she wanted to prove herself. At the fork in the road at the east end of the village, behind a pile of red bricks, Lian Li Zhu and a group of little ones waited anxiously. Seeing Qi Bao and Lian An approaching, Lian Li Zhu poked his head out and asked, "Qi Bao, what's the big news?" Lian An quickly gathered everyone together in a rush. Lian An was closely guarded by his mother and couldn't do spy work, so he could only serve as a messenger. Qi Bao didn't reply. Little feet stepped onto the red brick pile with a "hey yo," overestimating her short legs. She almost fell. Luckily, Lian Lizhua quickly caught her. Since she was too short, she used the red bricks to stand higher. Standing on the bricks, she felt a little more confident, and with her chubby hands on her hips, she proudly lifted her small head, saying, "Oh, I want to be the boss, former boss Lian Lizhua." He reached out to protect Qi Bao, full of affection, and said, "Okay, little boss, we will protect you. Does a little boss need protection too?" Something feels off. Scratching her tiny head, she couldn't figure it out. Lian An impatiently asked, "Little boss, what's the news? Can you tell us now?" "Daily pot, Uncle Hai." Qi Bao started counting on her fingers, babbling for a while, then summarized, "They want to take guns and cannons and fight badly, Lian Lizhua." Sure enough, she's just a 2-year-old. This news isn't very useful. Everyone didn't react much. Qi Bao looked a bit stunned. "Huh? Are we going to do that, Lian Lizhua? You really dare to think that, little ancestor. Although the barricades can't stop Qi Bao, they can stop them. Moreover, if little boss really dares to go to such dangerous places, she'll come back with a sore bottom." He exchanged a glance with Lian and quickly advising, "We need to strengthen the village's defenses." Yes. Last time the traps in the woods were destroyed, so Lian Jiao took advantage. When Lian said this, the air suddenly grew quiet.
"What?
What's wrong?" Lian turned to look along everyone's gaze. Hee, Brother Cheng. How come you're out here?" He just found out that Lian Jiao had actually come back. But it didn't matter to him or Qi Bao. He looked at Qi Bao. "Who told you to climb so high?" Qi Bao had already squatted down to lower her presence. Her brother shouted sharply, and she quickly climbed down from the brick pile. Was she a little bit taller now? Fortunately, the young man was very perceptive and gave her a hug. As her little feet touched the ground, Qi Bao immediately shrank back behind the pillar. "Gugu, have I ever said you can't climb high?" Lian Cheng reached out his hand. "Come here, let's go send Brother Tian." Sun Qitian and the others were quickly taken down the mountain. Before leaving, Lian Cheng not only handed them a batch of guns and ammunition but also gave Sun Qitian 6 sets of bulletproof vests. There aren't many of these, so they can only be used by their own people for now. Sun Qitian understood this clearly. Lian Cheng organized people to set traps in the dense forest and along the mountain paths, marking them carefully. He also went to find Dr. Li. When a fight breaks out, treatment is needed, and medicines and medical supplies are just as important. Dr. Li gave Lian Cheng some seed for medicinal herbs. Currently, they are short on medicine, so they have to make do with what they have. Maybe, just maybe, the old Lian family can grow their own herbs. They need to plant them, but there's probably not enough time. Zhao Chenggong somehow got hold of a batch of medicines. Lian Cheng suspected he had gone down the mountain. Indeed, Zhao Chenggong had gone down the mountain. He hid some supplies in a cave halfway up the mountain. Besides the items he previously bought, he stored everything else away, but he didn't have any medicine. He contacted old friends to get medicine at great risk to his life, trading food for it. This was long before Li Yaowen rescued those children. There's nothing more to say. The women in the village organized a medical team on their own. Everyone participated except Widow Wang. Old Dr. Li held regular training sessions to teach medical knowledge. With Sun Qitian joining, the hero team became much stronger. Plus, they used drones for remote support. The movements of the Apocalypse group were all under their watch. Lin Ying led the hero team and followed the plan, repeatedly stopping the Apocalypse group's supply teams. They also set traps and attacked the entrance of Wanshou town. After a few days, the Apocalypse group seemed to become more cautious. Their main force still stayed inside the town, and they went out less often. However, Lianqing thought the Apocalypse group might make a move soon. Not only because Lin Ying and her team kept bothering them, but also because he saw from the drone that the snow on the mountain was starting to melt, probably due to the rising temperature. After hearing from Eagle Brother about the mutants in Gaoshan village and seeing the hero team work together, Sangge became even more careful. They added many defenses at the town entrance, on the streets, and around the houses. Sangge looked like a diligent hunter, sitting in the director's chair, seriously explaining what it means that the higher you go, the colder it gets. His dark circles showed he hadn't slept for a long time. Eagle Brother sat on the sofa nearby, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip. Knock, knock, knock. After a few rhythmic knocks on the door, A came in and said, "Sangge, the two small teams sent out today haven't come back yet."
Got it.
Sangge waved his hand. The wisely closed the door and left. What do we do now? Sangge looked worried, picked up a cigarette from the table, and lit it slowly. The teacup in Eagle Brother's hand shattered, and he kicked the coffee table. A bunch of cowards. Can't handle such a simple task. Sending out small teams just gets them eaten. Sangge slowly exhaled a smoke ring and looked at Eagle Brother. The snow on the mountain is melting, and water is starting to gather outside. Staying in the town will only get us trapped. You've fought them before. Do you have any ideas? Retreat? Where to retreat? Old Yen won't agree. 700 people retreating, with all the issues of food, drink, and shelter, it's easy to cause a mutiny.
So,
if they haven't all died, they can only fight to the end. Moreover, Sang paused, then continued, if we don't complete the mission, what's the good of going back? The Apocalypse will be a branch of the Shark Gang's development. Their tasks are not only stockpiling supplies, but also taking over 3 towns, Wanshou Town, Longwu Town, and Wan'an Town, to surround Wanshou Mountain, increasing their bargaining chips with the authorities. But they never expected a demon hunter to appear, disrupting all their plans. The air raid shelter was taken, Wan'an Town wasn't captured, and Peter's relationship with them cooled to freezing. Since we can't retreat, then we have no choice but to fight. Eagle Brother wiped his short hair. That bunch in Gaoshan village. Only he knew how terrifying the ability users were. Eagle Brother thought for a moment, then suddenly narrowed his eyes. Maybe.
We still have a card up our sleeve. You mean?
As their eyes met, Sang's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be what he was thinking? Hesitating, he warned, there are at least 8,000 refugees. Without your ability, if you can't control it, you'll be in trouble. A bunch of cannon fodder. What are they afraid of? Eagle Brother grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Don't worry, I have a secret weapon. If revenge was possible, he wouldn't want to retreat. Eagle Brother left, leaving only a confident and arrogant figure behind. Through the office window, Sang saw where he was headed. His instincts told him it wasn't reliable. After a moment of thought, Sang contacted the Shark Gang headquarters. Hey, Godfather, the situation in Wanshou town has changed. I'm planning to retreat. Retreat? Came a deep, aged voice from the other end of the line. There was some hesitation about Sang's decision. The apocalypse had allowed the Shark Gang to gather a lot of supplies in the mountains, which benefited them greatly. But after explaining the situation, the other side replied, "Prepare both ways. Retreat is fine, but clean up your tail." Wanshou Town Detention Center. Kick.
Kick.
Kick. The sound of military boots stepping on solid stairs echoed rhythmically and heavily. Brother Ing led 4 henchmen through 2 iron doors into a semi-underground detention room. Finally, an explosion-proof door opened. A foul, bloody smell hit him. Brother Ing raised an eyebrow slightly. He stepped into a dark, damp corridor. On one side, the wall was old and peeling. On the other, rows of detention cells. Behind rusty iron doors, it was dark and crowded with people. Some looked numb, others had empty eyes. There were old and young men and women, and even a few police officers. Here, dying seemed like a luxury. They were ordinary townspeople, imprisoned because they resisted or disobeyed the orders of the End-of-World Council. They wanted to die, but couldn't. They wanted to live, but couldn't. In the eyes of the rioters, perhaps their lives were worth less than a bullet. The snow had melted over the past 2 days, and water occasionally seeped in from the entrance. The underground drainage was poor, and the 2 detention rooms at the entrance were flooded. A group of people's ankles were submerged in dirty water, with signs of skin breaking. Brother Ing stepped through the water, walking lightly, heading toward the more blood-stained depths. "Did you feed the dogs?" he asked. A sharp scream responded immediately. Behind the iron door, the walking corpses finally reacted. They shrank back, trembling. From the end of the corridor, occasional barking and human screams could be heard. They had a vague idea of what was happening. Hearing Brother Ying's question, a hunched, middle-aged man hurried over from the other end of the corridor. "Brother Ing, this place is a mess. Why are you here?" Brother Ing smiled. "Just checking on my dogs. Have they eaten?" A middle-aged man grinned widely, showing his big yellow teeth, eager to take credit. He led Eagle Brother to the innermost part, to a small, narrow detention room. Light seeped through a tiny window, casting a faint glow on the floor. A black leather shoe lay in a light, emitting a faint steam. If you looked closely, you'd see a pair of bare feet at the edge of the shadow. A man was lying there, most of his body hidden in darkness. The sound of chewing echoed repeatedly, and the noise outside the door became barely audible. A woman was holding a boy, curled up in a corner of the room, trembling. She covered the boy's mouth and eyes, trying to hide him from the bloody, brutal scene. But the boy tilted his head slightly, his bright eyes like stars, peering through her fingers and seeing everything. In the dim light, 3 long, beast-like eyes flickered with red light. A sturdy, half-human-sized alien wolf dog stepped out gracefully. Red liquid dripped from its mouth, wetting its fur. The man had already been torn apart by 2 other wolf dogs and dragged into the darkness. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. He clenched his jaw, but had no time for sadness. The alien wolf dog's mouth twitched, revealing sharp, fierce teeth, and it growled low at the mother and child. The woman buried her head deep, wrapping her body around the boy. Her scream caught in her throat, and she had bitten her lips until they bled. The boy seemed to sense his mother's despair. He suddenly loosened his grip, reaching out to touch her face. Was just like this, life or death. What did it matter? Just as the mother and son prepared for their final farewell, clang. The iron door was open from outside. The aggressive alien wolf dog suddenly calmed down. Eagle Brother strode into the blood-stained detention room. He patted the dog on the head as a reward, saying, "Your teeth are strong, huh? And it's a woman and a kid again." He glanced at the mother and child in the corner. With an inscrutable look, he turned to the middle-aged man. The man smiled broadly. Hee, Eagle Brother, isn't it what you ordered? To take good care of the 3 little ones. 3 of them prefer tender food. Look at this beautiful girl being well taken care of. Her shiny black fur and strong muscles are even more impressive than the Wolf King in the snowy field. The middle-aged man reached out to touch her, but the alien-looking wolf dog perked up its ears and narrowed its eyes. This is a sign it might get angry. The man quickly pulled back his hand, feeling a bit afraid of these three. Due to human interference and worsening environment, the wolf dogs rapidly mutated into their current form. These three are not quite dogs anymore. Eagle Brother stole them from a butcher's family. When he first took them, they were just puppies. Because they were all black and very fierce, Eagle Brother liked them and kept them for himself, raising them personally. To make the dogs mutate further, Eagle Brother used various methods, giving them hormone drugs and raw meat. In this time of disaster and chaos, when people are starving, there isn't much raw meat to feed them. So, the food given to the dogs gradually changed from rotten corpses to live humans. The three dogs are unruly. When they were young, Eagle Brother threw fireballs at them, so they're especially afraid of fire and of Eagle Brother. But no one else can make them submit. Even the people who raised them have been bitten or injured several times. The middle-aged man is one of the few who survived. Eagle Brother is like a temperamental tyrant. He pointed at the woman in the corner and laughed. Is this how you feed them? Do you want to starve them to death? Yellow, I think you're just using them for your own benefit. Are you interested in that young wife of theirs? Yellow, the middle-aged man responsible for feeding the dogs, awkwardly explained, Eagle Brother, that little girl hurt the brother's private parts. Today, I just want to teach her a lesson. Hearing this, the woman scrambled out and blindly knelt in the center of the detention room, repeatedly begging, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please let my son go. I'll do whatever you want. Please let my son go. The little boy also ran out and stood beside his mother. I'll do whatever you say. Just don't hurt my mom. Nothing is more important than staying alive. Eagle Brother held the woman's chin and lifted it up. Not bad looking. I'll let you off easy, you old pervert. I'm taking the kid. This woman. I need to teach her a lesson. You can teach her yourself. My little babies can't be fed too much, or they'll be too full for tonight's big purpose. Looking at the woman, Eagle Brother seemed a bit reluctant, but he had more important things to do. He held a strange dog's leash with one hand and took the little boy's hand with the other, leading them outside. They reached the door of the detention room. Suddenly, a male wolf dog popped out, its paw reaching forward. The boy's heart suddenly tightened, and he clutched his clothes tightly, almost tearing them. He held onto Eagle Brother's hand tightly, pretending he wasn't scared. Eagle Brother glanced sideways at the dog's head. He released an invisible pressure, and the air around him grew much colder. The strange dog slowly lowered its head and whimpered, then backed away. The assistant grabbed the leashes of two other female dogs and followed Eagle Brother, gradually leaving. From inside the detention room, the woman's screams could be heard. The boy held back his tears and didn't look back. He was determined to get revenge. Suddenly, Eagle Brother stopped in front of a large, dark metal door. He bent down and looked inside. Officer Zhang, are you still there? Everyone inside the detention room remained silent, afraid of attracting this demon's attention. Officer Zhang's face turned pale. He didn't answer, just stared blankly at Eagle Brother. Eagle Brother chuckled and straightened up. Tonight we go hunting. As long as you listen well, run fast, and be brave enough, you won't die. A sinister voice echoed down the corridor. Everyone heard it clearly. F this. Officer Zhang's nerve snapped. He rushed toward the iron door. Everyone, don't listen to them. They're worse than animals. He stepped into the water, splashing it around, and a foul smell spread out. Eagle Brother waved dismissively at his nose, a cold smile on his face. Haha, you're pretty tough. He waved to the people behind him. Open the door and let him out. A subordinate received an order to open the iron door. 3 other subordinates held automatic rifles, ready to fire at any moment. 3 fierce dogs were already eager to attack, entering a hunting stance, but Eagle Brother pulled them back. The people behind the door kept retreating. Officer Zhang was dragged out and thrown to the ground. His legs and feet were badly swollen, making it hard to stand, but his sharp eyes, like a hawk's, remained focused. The little boy clenched his fists tightly. His mother used to say to find the police if he ever met bad people, but the officer. The boy took a step forward, nodded slightly at Officer Zhang, tears welling in his eyes, and softly said, "Uncle, go. We can survive." Officer Zhang let out a nearly desperate roar. One hand reached out, trying to scratch Eagle Brother's face. His half-body blocked everyone's view. In another hand, he secretly slipped something into the boy's shoe, tiny, but the boy felt it. Eagle Brother, standing like a king, looked down at the people below. He tugged on the chain in his hand and said, "Black girl, this is yours now." Following the order, the strange dog didn't hesitate. It opened its mouth wide and bit through Officer Zhang's neck. A few other police officers stood behind the iron door, their faces stiffening, then filling with endless anger. The door was slammed with a loud. The little boy stood there blankly, blood splattering across his face, blurring his vision. Tears mixed with blood, falling down in streams. Eagle Brother took out a handkerchief, wiped the boy's face roughly, and picked him up. He pointed to the detention room and said, "Say what you just said again. Let's go. We can survive." The boy shouted through tears. Eagle Brother carried the boy away. Behind the iron door, the faces of the people, numb at first, slowly cracked open. Eagle Brother ordered his men to release all the refugees held in the town and hurried toward the mountain road, leading to Gaoshan village. The boy was among them. He also instructed some refugee leaders to spread the message outside the town. Gaoshan village has food, and those who want it should follow the big group tonight. Brother Ing went to find Yang Jinjin to give a pre-battle speech. In the room, there were sounds that made Lian Sheng feel anxious. "Dead ghost, be gentle. You have so many people under you, can't you stay back?" "Well, I do if you go. Hee hee. If you serve the man well, I'll take you along. We'll see how each of the old Lien family's members died." Lian Sheng could no longer hear more sounds. Are they planning to attack the old Lien family? Brother Ying's men were chatting casually, and he vaguely heard that Ying's disappearance was related to Gaoshan village. So, Ying wants revenge? Is he planning to harm Gaoshan village or the Lien family? The usually quiet streets suddenly became crowded with people. The refugees were stirred up. Lian Sheng's heart pounded like a drum. The old Lien family is his roots, the place where he was born and raised. His parents are there. Thinking about Yang Jinjin's recent actions, Lian Sheng suddenly woke up. He had actually been hurt deep inside because of a vicious woman who falsely accused him. A long-suppressed emotion surged in his chest. Lian Sheng saw a fruit knife on the coffee table. In a flash, he drew it out. He wanted to take advantage of Ying not paying attention and kill him. Just as he was about to stand up, the door creaked open. Ying and Yang Jinjin came out of the room, looking disheveled and whispering. Seeing Lian Sheng holding the fruit knife with a fierce look, Yang Jinjin stepped forward. "What do you want to do?" Lian Sheng's eyes darkened. "Are you planning to kill my parents? Killing your parents?" "Haha. They caused my mother and older brother's deaths. Shouldn't they be punished?" Yang Jinjin held herself high, thinking Lian Sheng would back down as usual, but this time, Lian Sheng didn't. He raised the knife and rushed toward Yang Jinjin. Ying was quick. He pulled out a military dagger and threw it fiercely at Lian Sheng. The sharp blade pierced into his flesh. Lian Sheng's abdomen immediately bled heavily. Yang Jinjin was stunned, not because Lian Sheng was hurt, but because Lian Sheng was trying to kill her. I quickly stepped back half a step and moved to Eagle Brother's side. "Take mine, use mine. I won't kill you. It's because of Jinjin. You still dare to hurt my people." Eagle Brother pulled out his gun and was about to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a figure appeared from the side door. With a loud, the door was pushed open. He pushed Eagle Brother and Yang Jinjin together into Jiao Jiao's room on the other side. Jiao Jiao inside the room was stunned and scared. Eagle Brother and Yang Jinjin reacted quickly. The door was slammed shut forcefully.
"Dad."
"Hurry and go." Lian Jing tightly held the door handle. Eagle Brother aimed his gun at the lock, about to shoot, but Yang Jinjin pushed him hard. "Are you crazy? My son is outside. Liansheng covered his stomach and hurriedly ran outside. Just before the gunfire, Liansheng suddenly let go and quickly escaped. After going downstairs, he saw Liansheng leaning against a street tree, gasping for breath. Liansheng stepped forward and helped him. "Let's go, Jiao Jiao. Where is your sister? The precious daughter of the Lian family must not be lost." Liansheng's face was pale, and his lower clothes were soaked with blood. "Don't worry. My mom is here. She won't be hurt." Liansheng showed a bitter smile. "But that's not your daughter." Liansheng put Liansheng's arm over his shoulder, and the father and son quickly moved toward the town entrance. Both Liansheng and Liansheng were familiar faces, and everyone in the end-of-world group knew their relationship with Eagle Brother. Now, the street was already filled with groups of refugees. Liansheng blended in with the crowd, and they didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. Upstairs, Eagle Brother and Yang Jinjin had a heated argument. Jiao Jiao took the opportunity to run out. "Jiao Jiao, where are you going?" Yang Jinjin shouted, but got no response. Eagle Brother was about to chase after her. Yang Jinjin blocked the door with her hands and feet. "If you want to kill my son, then kill me first," she said.
You.
Eagle Brother was so angry he couldn't speak. "I'm looking for my daughter. Jiao Jiao is missing. I swear I won't give up on you." Yang Jinjin is Eagle Brother's first love. Eagle Brother has feelings for her. When they were young, he was irresponsible and carefree, and his wife scolded him for being unfaithful. What is impossible always stays in his mind. For many years, he has never forgotten Yang Jinjin. After learning that she gave birth to a daughter for him, he treasures both mother and daughter very much. But it seems that Jiao Jiao doesn't like him as her biological father. When Yang Jinjin told her the truth, she thought her mother was lying to her. Yang Zhen. Where could Jiao Jiao go? She must be looking for her legal father. Although Liansheng has been impatient since childhood, he cares for this daughter.
So,
Liansheng really took her daughter away. Yang Jinjin quickly reacted and hurried out with Eagle Brother. When they reached the town entrance, Liansheng looked back nervously. Eagle Brother and Yang Jinjin had already ridden away on a motorcycle. Jiao Jiao was less than 200 meters away from them. Afraid that her father and brother wouldn't wait for her, Jiao Jiao hurriedly took small steps. Liansheng shouted, "Jiao Jiao!" He could only watch helplessly, heart breaking inside. He stopped his steps, wanting to wait for his little girl. But the motorcycle was getting closer. Liansheng pulled Liansheng, saying, "Hurry up. Eagle Brother will hurt you. Wait for your sister. Let's go." "What are you waiting for?" Liansheng couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "Jiao Jiao is not your daughter at all." Liansheng was struck like lightning. What do you mean? Literally. Are you going or not?" Liansheng clenched his fists, continuing to argue. But he didn't know what he might do next. Liansheng suddenly reacted, his lips turning pale, gripping the knife handle in his hand, and pulled it out suddenly. Pain flooded every nerve ending in his body, as if only this could make him feel a little clearer. Scenes from the past flashed through his mind like slides. Yang Jinjin didn't like his family getting close to Jiao Jiao, nor did she like him being too intimate with Jiao Jiao. There was no reason, no explanation. Is she not his daughter? Is that really his daughter? The survivors and refugees in the post-apocalyptic world all looked over. "I didn't notice earlier. Did I just stab myself? If I want to die, I should find a quiet place. Why are you doing this?" Liansheng took off his scarf and suddenly covered Liansheng's bleeding wound. Liansheng looked into the distance. It was a dark, crowded scene, refugees gathered at the mountain path leading to Gaoshan village. Life seemed to return to its normal course. He saw clearly the path he needed to take. He couldn't die yet. Liansheng covered his stomach and, with Liansheng, blended into the crowd of refugees. Lian Jiao Jiao chased after them from behind, eyes fixed on her father and brother, but she kept moving without stopping. She pushed into the crowd and then secretly slipped into a narrow forest path. Last time she hurt her foot, so this time she was smarter. Instead of walking up the mountain, she picked up a stick, explored the way ahead, and moved forward carefully to avoid traps. Liansheng and Lianjing knew that path too, but their goals were too big, and they worried the refugees might follow. So, they could only climb along the winding mountain road. However, Liansheng was bleeding heavily and couldn't run fast. He told Lianjing to go ahead and informed the Lian family. He stopped to catch his breath and then continued climbing. Brother Eagle's motorcycle had just arrived at the town entrance, but was blocked. There were too many refugees. He couldn't force his way through, or the crowd would scatter, ruining his plan. Eagle immediately organized people to herd all the refugees at the town entrance onto the mountain trail. On the mountain trail, on the left was a cliff, and on the right was a steep wall. The refugees could only go straight ahead. Eagle wasn't worried about them escaping. He brought 3 mutated dogs, tied them to the front of 3 off-road motorcycles, and with Yang Jinjin, followed the refugee group like a shepherd guiding his flock, leading the team toward Gaoshan village. Refugees didn't dare stop when they encountered obstacles or traps. If they hesitated, Eagle and his team would catch up, and the mutated dogs would attack and bite them. Screams and wails echoed through the valley. Liancheng used a drone to monitor Eagle's movements and quickly informed Lining. Lining led a team to head toward Wanshou town. His mission was to hold Eagle back, wear down their strength during the chase, and finally capture them all. But Liancheng never expected there to be so many refugees, more than 10 times the last time. De Peng and Xiaowu hid behind barricades, holding automatic rifles and shooting at the crowded mountain trail. Refugees were like cockroaches. They kept coming wave after wave. While they reloaded, the barricades were pushed down, and the traps were flattened by the bloodied bodies of the refugees. De Peng could only use his powers to build temporary earth walls and fight while retreating. They had done their best but hadn't even engaged the main force of the Apocalypse team. Liancheng saw the signs and, with Lianzan and Chen Liang, carrying grenade launchers and rocket launchers, reached a tricky near the village entrance. From here, they could see the heavily armed team of the Apocalypse group at the back of the crowd. Seeing so many fierce fighters rushing up the mountain, Chen Liang instinctively prepared to attack. But just as his injured hand was about to tighten into a fist, Qi Bao, holding a grenade, shoved it into Chen Liang's hand. Big sister Liang, throw the grenade. Up the bad guys. Chen Liang's fighting spirit was instantly broken. Qi Bao, a small girl, finally got a chance to play with her grenade, so she clung to her brother. Liancheng had initially planned not to bring her along. In the ever-changing battlefield, Eagle was prepared and worried about Qi Bao's safety. But her mischievous nature made everyone worry she might cause trouble, so Liancheng decided to bring her. He also released the robot, which was part of the agreement with Qi Bao. The robot mother would stop Qi Bao from playing with guns and grenades. Liancheng temporarily lifted this restriction but told Qi Bao to keep the robot close. With the robot and Chen Liang's support, Liancheng felt a little more at ease. After the last explosion destroyed the enemy hideout, Qi Bao believed she was a little warrior with lots of combat experience, at least more than the young men in her village. She was eager to show her strength because the bad guys were now at her doorstep. She couldn't stay in her brother's arms. They had agreed that her brother would handle the firing and launching while she would pass him grenades. But she was too short and kept needing to stand on tiptoe to hand the grenades to her brother. She loved sharing fun with her friends. Big sister Liang seemed like she would help her, so Qi Bao automatically took on the role of second gunner. Liancheng, Lianzan, firing their grenade launchers and rocket launchers simultaneously, and Qi Bao clapped her tiny paws and cheered, roar boom. The grenades are exploding. Go, see go, fatty, keep going. He clenched his small fists and raised them, continuing to move the cannonballs with effort. Fortunately, Qi Bao lives at a low altitude, far enough away, so he can't see the bloody scenes. Otherwise, he would have nightmares again tonight. After a wave of continuous gunfire, the drone team led by Qiu Wu and Zhao Yan appeared, with Han Mubai controlling from afar, firing additional shots at the gunmen who were lying on the roadside. Trying to look up, a small figure crawled out from the wreckage of limbs and blood, wiped the blood from his face, and kept rushing toward the mountaintop. The attack rhythm of the end-time society was disrupted but the refugees still fled toward Gaoshan village. The alien dogs have a sharp sense of gunfire and all avoided it effectively, so although the End Times Society's team was temporarily suppressed, their deterrence over the refugees remained strong. Even more, because of the gunfire, the alien dogs became more aggressive, their fur standing up like sharp steel needles. Meanwhile, in Wanshou town, Lining led Sun Qitian and Wan Hai, successfully capturing the town entrance, as most of the End Times Society's main force had already moved out. Fewer than 200 militants were hiding in the streets, preparing for ambushes. After a round of shelling, Sun Qitian gathered his spiritual power, forming a water dragon that swept through the entire street. The town was flooded, and water-based abilities thrived. Many guns and homemade explosives of the End Times Society failed to work. Lin Ying and his team easily captured over 100 members of the society, successfully taking Wanshou town and capturing the police station. As they entered the police station, Sun Qitian eagerly said, "The leader of the End Times Society is a guy called Sengge, wearing a pighead mask. He usually hides in the police station and rarely shows himself. Everyone, go find him and don't let him escape." Chunga said this person was very important. Maybe we can uncover some secrets about the End Times Society. They searched every corner and nook, but Sun Qitian only found a pighead mask in the director's office and no sign of Sengge. Could it be that he received news and escaped early? After sporadic fighting, the heroes cleared the remnants of the End Times Society from the police station. The rioters were all driven out and crouched in the police hall, holding their heads. "Ingzi, no one upstairs." "Nothing here either." "Where are the police?" "We found a few corpses in the detention room," Brother Shaowen said, lowering his head. There was a long silence afterward. Lin Ying went to the detention room. Seeing the young officers dead one by one, her eyes reddened, and she couldn't help but curse. She turned around and killed all the members of the End Times Society. They didn't have time to delay. A small group stayed in the town, but most of the troops had to rush back to support Gaoshan village. It was getting dark. When Lin Ying led the team to charge into Gaoshan village, Brother Ying and the others broke through another line of defense. The refugees either fled or were killed. The thugs of the End Times Society saw that the villagers of Gaoshan village had guns and cannons, and they hesitated. Shouts and screams came from behind. Brother Ying tried to contact Brother Sang, and the others left in Wanshou town. Without a doubt, there was no response. To the southwest of Wanshou town, a large group of refugees, like frightened birds, scattered and ran in all directions. Among the refugees, a few wore old, torn hats and ragged cotton clothes, with their hands in their sleeves. It was clear they were together. The person walking at the front had his hat pulled low, walking quickly with his head down, and a faint tattoo of a poppy flower was visible on the back of his neck. Disguised as a crow, Beige and some trusted followers followed closely behind. They hijacked Detective Tan from Wanshou Town Police Station, connected with a security team leader from Wanan Town, and quickly left in a van. Surrounded in a narrow mountain path, a group of desperate bandits in the apocalypse knew they had no choice but to follow Brother Eagle, regroup, and fight to the end. A fierce gunfight broke out at the mountain pass. Both sides suffered casualties. Brother Eagle's eyes turned red with rage. His body radiated violent energy, as if about to burst out of his 7 orifices. Suddenly, Brother Eagle froze. Then he remembered something. He tried to gather spiritual energy in his chest. A huge flame erupted from his mouth. Ha ha! Brother Eagle let out a wild, crazy laugh. Yang Jinjin, sitting in the passenger seat, was startled. She knew Brother Eagle had special powers, but she didn't realize his power was so uncontrollable. Just as Brother Eagle was about to unleash everything and break through the last barrier, Yang Jinjin couldn't hold back and stopped him. There was enough chaos on the front line without him adding to it. They could split up, take a side path, and attack directly. Brother Eagle abandoned his off-road motorcycle and took Yang Jinjin onto a mutated dog. They followed that they had explored before, heading into the dense forest. The forest had traps, but the mutated dog was quick and strong, so those traps were useless against it. However, The other members of the Apocalypse group weren't so lucky. Not far away, many paid a heavy price, leaving injured comrades behind to escape and survive. The drone quickly spotted Brother Eagle and the others and alerted the village's self-defense team. On the mountain path, their last line of defense was about to be broken. Lien Chung donated a power storage box, and the elders and villagers set up a 2-meter-high electric fence around Wu Guofu's house and the village entrance. The ammunition in the artillery box was used up. Retreat. Lien Chung grabbed a grenade launcher, just about to pull out the robot mom. Xiao Bao, with small legs, quickly ran away with her. Chun Jing followed closely. Lien Chung hesitated for a moment. Xiao Bao was very anxious, stretching out her little arms and waving vigorously. Go, let's go. How do I tell her it's a retreat, not a pull? Quickly caught up. Qi Bao was like a spinning top, rolling quickly toward the village entrance, looking around carefully with sharp eyes and ears. When noticing something unusual, it would stop to observe closely. Seeing that the older brothers hadn't caught up, it would turn back and wave its little hand, wait a few seconds, then continue running. Lianqing almost forgot. Escaping was what the little one was best at. He regrouped with Da Peng, Qiu Wu, and others, and they retreated back into the village. No guns or bullets closed the courtyard gate. The self-defense team will hold the pass. After giving the order, Lianqing waved his hand. Retreat. Refugees mixed with the remnants of the end-of-world gang, rushing in. The power switch was pulled up, sparks flew from the electric fence. Some people, trying to dodge, were pushed and bumped into the fence from behind. The smell of burnt flesh spread at the village entrance. A few charred bodies hung on the electric fence. The self-defense team guarding the village entrance fired a burst of bullets and continued to retreat to their designated defensive positions. These plans were both expected and unexpected. They had originally planned to defend the village with 3 barriers and traps set in the woods, but they didn't expect so many casualties. If they couldn't hold the entrance, they would have to defend in sections. Lianqing, along with Da Peng and Chen Liang, returned to the east side of the village. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and Aunt all hid behind the high walls of the courtyard. Qi Bao ran very fast, using both hands and feet to jump over the threshold, hiding behind the door frame, secretly sticking out its little head. Go, Sigogo, Sister Liang. Quick, bad guys are coming. It waved its little hands hurriedly at everyone. These adults really made it hard for the little one to relax. They wouldn't even run away. Lianqing and the others stopped at the fork in the road, hiding behind a pile of red bricks. From afar, they could see the old Lien family house. Seeing the courtyard gate wasn't closed properly, Qi Bao didn't hide well. Lianqing turned to Chen Liang and said, "You go back." Chen Liang was momentarily stunned. She is good at close combat, but can only follow a group of people blindly. So, there is a good reason why Lianqing asked her to go back. Chen Liang quietly stepped back into the Lien family courtyard, expressionless. Qi Bao rested her small hand on the doorframe, straightening her little neck, still looking around. Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, aunts, and Lien and also imitated Qi Bao, leaning on the doorframe and looking toward the fork in the road. Chen Liang. She is not good at explaining reasons, nor at refusing Qi Bao. Lianqing was worried that his special abilities might accidentally hurt his own family, so he made everyone stay inside the courtyard. But clearly, the family didn't fully understand his intentions. Lianqing suddenly appeared outside the courtyard door. Grandpa, Grandma, go back quickly. Before he could explain, he picked up Qi Bao, quickly placed her in Grandma's arms, and then with a loud, closed the courtyard gate. Qi Bao. We agreed to fight together, right? Qi Bao kicked her little feet and slipped out of Grandma's arms. She went to poke at the hole in the corner of the courtyard. How dare they leave the baby behind? How dare they break their promise? She was very angry. If Lianqing were here, he would definitely grab her by the back of her dress and lift her up. But Lianqing was not here.
No one was taking care of this bad person.
Grandpa and Grandma tried to coax her. Qi Bao, get up quickly. Grandma will cook you some small yellow soybeans to eat. Yes, Chi Bao, get up quickly. Grandpa will weave a little grasshopper for you to play with. It's either eating or playing. Can't the baby do something serious? Auntie and uncles tried to reason. Chi Bao, it's dangerous outside. You can't go out. There are bad people who might catch you. Bad people are super mean and might hit children. It's dangerous and there are bad people. She's just a little kid, but she wants to go outside. Her brothers are still outside. Her brothers can't even run away. What if she gets bullied by bad people? Lien and was also very curious about what was happening outside and wanted to go out to see. So he didn't stop Chi Bao but instead sat nearby, scratching his head in worry. His mother found it annoying and decided to lock him in a room. The family was worried about brothers Lien Cheng and Lien Zan. They couldn't always stay with the little ones. Grandpa and the two uncles went upstairs to watch the situation and see if they could help. Zhao Yan was on the roof with Xiao Tsong, Lien Xing, and Lien Luan, controlling a drone to keep an eye on the enemies outside the village. But the drone's ammunition was limited, and it had to return home after a couple of minutes to reload. It was a busy time. Only the mother-in-law, daughter-in-law, and Chi Bao were left in the yard. The pigsty where the animals went back in was sealed shut with yellow mud bricks by Lien Cheng. Chi Bao was just a small baby girl, and with only tiny hands, she couldn't go outside. Seeing Chi Bao busy and fussing, the women felt a little sad. The second aunt, who was best at comforting children, tried everything but couldn't get Chi Bao to look at her. Today, the little girl was unusually stubborn about going outside. In the end, the eldest aunt had to pick her up, but in a moment, the little girl slipped away again. They played a game of wits and patience, and after several rounds, the grandma and the eldest aunt gave up. The grandma leaned against the wall, catching her breath. The eldest aunt massaged her lower back and slowly sat down on a garden chair. Let her try. See if she can go out today. Oh, the second aunt quietly poured herself a cup of tea, took a sip, and then poured a cup for the grandma and the mother-in-law. Chi Bao looked back at the eldest aunt, grabbed a small shovel with her tiny hands, and held it tightly. Who said she couldn't go out? Last time, when digging the hole, I hurt my little hand. My brother and aunt were very worried for a long time. She was very prepared from the start. Grandma didn't expect that Chi Bao could really poke through the hole. She hesitated for a second, then Chi Bao suddenly darted out, not forgetting to grab her small bear backpack and toy water gun. Grandma's legs went weak with fear. Just as she was about to shout, a figure leapt into the air and flew out. At the same time, the robot mother followed, bending one leg to jump over the wall. Old man, Fan Rong. Chi Bao ran away. Quickly come down and turn off the power switch. Grandma half knelt on the ground, completely shocked. What? Grandpa, uncle, and my friends hurried down and casually turned off the power switch. As the gate opened, they saw Chi Bao being protected by Chun Liang and a robot. The family members just let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a loud crackling sound and a burst of bright fire appeared at the village entrance. Everyone had just found their positions to defend when members of the End Times Society rushed in. Lien Sheng, supported by Lien Zheng, appeared at the open area east of the village. They originally planned to return to report, but unexpectedly, they were stopped outside the village. They could only blend in with the refugees and rush in together. Grandma immediately recognized the father and son and was about to go to them, but Grandpa held her back. That area was the main battlefield. Entering meant risking being mistaken for enemies or getting hurt by their own people. Lien Sheng was badly injured, and Lien Zheng helped him stumble toward a fork in the road. Suddenly, 3 mutated dogs howled loudly, resembling wolves and dogs. A drone briefly lost track of the mutated dogs, then at the entrance of a small path, at the electric fence, the fence was broken by a female mutated dog, and the 3 fierce beasts were chased to this point. The 3 beasts had tough fur that seemed to resist bullets. The damage caused by the drone, which was weaker than a regular automatic weapon, was limited. Villagers hiding in the corners and narrow passages kept firing cold guns. Eagle Brother pulled Yang Jinjin down from the back of a dog. He patted the mutated dog's head and said, "Go now. The hunt begins. These people are yours. The three mutated dogs, following Eagle Brothers' command, became very fierce. As the remnants of the End Times Society gathered, Eagle Brothers spat out a cold fire energy ball and threw it around. He wanted to force the villagers hiding in the shadows to come out. But how could Lien Cheng let him succeed? A sudden hurricane swept in, like countless tiny blades tearing through flesh and skin. Even the three strange dogs felt threatened and jumped away in fear. One of the strange dogs had its eyelid cut open by the wind, creating a large. But the damage wasn't enough. The dog spun around, scratching its eyelid with its claws. The beast roared loudly, and the dog's fur stood on end. It arched its back and showed its sharp teeth. The slaughter has just begun. Three fierce beasts were angered and began attacking indiscriminately. Many apocalypse bandits died tragically under the claws of alien dogs. Some farmyard walls were knocked down by the claws of alien dogs. Lien Cheng drew a tang sword and struck the alien dog from behind. The alien dog howled, and a shallow blood wound appeared along its back. It then went into a frenzy, and Lien Cheng quickly moved, swinging his sword. The alien dog retreated a step and faced Lien Cheng directly. A female dog was holding Lien Cheng off. She was clearly no match for him. Just as Lien Cheng was about to deliver a killing, a male dog feigned a move and suddenly attacked from the side. Two alien dogs cornered him from both sides. Lien Cheng was not hurt but found it a bit difficult to fight. Another alien dog was unrestrained, running wildly and biting anyone nearby, pouncing at the light. Bullets whizzed through the air, gunfire and explosions echoed non-stop. The flames lit up the night like daytime. Big Fatty would create a dirt wall to temporarily defend villagers during attacks. Though the wall couldn't withstand a claw from an alien dog, it could buy some time for villagers to escape. Eagle Brothers' psychic powers kept activating, spreading the fire. The momentum of the apocalypse bandits grew stronger. The open area in the village fell into chaos. Grandpas, grandmas, uncles, and aunts were so angry they almost couldn't hold back, grabbing sticks and machetes, eager to fight. But facing enemies directly, with psychic powers mixed with firearms, was not a battle for the older generation. When they reached the fork in the road, Lien Cheng's team was blocked back by Lien Zan. Lien Cheng withdrew from his position and mainly guarded the crossroads to prevent anyone, refugees or bandits, from passing. Chun Jing stood calmly behind Qi Bao, trying to control her emotions as much as possible. Qi Bao was very anxious. Go, keep going. Like that, hit the bad dogs. Bad dogs. Pai Pai suddenly appeared from a corner, scrambling around at Qi Bao's feet. Woof, woof, woof. Chi, why are you so excited? Just a couple of bites. I'm not as fierce as this dog, Qi Bao. She glared disdainfully at Pai Pai. Grabbing one of the dog's ears, she said, Li Kong, this is useless. Don't be so scared of dog paper. Regarding her spoiled dog, it only eats and refuses to work, acting as if it's the boss. Pai Pai feels very upset. Woof, woof, woof. Let go of Woof. Let Woof go. Qi Bao dismissively flicks the dog's ear and claps her small hands. Pai Pai. Although a bit scared, what's wrong with that female dog? I can't beat the city's big villain, so she bullies her chubby, silly dog? Big Fat is fat, but he's a quick and agile fat dog. As a person with special abilities, he has basic skills. But the other dog's lack of sportsmanship is clear. Originally, he was evenly matched with Lien Cheng, but when he saw Big Fat approaching, he lunged at him. Big Fat. He can't even fight one dog and two. He's completely helpless. His silly, chubby dog is only chased by him. Other dogs can't do it. The dog's mouth twitches slightly. Pai Pai grins, showing sharp teeth, and a green light flashes in his eyes. Big Fat only feels a dazzling white shadow with a hint of black flash past his eyes, and then that strange dog was knocked down, but only knocked down. The strange dog reacts quickly and fights with Pai Pai, finally turning into a one-on-one battle. Lien Cheng wants to quickly deal with the strange creature, but Brothering seems to sense his plan, constantly throwing energy at him, creating opportunities for the strange dog to attack. But Brothering forgot that the strange dog fears fire. Except for the one fighting Pai Pai, the other two strange dogs are forced back. Without enough spiritual power to gather, Lien Chung can only shoot 2 wind blades at Brother Ing and quickly pursue the 2 fleeing strange dogs. Big Fat wipes the sweat from his forehead. His spiritual power is almost gone. He's risking his life, but finally saves himself. Bad Uncle chased away the bad dog? Chi Bao. She glances at her little chubby paw. All are fire-type abilities, but why does she only have a small flame? Frustrated, she kept shaking her hands. As the battle grew more intense, a small figure appeared in the midst of the flames, flickering light illuminating her blurry shadow. She looked far away at Chi Bao. She first chased after her father and brother, but gradually, she didn't know what she was doing anymore. All she knew was that many people had died. She was afraid her grandfather and grandmother might be gone. She was worried about those relatives she once disliked but now felt a strange attachment to. Chi Bao waved her little arms desperately. There are bad people. Run. Run quickly. Even Jiao Jiao stopped moving her feet. She no longer knew where to go. She looked at the entrance of the Lien family courtyard, wiped her tears. Grandpa, Grandma, the bad uncle wants to kill Dad and brother. Please save my dad. Save him. Grandma waved her hand. Jiao Jiao, come here, quickly. Just as Jiao Jiao was about to go to her grandma, suddenly, a faint voice came. Jiao Jiao, Dad is here, here. Lien Sheng, weak as a thread, barely managed to say. Jiao Jiao looked at Lien Sheng lying against an old locust tree. Without hesitation, she turned her steps. Jiao Jiao, don't go. I am your dad. Eagle Ge shouted loudly. Jiao Jiao stopped in her tracks. She glanced at Eagle Ji's direction, then looked tearfully at Lien Sheng. Is she really not her father's daughter? She didn't know what to do anymore. Jiao Jiao stood there stunned, when suddenly a shadow covered her. A strange dog, chased by Lien Sheng, suddenly leapt up, instinctively opening its bloody mouth to attack. Lien Sheng couldn't catch up. His heart sank, as if a sharp wind turned solid. 2 crescent-shaped cold blades shot through the air. The strange dog's light fur was cut open along its belly. It howled loudly, but kept lunging forward. Just as Jiao Jiao's life was in danger, a figure suddenly darted out of the darkness. Covering her, Yang Jinjin was bitten on the neck by the strange dog. She shook it fiercely and was thrown away. At the same time, a gust of wind swept past, carrying Jiao Jiao away from the danger zone. Lien Sheng hesitated. It was Lien Zheng. Lien Sheng never expected that Lien Zheng would awaken a wind-type, supernatural power. Before he could think, Lien Sheng gathered his spiritual energy and kept attacking the strange dog. Everything happened so fast. The Lien family members were all stunned. Most importantly, what did Brother Ing just say? Was Lien Jiao Jiao his daughter? Grandma turned her gaze to Lien Sheng. She was eager to ask what was really going on. Her steps were unsteady, and she ignored Lien Zhan and the others trying to stop her. Lien Sheng looked toward Grandma, struggled to stand, and walked over, kneeling with a thud.
Mum, I'm sorry.
I was wrong. I shouldn't have. Before he finished, Grandma grabbed his collar. Tell me, whose daughter is Jiao Jiao? Whose? Lien Sheng looked down and said nothing. He moved slightly, and blood poured from his abdomen. Grandma sensed something was wrong and crouched down, looking at where Lien Sheng was holding himself. Son, what's wrong? What happened? Lien Sheng finally couldn't hold on and collapsed into Grandma's arms. He reached out with his bloody hand, trying to touch Grandma's face. It was a tragic moment, an old person losing a young one. He might have let Grandma down again.
Mum, I'm sorry.
I couldn't give the Lien family a daughter.
Sorry.
In the next life, I will be a good son. As he finished speaking, Lien Sheng's arms suddenly fell, and he took his last breath. 4th brother, Lien Sheng. Sheng, my son. Grandma's voice was hysterical. Amid the chaotic gunfire, it sounded especially out of place. Lien Zhan, along with his biological father and uncle, risked their lives through the gunfire, pulling Grandma and Lien Sheng toward a side path. Lien Zheng protected Jiao Jiao from afar. He wanted to see his father one more time, but was afraid that the Lien family might hurt Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao broke free from Lian Zheng's hand and ran away crying.
Dad, Grandma.
Wait for me. Wait for us. Jiao Jiao. Lian Zheng had to follow behind. Seeing Yang Zhenjin unable to be saved, Lian Jiao Jiao also ran away with others. Brother Ying was very angry. Just as he stepped forward to stop Lian Jiao Jiao, a string of strange little fireballs floated slowly toward him, like tiny bubbles rising in water. But they were indeed fireballs, very small one by one. Seeing someone trying to hurt grandma, uncle, and friends, Qibao became very anxious. So she quickly ran out from the fork in the road, clenching her small fists and poking them, imagining hitting Brother Ying. The blue flames in her hand flickered occasionally.
Wow.
Oh. Qibao seemed to discover a new world, her big eyes watching the small fireballs float. Brother Ying became a bit panicked. He snatched a gun from a minion nearby and fired wildly at the fork in the road and the old Lien family's direction, the gunfire flashing in the air. People outside the scene held their breath. At the moment the gunfire lit up, the robot's chest lit up with a red light. A mechanical arm instantly transformed into a shield, blocking Qibao, and the other arm turned into a Gatling-style rotary gun. Clang, clang, clang. Bullets hit the explosion-proof shield, making a harsh noise, while the mechanical arm's gun barrel rotated rapidly. Fierce bullets shot out. Brother Ying was shot in the shoulder. He reached out with his long arm, grabbing a minion to use as a shield. Chen Liang protected Qibao and stepped back half a step. Then, with the fastest speed, he moved quickly, grabbing Brother Ying's neck and throwing him several meters away. He looked at where Brother Ying had fallen. Chen Liang clenched both fists tightly, trying desperately to remind himself not to chase after him, or he wouldn't be able to protect Qibao. Brother Ying. If he were an ordinary person, he would be dead. But he was a mutant. Although his powers were in a semi-disabled state, he rubbed his neck and stood up. Hey Neo, kill them all, kill her. Hearing Brother Ying's command, the three alien dogs, although still fighting, instinctively moved closer to him. All three dogs had various injuries, especially the female dog that Pai Pai had beaten badly. Her bite wounds looked messy, while the cuts caused by wind element powers were cleaner, mainly around her weaker eyes and nose. Although Pai Pai had severely injured the enemy dogs, he was only a young dog himself and not in the best shape either. Pai Pai's healing ability was clearly extraordinary. The large on his hind leg, caused by the alien dogs, was healing visibly fast. Both Pai Pai and the shape-shifting dogs were in states of biological transformation unlike anything seen in the city before. Their bodies were dozens of times stronger than normal dogs. Pai Pai was smarter and more human-like, while the three shape-shifting dogs were already semi-insane and bloodthirsty. Based on his initial judgment, Pai Pai and the two male shape-shifting dogs had combat power comparable to high-level exotic beasts from his previous life. High-level exotic beasts that hadn't fully transformed? That was very strange. Pai Pai could be explained by having drunk spiritual spring water, but what about the three big wolves? In the normal process of animal transformation, besides environmental influence, it also requires consuming many of their own kind or higher-level species. Lian Cheng frowned slightly. Just a few days ago, he had only stepped into the high-level stage. When both sides had roughly equal strength, they fell into a stalemate. A male dog kept testing the edges, seemingly looking for a weakness in Lian Cheng. Feigning a move, he took the chance and suddenly rushed toward Qibao. Qibao, carrying a small bear backpack and a tiny water gun, looked very annoyed. Does he think baby is easy to bully? The chubby little hand swung fiercely. Take this fireball. Let's see if you can catch it. Chen Liang held Qibao back behind him. The robot switched to battle mode and stood less than a meter away from Qibao. The usual display screen that teased Qibao closed up, replaced by two red infrared sensors that spun around 360 degrees, quickly scanning the surroundings to check for danger. Just as the robot locked onto the transforming dog and prepared for close combat, a small fireball floated out again. Qibao's little hand was still swinging, but it couldn't stop it. Lian Cheng found it unbelievable. Was the little one just playing here? But as soon as he thought that, the attacking transforming dog howled loudly.
Could it really?
Run away? Is this dog afraid of fire? Lien Cheng suddenly understood and immediately called out, Qibao, throw some more fireballs. Qibao responded with an, oh, and became even more energetic. Lien Cheng controlled his wind powers, like playing tennis, sending all the small fireballs toward the mutated dog. 3 transforming dogs barked and ran toward the village entrance, one with its fur on fire, rolling on the ground. Lien Cheng took the chance to pierce its neck with a sword through the burnt fur. The female dog was killed, and the male dog went crazy, fighting back fiercely. One was bitten on the neck by Pippi, and another was pushed back by Lien Cheng's sword. Eagle Go threw a fireball to attack secretly. Lien Cheng released his spiritual power and hit the male dog with a fireball. Just as the male dog turned to attack Lien Cheng again, a ball of fire suddenly hit it, causing flames to burst all over its body. It howled and ran toward the village entrance. Suddenly, gunfire sounded. The burning male dog was shot and killed by the security team at the village entrance. Eagle Go wanted to throw another fireball at Lien Cheng when suddenly, a dirt wall rose from the ground. De Peng also joined the fight. De Peng, protect the villagers. Yes, De Peng, looking silly, scratched his head. Is this really necessary? He quickly turned around and went to help the villagers. The members of the Apocalypse group were still struggling desperately, trying to break through in scattered groups. Earth element powers didn't work well for attacks, but blocking bullets was still easy for him. Pippi was fighting with another male dog. Lien Cheng couldn't find the right angle to attack and kept glancing at Eagle Brother. About 10 gun-wielding bandits were approaching Eagle Brother, crowding around as they retreated toward the village entrance. Lien Cheng seized the moment, drew his knife, and exposed the skin of his henchman to the air. His skin quickly developed countless tiny cuts. Eagle Brother burned his last bit of spiritual power, ready to go berserk. Suddenly, a huge water sphere covered him, giving him a chilling sensation. Eagle Brother staggered back several steps. Sun Qitian's thin figure appeared at the empty village entrance. Lien Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? Sun Qitian rolled his eyes at Lien Cheng. Is this really the time to ask that? They had encountered deserters and refugees from the Apocalypse group. Lin Ying was leading the team and couldn't leave at the moment. He was too worried about Qibao and his family. So, using his powers, he first ran up the mountain alone. But he didn't expect the mountain to be full of corpses, shocking and horrifying. Seeing that his family was safe, Sun Qitian finally let out a breath. They're coming soon. Eagle Brother saw that the situation was hopeless and grabbed a few remaining soldiers. Quick! Break through! Eagle Brother, a sharp female voice suddenly sounded. Yang Zhenjin was still alive. One arm was hitting the ground, trying to get attention. Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Eagle Brother looked in Yang Zhenjin's direction, then shifted his gaze to Lien Jiao Jiao behind the red bricks. In the face of life and death, women and daughters seemed unimportant. Eagle Brother, surrounded by a few henchmen, quickly retreated toward the village entrance. Sun Qitian, with water element powers, formed ice spikes of various sizes and shot them out rapidly. The bandits and refugees at the village entrance were blocked from escaping. At the same time, intense gunfire and explosions rang out, with countless bullets and grenades whistling through the air. Sun Qitian had to dodge and move aside to clear the path. People from the End Times Society fought desperately like trapped animals. Lien Cheng used his spiritual power to summon a strong wind. Eagle Brother and others were instantly thrown into chaos, their faces almost scraped off. Even Pai Pai, fighting with alien dogs, was affected. It barked non-stop. The great villain was no longer acting human. Why did he accidentally hurt Pai Pai? Lien Cheng took the opportunity to push away the alien dog. He aimed carefully and stabbed his knife into the dog's eye. Pai Pai. It was still young. This was too violent and not good. Lien Cheng held the knife handle tightly. The alien dog's head shook vigorously, claws scratching wildly. Lien Cheng lost his footing, staggered 2 steps, and was thrown back by the dog. He grabbed the knife handle and just stood up. The alien dog's huge body wobbled and suddenly collapsed with a loud crash. The situation completely turned around. Eagle Brother and his group had no more support. The villagers opened their courtyard gates. They fought against the remnants of the End Times society. Suddenly, the scene became chaotic again. "Drop your weapons, no killing." A drone flew overhead, looping the same phrase. Lien Chung recognized the voice. It was Han Mubai. Most refugees stopped attacking almost at once. A few of the End Times Society henchmen squatted by the roadside. Eagle Brother and some others ran away, scattered gunfire echoing along the mountain path. Lien Chung and Sun Qitian chased after Eagle Brother.
Kui Bao quickly stepped forward. Go, knock, Kui Bao dök.
Qi Bao, follow orders, go home quickly. Lianqing turned around and shouted loudly, then quickly disappeared at the village entrance. Left behind again, left the baby behind. This big brother needs to go, he needs to go. Bad guy. Qi Bao pouted in frustration, tiptoeing on the gravel, hitting it with her little hands, almost throwing a small fireball again. She turned and saw Auntie and Uncle coming out with medical supplies and a stretcher. Qi Bao obediently walked over and held Auntie's hand. Auntie's fingers stiffened, and she looked down at the short, sturdy girl. "Qi Bao, it's dangerous outside. Quickly let Sister Liang take you home." This little troublemaker was too annoying. She couldn't handle it. Qi Bao's little mouth pouted. If her brother didn't take her, fine. But now Auntie seemed to dislike her too. Tears fell down her small face, and she hopped on her short legs, raising her tiny arms. Big brother.
Qi Bao needs help.
Wake up, hug. Okay, follow me. Qi Bao will help. What else can we do? Crying, throwing a tantrum, and acting cute, she knew how to get her way perfectly. She couldn't do anything about the stubborn big brother. Auntie handed Qi Bao a roll of gauze. Qi Bao hugged it and ran off happily. Where was the promised hug? Qi Bao hurriedly ran toward the village entrance. The self-defense team had just fought to stop Eagle Go and others from escaping, and several people were injured or killed. Second Aunt Qing Konglan was already helping villagers with rescue work, accompanied by Chun Liangru, who was always nearby. The robot mother also stayed close, always on alert. One of the remaining bandits from the apocalypse was trying to secretly shoot again, but the robot mother quickly caught him. A white smoke came from the gun on the robot's right arm. The bandit was shot in the head and died instantly. This incident boosted Qi Bao's confidence, making her feel braver. Second Aunt was helping to treat the wounds, pressing on the bleeding spot. Since she was not a professional, she was a bit clumsy at first. They only did basic first aid, stopping bleeding and bandaging. More treatment had to wait until Dr. Li arrived. But the wounds looked very serious, and as an ordinary person, Second Aunt found it hard to handle them. Qi Bao looked at Second Aunt and the injured person. She was familiar with this kind of task. She quickly handed over some gauze. Second Aunt looked at Qi Bao, paused for a moment. This little girl seemed to understand her thoughts without crying or making trouble, and immediately handed her what she needed. Her little one was so thoughtful. Tears welled up in Second Aunt's eyes, but she steadied herself and continued working. She disinfected, cleaned the wounds, applied medicine, and wrapped bandages. Qi Bao memorized each step carefully. She found what was needed and handed it to Second Aunt one by one. Second Aunt became more skilled as she went along. Qi Bao took out her small water cup. Whether it was painkillers, anti-inflammatory medicine, or other drugs, she finally just said, "Drink water." At this moment, the small water gun became a bit of a hindrance. Qi Bao took advantage of the lack of attention to hide the water gun in her space. Then she continued to work hard. The women in the village noticed the gunfire fading and opened their courtyard doors to help treat the injured. Under the faint glow of the firelight, Qi Bao looked like a tiny spinning top, rolling around. Brave children saw this and, ignoring their parents' protests, ran out to help. Auntie and Second Auntie, along with a few quick-handed young wives, moved from the village to the village entrance and then along the mountain path, prioritizing the treatment of seriously injured people. Their pace quickened more and more. Meanwhile, little Qibao was starting to feel overwhelmed. Her tiny feet moved very fast. Her water supply was running low. In the end, Qibao gave her last sip of water to a thin, young-looking refugee who seemed very weak and was lying still. Qibao felt very upset. She was so careless, wasting her water. She looked around, but no one noticed her. It was dark and small, hiding by the roadside, unnoticed by anyone, except Chen Liang and the robot, who kept their eyes fixed on Qibao. Qibao quickly slipped into her space. Chen Liang stood silently, waiting patiently for her to come out. The robot looked a bit anxious, holding up a shield and walking back and forth, searching for Qibao. Inside the space, Qibao was busy. Her spiritual spring had been drained completely. Qibao was very worried. She kept pacing around the spiritual spring, constantly digging at the small stones near it. Where did everyone go? They were almost digging 3 feet underground. Suddenly, the mist by the spiritual spring cleared, and a mountain range appeared faintly in the distance. Qibao didn't understand it either, but the snow on the mountain top melted, forming small streams that flowed continuously from the peak. Qibao was caught off guard and got soaked through. Cough, cough, cough. Qibao emerged from the bottom of the spring. Luckily, her brother had taken her to a swimming pool before. She hadn't learned perfect swimming, but she managed to dog paddle just enough. Qibao struggled to climb onto the shore. Earlier, she had used up all her water, and now there was too much again. If this keeps up, what if her secret base gets flooded? She used her special power to dry the water a little. In a flash, she appeared outside the space again. Qibao started helping everyone indiscriminately. Good people, bad people, if they were alive, she helped them. She kept pouring water, crazy about it. She even used a small water gun, spraying the healing spring water onto people's wounds as if it were free. The spring inside the space was filling up. Qibao, worried, shouted anxiously, "It's all over. Oh dear, little chicks, little ducks, little rabbits, my little friends are going to be washed away." Chen Liang. He was a bit confused and didn't understand what was going on. The robot tried to analyze this confusing behavior of the young human, but in the end, Qibao was rushing around in a hurry. Soon, she realized the spring had absorbed all the water. Her secret base wasn't flooded after all. She wiped away a small tear, pretending nothing had happened. And then she continued to chase after her ants. Lian Cheng and Sun Qitian easily caught up with Eagle Brother. Eagle Brother's remaining soldiers were blocked by the Hero League. Meanwhile, a drone hovered on the hillside, looping a voice message. "Surrender and lay down your weapons. No one will be harmed." One by one, the henchmen around him put down their weapons. Eagle Brother got anxious, pushed past everyone, and suddenly jumped straight off the cliff. He was a person with special powers. Maybe he still had a chance if he jumped. No one else knew, but Lian Chen could also guess what he was thinking. A strong wind ability howled as it shot up from the cliff, knocking Brother Ing onto it across the road. Sun Qitian was about to check if Brother Ing was alive or dead. Suddenly, a small boy of about 7 or 8 appeared out of nowhere, holding a dagger. He stabbed it into Brother Ying's neck. He looked more like a demon than a child. "Kill them! Kill them!" The boy tried to stab Brother Ing again, but Sun Qitian grabbed him. He felt a bit sorry for the boy. The boy's face showed despair and hatred, a look Sun Qitian knew well. He had seen it on many faces, including his own in the past. Sun Qitian knocked the boy out and held him in his arms. "Brother Cheng, with so many refugees and trash from the end-of-world group, what should we do?" Lian Cheng raised an eyebrow. "I have my plans," but he still needed to ask Lining for his opinion. There was no place to bury all the dead, and keeping some might be useful. The refugees and members of the end-of-world group sat scattered along the mountain path. Lining took their guns, set guards every few steps, and kept watch over them. A few frightened refugees and end-of-world group members ran into the dense forest in panic. Lining wanted the League of Heroes to chase after them, but Lian Cheng stopped him. "Don't pursue them blindly. It will only increase casualties. Plus, there are traps in the forest and it's too dark. Liancheng looked at the snow-covered mountain peaks in the distance, lost in thought. Lining nodded. That made sense. After a day of fighting, everyone was tired. The villagers herded the refugees onto the mountain path. Chun Guangxing brought ropes, and Lining arranged for people to tie up the refugees and bandits who still had some fight left. Qibao carried her small hands, held her head high, and walked proudly. Seeing the injured refugees and bandits, she tilted her head cutely and asked, "Are you hurt? Does it hurt? Where did this little girl come from? Was she making fun of them?" She walked away, then went to a woman who was hurt, squatted down, and looked directly at her face. "Are you hurt? Does it hurt?" The woman shook her head while crying. Compared to losing loved ones, this pain was nothing. Qibao kindly took out a small water cup. "Shui, just a little sip. With this small sip, at least he won't be in danger." Liancheng initially thought Qibao hadn't seen him, so he stopped paying attention to him. Now, he realized that the little one was actually doing it on purpose. He hurriedly grabbed Qibao. "You care about bad people, but ignore your brother. Do you understand now?" Qibao raised a small arm, broke free from his brother's hold, and fed the water to the woman. After doing that, he gave Liancheng a small glare. Then he stomped his feet and walked down the mountain. "Liancheng, this kid is getting more mischievous." "Little rascal Qibao, it's so late. Not going home? Be careful the mountain tiger doesn't carry you away." Xibao's little steps suddenly stopped. Wow, she was pretending too much. She turned around and hummed at Liancheng. She lifted her small head and went to find her aunts. Liancheng followed at a moderate distance. After the village women treated the villagers and the League of Heroes for their injuries and moved all the seriously wounded back to the village, they left the mountain path. On the stretchers of Uncle Da and Uncle Air, Liancheng saw many familiar faces. Some were covered with white cloth, and some were barely breathing. Liancheng stood at the village entrance and called out to Big Fatty. After asking about the detailed battle damage, he had him build 2 thick earthen walls at both ends of the mountain path to trap the refugees and bandits inside. Then, he arranged for guards to watch over them. Only then did he take Lin Ying and the others back home. Qibao did not go home with Uncle and Auntie. Instead, she waited for her brother. But she kept humming and refused to be hugged or held by anyone. She crossed her arms, puffed out her little belly, and kicked her short legs. Liancheng felt a bit upset. He really wanted to give her a gentle push.
But he just thought about it.
He knew he couldn't do that. Otherwise, no one would sleep well tonight. Finally, they returned home. In the main hall, Grandpa, Third Grandpa, Chen Guangxing, Zhao Qinggong, and some respected elders from the village were all gathered. They needed to discuss what to do next. Grandma was still lost in her grief over losing her son. Second Auntie had taken the initiative to shelter Lian Zhen and his sister. Big Annie had taken Qibao back to Liancheng's second floor to wash up. Lian had been locked in by his mother and only just been released. He was very curious about how Qibao sneaked out and joined the fight, so he eagerly followed his little sister. When Liancheng entered the main hall, everyone's eyes turned to him. "Little Cheng, are you okay? Do you want to go get some treatment for your injuries?" Grandpa's eyes filled with worry as he asked. Liancheng glanced at the people in the room and awkwardly scratched his head. "It's nothing serious, just minor injuries." He had been scratched twice by the claws of a transformed dog. Since it was winter, and he was dressed warmly, the wounds weren't deep. Liancheng and Lining found some seats in the main hall and sat down casually. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke about a heavy topic. "Grandpa, Dad, Third Grandpa, Brother Guangxing, and all the uncles and relatives. We just did a rough count. In this battle, the League of Heroes lost 12 people. Jingshan Village lost 9, with 21 seriously injured and several lightly hurt, including Lian Mai, the eldest son of Grandpa's 5th uncle, who is his cousin living next door. A total of 21 people were lost. 21 is a significant number. Maybe he had met some of them yesterday, exchanged greetings, laughed and talked, and now they were gone." As he spoke, Liancheng's tone became a bit downcast. Everyone knew which families had lost people or been injured. They weren't here to blame anyone. Grandpa leaned on his cane and looked at Liancheng. Young man, death in war is unavoidable. The living must keep living, keep fighting, and keep battling the heavens and others. Stand tall and don't hang your head. Liancheng suddenly looked up and took a deep breath. Sorry, Grandpa. Brother Mai. Grandpa's old eyes shimmered with tears. Brother Mai. He's gone without you. Xiao Cheng. Don't feel guilty. You still have to live on with these little ones. Liancheng forced a self-deprecating smile. Having lived again, he wanted to protect so many things. But now he felt more timid and cautious. He steadied himself and then said, We won the battle, but it's not over. I think, in the end of the world people, anyone who has taken a life should be executed. As for the refugees, the towns and farms below the mountain are empty. Rebuilding needs people. Maybe we should leave some behind, but everyone nodded and started whispering and discussing. That's the truth. For a place to grow, it needs people. But with natural disasters causing food shortages and cold, managing these people so they don't cause trouble is a big challenge. Everyone shared their opinions, each offering ideas. Grandpa got anxious. What do you mean? Xiao Cheng. You better say it, Liancheng continued. We have done this before. There are still dozens of refugees in the village. We can follow that example. We hold the guns, give them food, let them plant potatoes, sweet potatoes, and grains. As long as they don't starve or freeze, these refugees won't cause trouble. But we need to help them survive until the first harvest of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Also, the weather is getting warmer, and based on the snow on the mountain, flooding is inevitable. During this time, thousands of people will need a place to stay. That's true. Wanshou town is already flooded, and in a few days, they can start raising fish, Lining said with a sigh, glancing at the talkative Brother Wu. Are you planning to raise fish? Brother Wu shrugged. I'm just stating the facts. In the end of the world, there are some supplies, but many are flooded. If we dry them out, they can be eaten. We should be able to survive for a while. Grandpa and the older man nodded in agreement. Food is basically taken care of, and there is shelter. The area below the mountain is flooded, so the houses on the mountain are not enough. The weather hasn't fully warmed up yet, so we need to prevent cold. Liancheng, looking tired, rubbed his forehead. As for shelter, I have a suggestion. About 10 kilometers southwest of Wanshou town, there's an air raid shelter. The terrain there should be higher than the town. It can be used temporarily, but if the flooding gets worse, we will need to move again. Zhao Qinggong nodded thoughtfully. Not only the air raid shelter, but caves could work too. There are quite a few caves in Wanshou Mountain. His supplies are hidden in a cave. Since he suggested moving them, the supplies in the cave will be transferred out. The town is now safe, and he plans to go down the mountain again to see if he can find a way to send the supplies out in exchange for essentials like medicine and salt. Once the main problem is solved, only some details remain. Today's battle has exhausted everyone, and the more they discuss, the more excited they become. However, Liancheng is actually very tired, not just physically, but also mentally. Next door, at Chen Guangxing's yard, they can hear old Dr. Li shouting and cursing. There are too many injured people needing help, and too few villagers to assist. Zhao Yan and Second An have both been drafted by old Dr. Li. Liancheng also has important work to do, or he would have been drafted too. In the main hall, the discussion didn't last long before Lian and came down hurriedly. He said anxiously, Brother Cheng, go check on your sister and Qi Bao. Liancheng's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? He didn't wait for Lian An's reply and suddenly disappeared from a spot. Lian An was left speechless. It's not a big deal. Qi Bao isn't paying attention to him or talking to him. Maybe she's angry? Liancheng went straight upstairs to his home, opened the door, and saw Qi Bao, chubby and round, wearing a little dinosaur pajamas, sitting on her small bed. He swallowed hard and looked at the ant nearby. Auntie, what's wrong? She's fine. Qi Bao just isn't sleeping. The ant quickly wiped her eyes and said expressionlessly. Whenever it's about Qi Bao, the ant gets a bit sensitive. Liancheng waved his hand dismissively. It's okay, Auntie. You go to sleep. I'll take care of it. The ant put down her bottle, left the room, and closed the door behind her. Lianqing walked to the small bed. Little troublemaker, what are you crying about so late? Qi Bao crossed her little arms, pouting her small neck. I want to eat, she said stubbornly. The baby has been upset for so long, and now he's just trying to comfort her. Can this brother really do it? She scooted to the side, avoiding the baby. Don't want brother? Don't want the milk bottle either? Lianqing picked up the bottle and poked Qi Bao. Qi Bao stubbornly replied, I don't want it. I'm hungry, I want to eat. I want my sister, but there's no sister in the pot anymore. Holding Qi Bao's armpit, he pressed the chubby child into his arms. What did I do wrong? Are you going to let my sister starve? Qi Bao, the little chubby one, pointed at Lianqing with his tiny finger, eyes small and mischievous. You ran away, I want Qi Bao. Humph, so angry. Oh, I was wrong. Can I give you milk now? Qi Bao's eyes told him. Forget what I said, Gugu is a little dog. Gugu woof woof, Gugu. Lianqing almost laughed at Qi Bao. He pinched her little paw and held the bottle to her mouth. Qi Bao glanced sideways at her brother, instinctively hugged the bottle, and started drinking. Lianqing activated his tight grip mode. Qi Bao is still young. With robot mom and sister Liang Liang to protect her, she follows behind her brother. If her brother gets hurt, Qi Bao can help treat his wounds, or pick up trash. Pick up toy guns, pass cannons to her brother. And so on. Halfway through, he noticed the little person in his arms was no longer moving. Looking down, Qi Bao was still holding the bottle, her little mouth still, but her eyelids had already drooped. Lianqing moved slightly. Qi Bao turned over, fumbled a bit in his arms, then fell into a deep sleep. Little piggy baby, Lianqing gently poked Qi Bao's small nose. She was dirty and injured again, but there was no time to deal with it. He took off his coat, grabbed a blanket, tucked the warm baby into his arms, and his tense nerves relaxed instantly. Unconsciously, he fell asleep. At 4 a.m, Lianqing was awakened by Qi Bao's burning body. Qi Bao in his arms was sweaty. He reached out to touch her small forehead. She had a fever, and her temperature was quite high. Fortunately, he remembered Qi Bao's previous hospitalization for a fever, so he studied a lot of pediatric first aid knowledge. He took out alcohol and children's fever patches, fiddled around for a long time. Qi Bao was sleeping restlessly, crying and mumbling about fighting monsters. Lianqing. He knew he shouldn't have let the kid see such bloody scenes. He looked down at Qi Bao's flushed little face. His heart ached terribly. Holding the baby, she kept walking around the room. The lights in Lianqing's house turned on, waking up Grandpa and Grandma. Grandma, already unable to sleep because of Lianqing's matter, heard the babies crying and immediately came over. Seeing the little one peacefully sleeping in Lianqing's arms, Grandma's tears started to fall. Grandma is a tough-looking old lady, but quite timid inside. Lianqing didn't know how to comfort her and simply said, Qi Bao has a slight fever and had a bad dream. Grandma, you should go back to rest. I am here. Grandma kept nodding. Your auntie and second auntie are still next door and haven't come back. Maybe you can take Qi Bao over to see Dr. Li, Lianqing. Dr. Li, the unskilled doctor, had been performing surgery for several hours and was now in a bad mood. He heard the noise now, just a few walls away, across a courtyard. But he couldn't refuse Grandma. If he refused, Grandma would start crying loudly. Lianqing glanced at Grandpa, who was following closely behind. Grandpa, take Grandma back to rest. I'll go check. He normally wrapped Qi Bao in a down jacket and went down to see what was happening. As soon as he entered the main hall of Chen Guangxing's house, he saw Dr. Li being helped out of the makeshift operating room. The room was full of women and young wives, all with red eyes. Some were worried, others scolded Dr. Li, mainly because Dr. Li wasn't skilled in surgery and got anxious when faced with difficult problems. Lianqing thought for a moment and quietly told Chen Guangxing, tomorrow, ask around the refugees if anyone knows medicine and find 2 assistants for Dr. Li. Chen Guangxing nodded, okay. Dr. Li half closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and saw Qi Bao in Lianqing's arms. He immediately sensed something was wrong and asked weakly, did she take the fever medicine? Lianqing had a premonition. If he said no, he would definitely get scolded harshly, so he simply replied, physically cooled down, and I put a cooling patch on her neck. Dr. Lee didn't say anything more. He quickly fell asleep on the sofa, but after a few minutes, he suddenly woke up and went into the intensive care room. Lianqing. Although Dr. Pai, the unskilled doctor, wasn't very good at his job, he was actually a good doctor. Chen Guangxing's yard has been completely turned into a private clinic. Lianqing is holding a large thermos cup, walking around inside the house. He casually finishes the task his grandmother gave him, then goes back to his room to lie down, gently touching the small face of the little one in his arms. He drifts off to sleep in a daze. Lianqing is awakened by Qibao's tiny claws. Little rascal, what are you doing? Showing an injury, Qibao lifts Lianqing's sweater, and his small head burrows inside. Lianqing. Now he cares about his older brother? But the way he shows concern. Lianqing's mouth twitches. He quickly pulls the little one out. Big brother is hurt. He randomly points to the scratch on his sweater caused by a strange dog. Qibao pouts his little lips and nods seriously. Apply medicine, stick bandages. Lianqing. He sees Qibao rummaging through a small medicine box from the cabinet, taking out disinfectant, and applying it to the scratch on his chest that is no longer very obvious, then sticking countless bandages. After fussing enough, can he get up now? He takes the little one to wash up. Before going downstairs, loud noises come from the yard. Lianqing leans out of the upstairs window and sees Chen Guangxing. He asks loudly, Brother Guangxing, what's going on? Lianqing, come down quickly. There's an urgent matter to discuss with you. Lianqing picks up Qibao's tiny shoes, comes downstairs. Chen Guangxing, with a few members of the self-defense team, hurriedly says, something happened on the mountain trail last night. Someone incited the refugees to riot. The self-defense team got involved, and several refugees were killed or injured. I'll go see. Lianqing hasn't even had breakfast yet. He quickly hands Qibao to the Annie and is about to leave. Then he seems to remember something, turns his head, and pokes Qibao's small face. Big brother is going to handle things. When I come back, I'll bring a gift for Qibao. Qibao, help Andy make breakfast at home. Nestled in his small hands, the young boy looked at his brother with a hesitant smile, grateful for his good attitude today. He nodded shyly and called him a little clever one. Lianqing smiled and walked away with Chen Guangxing. On the mountain path, some refugees crawled out from behind a mud wall and were badly beaten by the guards. Lianqing pushed through the crowd and strode forward. He heard shouting behind the wall, with people trying to climb up. In a flash, Lianqing leapt onto the wall. A strong gust of wind suddenly swept down from the sky, powerful enough to destroy everything in its path along the mountain trail. Dust and stones flew everywhere, and the refugees and bandits fell over in chaos. Anyone who's not afraid of death, come up. Lianqing clenched his fists lightly, and his spiritual energy gathered in his palms like two small whirlwinds. The refugee leader felt guilty and said, You won't let us live, but don't think you'll be safe either. This was the person who had just encouraged the refugees to fight. Lianqing's expression turned cold, and a chilling indifference appeared in his eyes. So, what if I don't let you live? He suddenly swung his right hand forcefully in the air. Before the refugee leader could react, he was struck in the face and fell straight down. The refugees in front instinctively stepped back again and again. If you want to live, then don't come looking for death. Lianqing kept his hands in his pockets, looking lazy. His other hand opened, and a tiny whirlwind spun in his palm. A middle-aged man stepped in front of his son, who was about to run away. Lianqing sneered at the man. I don't want anything from you. If you don't come up the mountain, nothing will happen. But you came anyway. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and then said, We are forced by the end-of-world chaos. Please, give us a chance to survive. He lowered his head. If life could be peaceful, who would risk everything to fight? Very good, Lianqing said with a faint smile. We are not the end-of-world gang. We won't force you to burn, kill, or steal. We won't make you die. But killers are excluded. He knew some of them were forced, but others were accomplices of the chaos. If you're mixed in with them, it's better to eliminate everyone and be done with it. Lien Cheng's eyes darkened slightly. He flipped his wrist, as if ready to fight fiercely. The middle-aged man took a small step back. We can identify the members of the End-Time Society. You, don't be fooled by him. He's just trying to cause chaos and turn us against each other. We have so many people. Together, we are strong. There are only a few, not our match. Someone from the End-Time Society couldn't hold back and jumped out. Many refugees had deep hatred for the End-Time Society. As soon as he appeared, he was quickly beaten by a group of refugees. You're up to no good. You're from the End-Time Society. You killed my brother. Yes, I saw him before. He came to our village to steal grain. He killed the owner of the noodle shop next door. He also bullied my sister. My sister. These people deserve to die. All of them, the refugees on the mountain path, suddenly woke up. They no longer obeyed the End-Time Society. Everyone from the End-Time Society was now a prisoner. All their grudges and hatred could be vented now. Soon, the refugees started a spontaneous cleanup. Most of the End-Time Society bandits were isolated. A few others, protected by their families, hid among the refugees. But the End-Time Society had done so many bad things that someone always stepped forward to identify them. The heroes from the Hero League, who knew this area well, caught a few escapees. The members of the End-Time Society were separated, and soon they were all executed by gunfire. The refugees needed to be registered and documented separately. Lin Ying and the others, being police officers, were familiar with this process. De Peng built a dirt wall on the mountain path to separate unregistered refugees from those already registered. There was a narrow gate in the middle for one person to pass. To keep order, the self-defense team and Hero League members were stationed inside and outside the narrow gate. The wall was reinforced repeatedly by De Peng, with 2 heavy machine guns mounted on top. Over 1,000 refugees became orderly. Next to the narrow gate, several registration tables were set up, and registration had already begun. Everyone started working. Women from the village came to deliver food, some to their sons and grandsons, others to the Hero League members. Some refugees in the group started to get restless again. The Hero League and self-defense team members raised their guns. Stand still, don't move around carelessly. Our guns are not that easy to see, Wan Hai shouted loudly. He clearly had experience with this kind of situation. Xiao Wu nodded happily at him, then shouted at the restless crowd. Stay calm and wait. We've been hungry for many days. We can wait a little longer. Just now, Lien Cheng had arranged for him to urge everyone. There was no extra food in the village, but there were plenty of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Soon, Chen Guangxing arrived with people carrying large water buckets. First, register. After registration, go to the earthen wall to get food. No fighting. Line up one by one, Chen Guangxing ordered, placing the large iron bucket behind the registration table. He lifted the lid, and the sweet smell of sweet potatoes immediately filled the air. The starving people in the crowd started swallowing hard, some crying loudly behind the earthen wall, and some had forgotten how long they had been hungry. Chen Guangxing sighed and ordered 2 buckets of sweet potatoes to be taken into the unregistered refugee area. He felt sorry for these people, but was also worried that a small dispute might break out over a few sweet potatoes. The people carrying the sweet potatoes were not strangers. They were a group of refugees from Gaoshan village who had been detained. One of the older women was broad and plump. No one knew how she maintained her figure in this world. She held a large spoon, always looking ready to start a fight. These refugees were familiar with the villagers. Their relationship was more like employment than dependence. The plump woman carried a big iron bucket, followed by a few others carrying buckets of sweet potatoes, and soup to keep warm, walking into the refugee area. In the crowd, she also met some old acquaintances. First, there was a burst of chaos as everyone scrambled for food, then the sound of the women chatting. They talked about how they had been robbed, detained, and forced to work in Gaoshan village. After a loud, hurried eating sound, questions started to be asked. Old Auntie, did those people give you food? The woman looked at the person holding the food. Aren't you eating now? The person stepped back a little, afraid of losing their share. Did they give you enough to eat? And did those people try anything bad with you? The questioner looked at the woman. It seemed like a bit unnecessary to ask. A kind woman scolded with a smile. You troublemaker, in Gaoshan village. Everyone is honest. You street kids, stop having bad ideas. If you want to eat well, you have to work. If you don't work well, you'll get beaten. You all think you can get everything without effort, cause trouble, and then leave as soon as you're full. If you don't, you'll get into trouble sooner or later. Her loud voice could be heard from a mile away. Chen Guangxing didn't expect that besides making these refugees work, there would be unexpected benefits. These people are not bad at heart. They're just pushed to the edge by the world. He sighed and took a brave step through the narrow door. First, he introduced himself, then asked, Is there anyone among you who knows medicine? A doctor, nurse, or traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Anyone with some medical knowledge is fine. Several people from the crowd stepped forward to agree, both men and women. Yes, they are nurses. He's a doctor. He helped treat my injury. All right, you all register first. Follow me. Chen waved his hand and was about to leave with the group. Someone from the crowd jumped out and said, No. If you take them away, who will treat our injuries? You're just trying to let us die. In hunger, cold, and despair, their pain became less noticeable. Today, after eating a full meal, the pain felt even sharper. Drowning people, once they see hope of survival, will desperately cling to it. It's not about good or bad. It's just instinct. That's nonsense. The big woman hit the person's head with a spoon. You ran into someone's house, killed or hurt their family members, and you still have the nerve to complain? It's good enough that we're leaving you alive, with food and drink. As she spoke, she lowered her head in guilt. Last time she came to the village to rob, she also injured an old young man from the village. Because of poor conditions, he didn't get timely treatment and became disabled. At first, the villagers didn't like them, but over time, all the hatred and resentment faded. That young man sometimes came to help in the fields and would smile at her. She felt awkward and avoided his gaze. Some mistakes can only be understood after they are made. She had no family left. The people of Gaoshan village took her in, and she was willing to spend the rest of her life making up for the past. Andy Fong wiped the corner of her eyes and said, Life hasn't been easy for anyone. We've all survived the hardships. Just be honest and steady, and together we'll find a way forward. But where is our way out? Someone asked with a choked voice. The moment those words were spoken, many people's emotions completely broke down. Crying spread through the crowd. Some sobbed loudly, some wept quietly, and some just let tears fall silently. Lianqing clenched his fists, then stepped into the crowd. Everyone, register first. After that, we'll head down the mountain. The supplies collected during these hard times will be shared out, and then we'll find a place to settle together. What comes next, we'll decide later. If you follow us, we won't control your every move. You can also choose your own path. But if anyone causes harm again, or tries to target Gaoshan village, we won't hesitate to act. Hearing this, some people in the crowd started to stir with new thoughts. Lianqing immediately raised his voice, his tone sharp and firm. Every place has its own rules. I said it clearly, no more wrongdoing. The League of Heroes will be stationed in Wanshou town. Oh, and maybe you don't know, but they used to be police officers. They're very good at stopping crime. If anyone dares to cause trouble again and gets caught, there won't be endless procedures in this world anymore. Crimes will be punished together, and the sentence will be immediate. I've said my piece. Think carefully about your choices. All right, let's go, Chen Guangxing called, leading several doctors and nurses away. Just as Lianqing stepped out of the crowd, he saw from a distance a chubby little figure wobbling down holding a food bowl. His round cheeks jiggled with every step. Behind him followed Lianzhan, Chen Liang, the robot caretaker, Sun Qitian, and the little boy they had rescued. All this, just to deliver a meal? Lianqing, speechless. The little one, Qibao, rolled like a ball right to Lianqing's feet, then shoved the food bowl into his arms with clumsy determination. Eat now. Don't skip meals. His tiny mouth pouted, his little face unusually serious. After handing over the food, he didn't leave. With his hands tucked in front of him, he stared earnestly at Lianqing. You must eat well, or Grandma will be upset. Lianqing pointed at Qibao, then glanced at the others. This little one is really something, huh? Don't pretend to be a big shot. You were taught a lesson by a little kid. Everyone found it very funny. That little kid is so adorable. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lianqing held his bowl. Feeling a bit awkward, he touched his neck and asked on purpose, Little rascal, have you eaten? Not having milk means the meal isn't complete. Lianqing realized that he hadn't prepared milk for Qibao this morning, but the milk brother was always ready. He took out a bottle from his pocket, unscrewed the milk powder, shook it, and handed it to Qibao. Let's eat together. Qibao casually on the bottle, her shiny grape-like eyes constantly glancing at Lianqing's food bowl. Lianqing thought she wanted to eat, so he peeled a boiled egg and handed it to her. Qibao waved her little hand. Qibao's second egg, go second. She's not a greedy baby. She just came to supervise her brothers eating properly. Then she turned around and sat on Lianqing's foot, continuing to drink her milk happily. Lianqing casually handed the egg to the little boy in Sun Qitian's arms. The boy didn't speak or eat the egg. He carefully protected it in his arms. This was a sign he was very hungry. Sun Qitian originally brought the boy to find his mother, but it was obvious his mother wasn't among these refugees. However, someone recognized the boy. They had been kept in the same detention room before. Sun Qitian rubbed the boy's head and said, It's okay. Maybe Mom is in town. Once the mountain affairs are settled, I'll take you down to look for her. The boy nodded without speaking, looking numb like a doll. Small creatures always seem especially pitiful. A series of sighs rose from the crowd. Lianqing had just finished half his breakfast when Chen Guangxing arrived again, dealing with the bodies of wandering refugees and bandits, encountering some problems. Lianqing picked up Qibao and led a group to the scene. The trouble was caused by 3 deformed dogs. Widow Wang saw them and suggested that the villagers share the meat. In this weather, dog hot pot wouldn't be bad. Of course, how to divide it was up to Lianqing, since he did the most to hunt the deformed dogs. The 3 dogs were fat and thin, one as big as a fat pig. Lianqing twitched his mouth. He gently lifted the eyelid of a deformed dog. He was sure the meat was not safe to eat, unless everyone in the village wanted to turn into zombies. Before he could speak, the boy in Sun Qitian's arms suddenly looked excited. His small fist couldn't help but punch at the dead dog. Dad, they ate my dad. They're monsters. Fight the monsters. Boo-hoo. Dad. This was the first time they heard the little boy speak. His childish voice touched everyone's heart. The noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. Widow Wang looked stunned and asked hesitantly, What did it eat? Lianqing smirked mischievously. Dogs eat meat. No one in this weather has meat to eat. What do you think it ate? Widow Wang looked along Lianqing's gaze toward the bloody, tragic corpse of a refugee. Ugh, not only Widow Wang, but everyone in the village felt a wave of nausea. This thing still eats. Someone couldn't help but curse. Lianqing playfully pulled down the brim of Qibao's pineapple hat to cover her eyes. His brother was the most bored, childish, and mischievous. Little Fat's paw kept pulling up his hat brim, but Lianqing kept pulling it down. Qibao kept lifting it, and Lianqing kept pulling it back. When they got home, Qibao finally saw the outside world's gaze. He huffed and shook his short legs, slid down from Lianqing's arms, and ran to the kitchen. Grandma, wake up. Gogo bullied me. Bullied Qibao, pulled my hat and threw my shoes outside the door. Little Fat still grabbed the brim of his hat and tugged it down, then bumped into Grandma's calf like a headless fly. This mean little dumpling never hopes to avoid a scolding. When Qibao was carried out by Grandma, Lianqing was using a night vision device he had modified from the one he took from the apocalypse meeting, making a small protective goggles version. Qibao snuggled affectionately around Grandma's neck and made a little sound when he saw Lianqing. Grandma smiled and said, Oh, look at my good grandson. So upset. Little Lian, Why did you upset this little one again? Lianqing smiled but didn't answer. He pinched Qi Bao's chubby little arm. Little rascal, there's so many dead outside. Are you scared? Qi Bao made a sound and struggled to break free from his brother's grasp. His big eyes suddenly froze, and his reflexes were slow. Wash? He had only been thinking about finding his brother earlier, and his eyes were fixed on the rice bowl. He instinctively avoided the tragic scenes on the roadside, in the grass, and at the foot of the wall. Those bloody images, along with some memories from his past life, gradually appeared in Qi Bao's mind. Scared, very scared, Qi Bao's little head burrowed into Grandma's neck. Grandma's eyes went a little blank. She hadn't thought so much. When Lianqing didn't come back for breakfast, Qi Bao insisted on going to find his brother. She let Qi Bao go, and even asked Lianzan to follow. She never expected those shocking scenes would scare Qi Bao. No wonder he had nightmares last night. Grandma felt a bit guilty, her eyes turning red. She patted Qi Bao's back quickly and comforted him. Qi Bao, don't be afraid. Grandma is here, and brother is here too. Uncle and aunt are here. Lianqing deliberately tugged at Qi Bao's pineapple hat. Little rascal, aren't you a little warrior? Super brave, right? Qi Bao waved his small, steamed bun-like hand and turned to glare at Lianqing. Gogo is bad, his little mouth pouted, and his eyebrows furrowed into an inverted V. Brother has a little gift for Qi Bao. Lianqing gently smiled and placed the goggles on Qi Bao's small head. He just in time. After receiving the gift, Qi Bao was not allowed to get angry.
What?
What is it? What is it? Qi Bao looked around with her protective goggles. The goggles kept the basic functions of a high-powered night vision device. In the dark or thick fog, she could still see outside objects. The light sensitivity was also adjusted. Through the goggles, everything looked like it was behind a filter, making it less scary. Lianqing tried to make the world look better this way. The view through the goggles was widened like a super wide-angle fisheye lens. At first, Qi Bao thought it was amazing. She could see the big yard and the house all at once. Even small movements of people or animals in the yard could be caught by her tiny eyes. But after being curious, Grandma and her brother couldn't see clearly anymore. What is this broken thing? Qi Bao fiddled with it with her small hands. I want this gift. Hey.
No.
This gift was hard for brother to make. Qi Bao must keep it. Lianqing stopped her from taking off the goggles, secretly trying to persuade her. Guns and cannons are powerful. What if they hurt Qi Bao's beautiful big eyes? Qi Bao. Huh. She scratched her little head. Are her eyes beautiful? She didn't realize she was focusing on the wrong thing. After all, her brother rarely praised her. She stopped fiddling and hesitated while touching the wide frame. This goggles can protect Qi Bao. Qi Bao doesn't usually wear them, but when going on missions, she must take them. The goggles protected not only Qi Bao's eyes, but also her young heart. Grandma understood this and quickly agreed. Yes. These goggles are good. Our Qi Bao wears the best. Auntie. Looks nice, second Annie. Our Qi Bao is the best behaved. Lianen, who was wandering in the yard, also came over.
Wow.
Qi Bao, your glasses are so cool. The adults might have been a bit perfunctory, but Lianen was genuinely envious. Qi Bao puffed up her tiny chest proudly. She posed like a little statue. Are goggles such a cool thing? Then she reluctantly accepted it. Lianqing rubbed Lianen's head. Later, we'll get one for Anan too.
Wow.
Really? Brother Chung, I knew you were the best. Qi Bao pouted unhappily, feeling a bit upset. Usually, her brother always praised her. Are boys really so changeable? Qi Bao was feeling down, trying to find someone to talk to. She looked around and saw Pippi, the little dog, sneaking in the corner. She forgot that she was just fixing Pippi's injury when she was delayed by bringing food to her brother. She kicked her little feet and got down from her grandma's lap. She was sure it was a dog, but now it was walking like a cat. Pippi moved quietly, ready to run away. Suddenly, she heard Qi Bao call out softly, startling the dog. Its eyes widened as if it saw a huge monster, and it ran out quickly. Woof woof. Woof, I don't want to play with a little troublemaker. It seemed like the dog was feeling sad. Just as Pippi was about to run out the door, Lien Qing stopped him. No dogs underage are allowed outside these days. The village hadn't been cleaned up yet. He was worried Qibao and Lien might see something scary, and he also worried Pippi might eat something it shouldn't. He really wanted to scold him. Pippi's eyes looked at Lien Qing, and its ears were grabbed by Qibao. The process of treating the injury was a bit hard to watch. Qibao chased Pippi around, applying medicine, sticking bandages crookedly, tearing them off, and sticking again. The whole yard was filled with Pippi's sad whimpering. Woof woof woof. Pippi's fur coat is about to be torn off by the little troublemaker. Don't you adults care at all? The adults couldn't understand what the dog was saying, but Qibao didn't care. She was determined to treat Pippi's injury. Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, and aunts tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. It seemed like the dog had become a little spirit, knowing only he could calm Qibao down. So he kept coming closer to her. Lien Qing caught Pippi, looked at its eyelids and teeth, and confirmed that the dog had evolved, not turned into a beast. Even its emotions looked more human-like. Qibao took advantage of Pippi being caught by her brother and stuck several bandages on him. Pippi was almost crying. Lien Qing patted the dog's head and said, "Tonight, I'll give you an extra chicken leg." To prevent Qibao from going out, they had to sacrifice Pai Pai. The yard was filled with sounds of anger, laughter, frustration, and scolding. Lien Qing quietly watched through the window. The simple, everyday scene of family life no longer mattered to him. Although second aunt temporarily took in the brother and sister, he knew this didn't mean the family truly accepted them. Rather than being embarrassingly driven away, it was better to leave early. That night, just after the sky turned dark, Lien Qing changed Lien Jiao Jiao into Lien An's old down jacket. "Jiao Jiao, Dad and Mom are gone. You need to be sensible." "Okay," Lien Jiao Jiao nodded obediently. Yes, she knew she was no longer part of this family. From now on, she only had her brother. Lien Qing gently touched her cheek. "Big brother will take you away." Lien Jiao Jiao let him hold her hand and quietly left the house. He thought that after a day and night of trouble, everyone in the family should have gone to bed. But as soon as they stepped outside, they saw Lien Qing standing in the yard, looking at the sky or waiting for someone.
Chang.
Brother Qing isn't asleep yet. Lien Qing hesitated and instinctively hid Lien Jiao Jiao behind him. In the past 2 days, they had been hiding inside the house. It was not easy. Big Brother Ing was the leader of the end-of-world group and considered a public enemy. And Lien Jiao Jiao was his daughter. Lien Qing turned his head with a blank expression, not speaking. In the dark night, Lien Qing's face looked a bit grim, and he seemed to carry a dangerous aura. Lien Qing felt guilty and slowly moved back. When he reached the gate, he quickened his pace. Suddenly, just as he was about to run out, "Lien Qing." Lien Qing called out to him, steady but firm. Lien Qing stopped in his tracks, hesitated, and slowly turned around. "Brother." Suddenly, something heavy was thrown from afar and landed in his arms. It was a backpack filled with food and water. Lien Qing held Bao's hand tightly, his body stiff, and his gaze fixed on Lien Qing. He heard Lien Qing say in a serious voice, "You are a man. You need to take responsibility. Lien Jiao Jiao is your sister." After all, she was Lien Qing's only sister. Lien Qing thought that, good or bad, he should leave some memories for Lien Qing, at least to keep him from sinking completely, just like himself in the past life. Lien Qing was silent for a long time before he found his voice again. "I know. Jiao Jiao is my sister. I will take good care of her. Brother, if one day please take care of Grandpa and Grandma for me, and thank you. Thank you for teaching me before." Scenes from the past flashed before Lien Qing's eyes. Maybe deep down, he resented Lien Qing. Lien Qing was usually aloof, indifferent, and a bit arrogant, hard to get close to like the other brothers. He even sometimes hit him for playing games, being sneaky, or not doing homework seriously. But now he suddenly realized that those strictness had become one of his few sources of support. Maybe one day he would quietly die, but he would try to live and grow stronger. He also wanted to become someone his family could be proud of. In just one night, Lianzheng seemed to have grown up. Liancheng felt very conflicted inside. If Liancheng were here, he definitely wouldn't let Lianzheng leave. After all, the outside world is a dangerous place, and the Lian family wouldn't be short of food. But a man must stand on his own. The awkward situation at home and in the village weighed heavily on Lianzheng, bending his back. Liancheng just wanted Lianzheng to live more freely, but he never expected that after parting today, Lianzheng would completely change. He might even help the Lian family rise to power in the near future. Watching the two figures, one big and one small, gradually disappear into the night, Liancheng felt strangely sad. Maybe it was because they shared the same wandering experience, and their feelings naturally resonated. Today, Qi Bao slept very early and deeply. He heard the small person's gentle snoring in his arms. Liancheng pinched Qi Bao's little chubby hand and looked up. The lights in the second floor of the 3 buildings were still on. His family probably knew that the brother and sister would leave tonight, but no one said anything. The next day, no one asked about their whereabouts. Auntie and second aunt even followed Dr. Li and his medical team down the mountain to do free clinics. According to Dr. Li, who is known as Clumsy Doctor, there is hope for everyone. This is his principle as a doctor. Life went on as usual, and Gaoshan village returned to its former calm. The smell of blood in the village lingered for several days before finally fading. The village's mischievous children became active again. Qi Bao was busier than his brother all day. He would slip away at the slightest distraction. He and Lian ran happily around the village. Wanshou town began a vigorous rebuilding process. To strengthen the connection between the mountain and the valley, most traps and earthen walls on the mountain paths were cleared. Only one obstacle remained, guarded by the self-defense team. In recent days, Lining was extremely busy in Wanshou town. It wasn't for food, but for housing arrangements. In the apocalypse, they had stored a lot of food, and with Wanshou town's population dropping sharply, the supplies they had could barely last until the first harvest. However, the expected flooding did not happen. After the snow melted, floods, mudslides, and other chain reactions appeared in various places around the world. Lining sent people to inquire elsewhere. Only Wanshou town, Longwu town, and Wanan town near Wanshou mountain escaped unscathed. Other towns suffered varying degrees of flooding. There was no clear explanation for this. Lining wanted to wait a bit longer, until the snow fully melted, before evacuating the refugees into the town. But the villagers of Wanshou town, eager to go home, forced his hand. He had to contact Liancheng. Liancheng readily agreed. The reason was that he discovered an extra mountain in Qi Bao's space, Wanshou Mountain. He roughly understood that the spiritual power of Qi Bao had increased. Wanshou Mountain stands apart from the surrounding space, but through spiritual energy, it is connected invisibly. Liancheng initially wanted Lining to dig more fish ponds in the low-lying areas at the foot of the mountain, trying to gather some snow water, since a drought was imminent. But now, that seems unnecessary. All the melted snow from Wanshou Mountain has been absorbed by the spiritual spring. The fish ponds at the mountain's base are not even full. With flooding, many refugees are fleeing toward Wanshou Mountain. Following Liancheng's advice, Lining quickly set up defenses along the mountain paths and passes leading to Wanshou town. They placed various traps in the woods. Such a large town cannot be defended by just a few hundred people from the Hero League and the Gaoshan village militia. Fortunately, the refugees in Wanshou town have awakened. They realize that to survive in this world, they must stick together. Their alliance has become both a deterrent and a source of hope in this area. Whether it's Liancheng, Lining, or others like Chen Guangxing, Zhao Yan, Sun Qitian, or Big Fat. As long as someone takes the lead, others will follow. Along the rural roads near the forest, there are signs everywhere that say, Wanshou restricted area, trespassers will be shot. The note said that League of Legends has expanded its team, recruiting many refugees from Wanshou town. The town is short of people, so Chen Guangxing often takes the self-defense team down the mountain to help. They build defenses, with the help of Fat's earth-based powers. For Fat, this is also a way to improve. His ability level quickly advanced to mid-level. He can now control dirt and rocks. Although he's not very agile, he has gained attack power. Meanwhile, Lianqing also advanced during the last battle with the shape-shifting dog, reaching the mid-high level. Once at a high level, it becomes very hard to break through. In his previous life, his ability level stayed at mid-high until death. Each upgrade needs a special opportunity. As he progresses, the benefits from spiritual spring water become weaker. Lianqing isn't in a hurry. He took Sun Qitian, the little boy he rescued, and Qibao down the mountain for a walk to check the situation below. At the same time, he wants the League of Legends and the town's refugees to help find a certain plant. It's similar to a mouse-catching plant, but a mutated version. After the flooding, sawtooth cockroaches and red-eyed rats appeared in various places. These creatures reproduce very quickly. A few cockroaches and rats aren't dangerous, but large groups can be deadly. They can gnaw humans or animals to bones in seconds. Even if bitten, without antibiotics, death is certain. In his previous life, these pests caused the global population to drop sharply. Eventually, botanists discovered a mutated plant that stabilized the situation. This plant is a mutated form of the mouse-catching plant. After mutation, it becomes highly toxic, with long vines covered in teeth that can kill rats. The poison it releases can also kill cockroaches. When Lianqing and Lining discussed this, Lining was overwhelmed. Lianqing has great creative thinking, but she was already overwhelmed with work. She had never even seen a mouse-catching plant, let alone a mutated one. Still, the news spread. To prevent refugee riots early, Lining distributed many nails and went to nearby towns and cities to gather information. For example, Wan Hai went to Wan'an town. His wife and children were secretly settled in a village there. Besides gathering intelligence, he also wanted to take his family away. He is already settled in Wanshou town. Both Lianqing and Lining are trustworthy, unlike Peter, who is a double-faced international spy. Many of his brothers have been deceived and are working for Peter. He believes taking control of Wan'an town is a key move for the League of Legends. So, he went ahead to prepare. It would be best if he could persuade some people to defect at a critical moment, saving a lot of trouble. Lianqing and Lining naturally thought the same way. It would be best if their family members could come to Wanshou town, so they wouldn't have to worry about malicious people exploiting their weaknesses or causing irreversible harm. Lining arranged work to defend the town and kept training the team ongoing. With the help of experts like Qiuwu, the team's training was very effective. The brothers from the original Gaoshan village, militia, grew quickly. Although Xiao Tsong had no special abilities, he was a genius with steady and accurate shooting skills, even better than some of the others like Qiuwu. Lianqing and Lian Luan also practiced shooting well, but their tactical teamwork was even better, as if they shared one mind. Whether defending or attacking, their actions complemented each other perfectly, almost without mistakes. Lianqing thought this was probably related to their similar temperaments and personalities. Lianzan enjoyed discussing high-tech topics with Han Mubai. He was famous for his persuasive speech. Not only did he study drones with Han Mubai, but he also got involved in business with Zhao Yan. Zhao Qinggong had been busy too. He stored many supplies in the mountains and spread them out in different places. Every so often, he would go check on them and dispose of items that were about to expire or had gotten damp. Zhao Qinggong opened a trade route to exchange supplies with the outside world. The person responsible for transportation was their old acquaintance, the Doomsday Express operator, Pang Dehai. It was said that Doomsday Express had military backing, so they could rely on strong support. They all supported these mutually beneficial activities. After all, Wanshou town still lacked many things like salt, Western medicine, guns, and ammunition. The brothers were inspecting the work. Little people like her never stayed still. She was either interested in the drones in the sky or curious about the guns in people's hands. Everyone loved teasing her. They let her touch the guns, but didn't let her play with them. Qibao was drooling with envy, but her older brother's sharp look could scare anyone to death. Qibao pouted and said stubbornly, "Humph. These guns and cannons are not as powerful as my little toy. Although he said that, Xiao Jiao Jiao was reluctant to move and kept glancing at the gun in someone's hand. In the end, he was still pulled away by his older brother. Sun Qitian went to the police station to help the little boy find his mother. Lien Cheng wanted to go see as well, and also check on the situation regarding the mouse-catching plant. Just after sunset, the people sent out to gather information started returning one after another. However, Lien Cheng didn't expect the first to come back would be Wan Hai. He was accompanied by a few fellow villagers. It was obvious that Wan Hai was pulled back by them. They were arguing loudly. Lien Cheng stood in the police station lobby, frowned, and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" One of Wan Hai's fellow villagers hesitated for a moment, then responded, "You're the person in charge here, right?" Wan Hai had mentioned before that there was a very young and talented psychic in Wanshou town, and it was likely the person in front of him. His presence was commanding. If you ignored the crying baby struggling in his arms, Lien Cheng didn't reply but looked at Wan Hai, who was sitting on a bench, nearly breaking down. He asked, "Do I need to repeat myself? What's going on?" Wan Hai was pulling his hair and burying his face deep between his knees, looking very upset. A fellow villager of Wan Hai couldn't help but explain, "Don't ask anymore. His whole family has been taken advantage of by Peter." Including. The person's eyes glanced at Lien Cheng's leg and the chubby Qi Bao, then fell silent. Wan Hai's son, Wan Lei, was about the same age as Qi Bao. Qi Bao knew her brother was talking about serious matters. With big, round puppy eyes, she looked at everyone. She looked at this and that, sensing Wan Hai's emotions were out of control. Nervously, she rubbed her small hands and hesitated, taking a half step back and bumping into her brother's leg. She almost fell. Luckily, Lien Cheng reacted quickly and supported her back. Seeing Qi Bao, Wan Hai suddenly hit his own head twice hard and then stood up sharply. "Captain, let me take people to deal with them. We need to get rid of Peter. They are like rats in the sewer, ready to bite us at any moment." The self-defense team usually considered Lien Cheng their leader, but since Lien Cheng had many older brothers, everyone usually called him by his name and rarely called him captain. Hearing this title suddenly, Lien Cheng felt even more pressure, his eyebrows knitting tightly. At first, he wanted to protect Gaoshan village. He thought other places and matters were not his concern. But things didn't go as planned. Under the circumstances, he had to take on many responsibilities and do a lot. In the end times, the more noticeable you are, the more dangerous you become. So, whether on the mountain or below, the daily management was mainly handled by Chen Guangxing and Lining. He just occasionally gave some ideas. When Lining and Chen Guangxing received the news, they hurried back outside. They immediately informed the Heroes League and the core members of Gaoshan Village's self-defense team, holding a quick meeting in the police office. There were too many refugees. Some empty houses in Wanshou town could shelter some people. But how to solve the food problem? In this era of scarce resources, every extra mouth meant a higher risk of starvation. Most people in the office disagreed with taking in these refugees. This surprised Chen Guangxing because he thought Lien Cheng always had some sense of morality. He only acted impulsively sometimes out of helplessness. He understands Chen Guangxing and Lin Ying's desire to save and help others, just like he understands his father and Li Yaowen. But he does not agree with blindly saving people without thinking. Helping others is good, but you shouldn't risk your own livelihood and life for it. Lien Cheng shared his idea. "We can allocate a small number of housing spots, but with two conditions. 1. The housing must be exchanged for supplies, and the amount needed can be decided based on the situation. 2. There must be a trusted middleman to guarantee, preferably someone reliable. Mainly young adults, teenagers, and children should be prioritized. Those who commit crimes or have no principles cannot be accepted. This basic rule is based on some regulations from the survivor base in the previous world, with slight modifications to include children. Because in the last world, he was rejected by many bases when he brought Qi Bao. And eventually Qi Bao was abandoned by the base. It proved that in the harsh environment of the end times, teenagers and children are more likely to develop special abilities, like Qi Bao or Sun Qitian. They are the future with endless potential. Lining and Chen Guangxing were slightly surprised. They didn't expect Lian Cheng to consider such details so quickly. They had just been thinking about how to settle the refugees, and now they realized they were too hasty. Lian Cheng's proposal was almost unanimously approved. At this moment, loud shouting came from the corridor. Wan Hai was yelling. They have guns, cannons, and supplies. Don't we need supplies? Why don't we go and eliminate them? The core members around Peter are all foreign mercenaries.
We care so much about fighting our own people. Why?
Why can't they help me help the people of Wan'an Town? Wan Hai, calm down. Attacking Wan'an Town depends on the actual situation. There's flooding there. How can our brothers fight? How? Wan Hai tried to rush into the police office but was stopped by Chiu Wu, who was guarding the door. Wan Hai was determined to seek revenge, and Lian Cheng understood that. But the person is already dead. What good would it do to act rashly and seek revenge now? The person who has passed away cannot come back. My brother is in a meeting. Qi Bao, the little person, is bored and snuggles in her brother's arms, then sneaks under the table to play. She takes out a bunch of toys from her space. She originally wanted to let her bunny army out for a walk. There are many baby bunnies in her space now, and the group has become quite large. She hears noise outside the door. Her little self will definitely want to join the fun. Click. The door opens from the police office. Everyone in the meeting is stunned. The noisy sounds outside suddenly stop. Qibao sticks her little head out through the door, her big eyes spinning around. Why did the noise stop? The tiny, adorable person draws everyone's attention. Wan Haishun takes the opportunity to break free from Chiuwu's hand, strides forward, pushes open the door, and walks into the police office. Qibao pouts her little mouth. She was excited about the fun, and she put in a lot of effort to open the door. That tall brother came in, pushing the door open quickly, without even saying hello to her little self, which was quite rude. Qibao quickly slips back under the table, but this time she's not playing underneath. She's tugging at her brother's pants. Lian Qing thought Qibao wanted to be hugged, so he picked her up and held her, but it turned out he was just her stepping stone. Qibao climbs onto the meeting table, her chubby hands on her hips, ready to reason with Wan Hai. Wan Hai, full of anger, doesn't rush to speak, but instead impatiently pulls out 2 handfuls of grass from his backpack. He places them in front of Lian Qing. There's this kind of grass near Wan'an Town. Lian Qing. Wan Hai suddenly choked up. He wanted to negotiate with Lian Qing, but the words wouldn't come out. His feelings couldn't be expressed with words. Lian Qing lightly tapped on the table with his fingertips. This excuse gave him a reason to go for a walk in Wan'an Town. Lian Qing didn't speak, as if he was thinking. Instead, Qibao had already moved closer, reaching out to catch the mouse grass. A round, unsuspecting ball was quickly caught by her older brother. But Qibao was quick too. She waved her little hands, grabbed a grass stem, pinched it with her chubby fingers, and held it up in front of her, swinging it around. What is this? It looked like she was cross-eyed. Lian Qing's mouth twitched. This little kid was quite clever. She knew how to grab the grass roots. But the thorns on the grass hurt her hands, and she started to cry. Lian Qing quickly pulled the grass out of Qibao's hands. This grass your hands. Qibao can't play with it. Ah? Oh. Qibao's big eyes spun around. She had a pair of loving little gloves from her aunt. She seriously took them out of her small pocket, put them on, and even covered the hat. Then she went back to picking the prickly grass again. Who knew if the grass was more dangerous or her rabbit army was more powerful? Thinking this, Qibao put the grass into her pocket space. She said she couldn't play with it, but she still did. She patted her little hand, trying to distract everyone without showing her feelings. How's Wan'an Town? Has the security team withdrawn? Wan Hai's eyes looked blank. Wan'an Town wasn't flooded, but it was buried by a landslide. The security team is nowhere to be found, but I know Peter and the others have a base, right behind Wanshou Mountain in a cave. Lian Qing's mind was racing quickly. If there was no security committee, it wouldn't take much effort to eliminate Peter, especially now that Wan'an Town was heavily affected by the disaster. But the situation still needed further clarification. Qiu Wu wisely invited a fellow townsman from Wanhai named Wang Jin. Wang Jin stood nervously in front of so many people and cleared his throat before explaining, "The security committee has fled. It is said that people from the End of the World Society led the escape to the Joint Defense Camp in southern Anhui. Oh, and by the way, the End of the World Society has been negotiating with the military about reunification, but nothing has been settled yet. After you took over Wanshou town, some leaders of the End of the World Society fled to Wanan town and asked the Security Committee for protection, which connected them to this line. The Security Committee is made up of some corrupt officials from the government system. They claim to maintain order, but they are almost as bad as the End of the World Society. They impose heavy taxes and levies, and whenever they say they will increase, they do. When the disaster came, with Peter's weapons support, they took over Wanan town and caused trouble in the area. But somehow, this group of thugs and bandits was accepted by the southern Anhui military. When the flooding happened, all the members of the security committee withdrew from Wanan town. As Wang Jin spoke, Lianqing's mind was racing rapidly. Within the country, power was divided into 5 major factions: East, West, South, North, and Center. Southern and Northern Anhui belonged to South China and North China, respectively. Internal conflicts had already begun. The security committee had people, guns, and resources they had hoarded everywhere. The southern Anhui military was naturally eager to accept this gift from the sky. Lianqing was clearly very interested in the information Wang Jin provided and did not interrupt. Wang Jin licked his dry lips and continued, "As for Peter, he is a weapons dealer. He used to be protected by the security committee and acted recklessly. His business was out in the open. He had a large operation, with dealings in southern Anhui, northern Anhui, and nearby towns. He also gathered many forces for himself. When the flood came, Peter was planning to run away. But recently, someone raided his operation and injured some key people. It seems those he had allied with no longer paid him any attention. So, he hasn't left yet." Chen Guangxing chuckled. "That Peter is probably a spy, right? Selling weapons and stirring up chaos in Huagua. Any forces connected to the government or military who dares to intervene. Wouldn't the entire nation's people drown them in their spit?" Wang Jin hesitated slightly. Peter is clearly a front for certain groups, no doubt about that. But an international spy appearing in such a small mountain village? Completely unimaginable. As expected of a military enthusiast, Lianqing teased Wang Jin, saying, "You guys know quite a lot." Wang Jin awkwardly scratched his head. We brothers are just trying to make a living helping Peter run errands. We've seen a lot. Since Brother Hai turned against them, most of us have been dismissed. Those who stayed close to Peter have also been pushed aside. But he wasn't sure if he should say more after all. Everyone is brothers. Just what? Wan Hai clenched his fists tightly. Right now, only 2 words were echoing in his mind. If Wang Jin and the others hadn't pulled him back, he might have already acted. Wang Jin looked at Wan Hai. "Brother Hai, I know you only introduced us to be mercenaries, so we could have a way out. At first, we didn't even know how to shoot. You taught us everything. But some people are heartless. It's Wang Xiaolan. He was threatened by Peter and took people to Hejia village. He's the one who hurt sister-in-law and Xiaolei. This wasn't Wang Jin's fault, but he felt sorry for Wan Hai and inexplicably guilty, because even if it were him, he might have made the same choice as Wang Xiaolan." Wan Hai's face twitched with veins bulging. Could he be about to lose control? For some reason, Lianqing really wanted to stuff the soft, cuddly little one into his arms, just to let him experience the helplessness of being unable to vent his anger, but Lianqing hadn't done that yet. Qi Bao and Wu Er started moving, climbing from Lianqing's arms onto the meeting table. Gogo is crying and the little one is still so young. She hadn't even finished teaching her older brother. Why is he crying now? Are all boys like this? I took a tissue to wipe Wan Hai's tears and gave him my lollipop to eat. But this older brother seemed to cry even harder. Qi Bao, the little one, lay flat on the meeting table, refusing to move. He was giving up and couldn't be comforted. Peng Zhuo grabbed a tissue and played with it, making a flower. Everyone. Lianqing's mouth twitched. At this moment, it was better not to force things, or else it might end up messy on the floor. Lienzan saw a chance to act and pinched Qibao's chubby little arm. Good boy. Don't cause trouble. Come down quickly. We're having a meeting and doing serious work. Qibao looked at Lienzan.
Yay.
No trouble, no fuss. Just playing happily, but this older brother's eyes weren't very kind. Seeing her upset, he didn't even try to hug her. No matter how persuasive he was, communication was difficult. He was so anxious, he kept scratching his head. Seeing that Wan Hai didn't want to hug her, Qibao suddenly sat up and looked around. Huh? Why was everyone staring at her? She raised her chubby little arm toward Wan Hai. Hug! No one could refuse a cute, pleading little one asking for a hug, especially Wan Hai, who had just lost a son, wife, and family. Wan Hai hadn't moved yet, but Qibao had already stumbled forward to him. In a place no one saw, Qibao carefully put tiny mouse-catching grass into her space bag.
Qibao comfort Wan Hai.
The situation was becoming clearer. Lien Chun glanced at Wan Hai, who was stiffly holding Qibao. He was willing to do everything to settle things once and for all, to bring one in town together, clear out the evil forces, and make Gaoshan village safer. Of course, removing Peter was also part of the plan.
But
there were different opinions in the meeting room. Regarding the defenses of one in town, we don't know much about Peter. If we attack blindly, aren't we risking the lives of our brothers? Finally settled down. Everyone take a breath. We can't fight this battle now. The end of the world meeting can negotiate with the military. We can too. Catching spies is an official matter. We shouldn't take unnecessary risks, right? Let the officials handle it. Most of those who oppose are recent arrivals, representing the displaced people who have just joined the group. They prefer to stay in one place and recover quietly. However, most others, especially those who used to be part of the Hero Alliance, support sending troops. They have been through many hardships alone and perhaps want to do something for the world. Linning shouted, "Stop arguing. You just joined the Hero Alliance. We won't send you to die, but Peter must be dealt with. Do you even know your own strength? We're all just farmers. Rely on them? Better rely on ourselves." Sun Qitian suddenly burst in, still holding a young boy named Hao Hao. Hao Hao's mother was found, but she was in the hospital, undergoing forced treatment by Dr. Li and others. Hao Hao's mother is a strong woman, battered physically and mentally, but she endured for her son. She was badly hurt and had to entrust Hao Hao to Sun Qitian's care. Hao Hao had been silent and withdrawn, showing signs of depression. After seeing his mother, his condition improved. He took out a memory card that the police had secretly given him in detention and handed it to Sun Qitian. Sun Qitian thought Hao Hao wanted to share something, so he used a reader to extract the data. The card contained a recording revealing the darker side of the world. Sun Qitian didn't hide anything and played it aloud in front of everyone. Ah Sang, our resources are not enough. You need to gather more supplies, so we can help a brother clear his name. Vice Commander Su has a big appetite. The government's food isn't that good, Godfather, but there are so many displaced people. Can't we just kill them all? Killing. Anyone blocking your way can be killed. It doesn't matter how many die. Those displaced people are just wasting food. The military won't care how many you kill, and they'll support you. Otherwise, where do you think your guns came from? What? Are you saying Peter is part of the government? There are no explicit or inappropriate scenes in this text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. Who said he was an official? I never said that. At most, he's just a. Never mind, I won't say more. A Seng, dear best. If you do well, your adoptive father will try to get you a leadership position. Qiu Wu and Wan Hai both froze in shock. It felt like time stopped at that moment. As the light of their former beliefs slowly collapsed, their world fell into darkness, their souls sank into despair, surrounded by chaos and confusion. All the noisy sounds in the meeting room suddenly stopped, then burst into even more heated discussion.
What?
Peter is an official. He's probably just a front for some criminal groups. Can bandits really become officials in this world? What does that mean? Are ordinary people not human? Is Vice Commander Su The Su Hancheng from the South China 1st Group Army stationed at the Southern Defense Camp in Anhui. Are you stupid? His surname is Su. Even if he's not Su Hancheng, he's from the Su family. Aren't there many people pulling strings behind the scenes? Just a few days ago, the Su family was distributing military supplies and helping disaster victims. That's so disgusting, talking about righteousness while being so dirty inside. Stop swearing. There are kids here. Enough. Stop arguing. Chen Guangxing pounded his hand on the table. He was also very annoyed. At a time when everyone needed to work together, some troublemakers were only thinking of their own interests and becoming a harmful influence. People have good and bad sides. He couldn't stop others, only control himself. Chen Guangxing looked at Lian Cheng and asked, "What should we do now? What else can we do?" Peter must be removed and Wan'an Town must be restored to order. If Wan'an Town is in chaos, Wanzhou Town definitely won't be peaceful. Maybe one day, refugees will attack the mountains again. Also, Wan'an Town is lower in terrain than Wanzhou Town, so it should be a good place to store water. And if Peter isn't removed, not only Wan'an Town, but even southern and northern Anhui won't be safe.
So,
this matter is now settled. Next, a detailed plan needs to be made. Most of the people around Peter are Chinese mercenaries. These people have been approached and recruited. The main responsibility falls on Wang Jin and Lian Zan. As for why it's not Wan Hai, Lian Cheng is worried he might lose control. He needs to be polite and flexible with the other side, avoid showing too many emotions, and not alert the enemy. Wang Jin has the talent for this kind of work. Besides, Peter has a team of about 30 foreign mercenaries. They are well-equipped, mostly retired soldiers from other countries. They can fight like 10 people. Lian Cheng has fought against them before. In front of powerful abilities, they are just SOSO. The main advantage they have is their strategic position. According to Wang Jin, their cave is surrounded by bushes, dense forests, and rocks. The environment makes it hard to attack. Lian Cheng's abilities can't be used well there. They also need to watch out for Peter's high-tech weapons. Last time, Lian Cheng saw them in action. If it weren't for Qi Bao, he might have been seriously hurt. But they can ask Han Mubai for advice. They don't need to fight directly, but they want to minimize damage. Every person fighting with them is a trusted partner. The adults are discussing plans. Qi Bao didn't understand a word. All she knew was that her brothers were going to fight the bad guys again. Wan Hai's mood gradually calmed down. The little one couldn't sit still. She wanted to go down and join Wan Hai. Xiao Wu hurried to catch her. Qi Bao, with her chubby little hand, pushed him away.
She's not just any baby.
Not everyone can hold her. She slid down quickly, ran to Lian Cheng and looked up. Go, do you want to cut paper? Lian Cheng pretended not to understand. Ever since he corrected Qi Bao's accent last time, everyone started calling him Li Meng. Gugu ignored her. Little feet hurriedly ran outside. Lian Cheng quickly grabbed her small arm. Everyone get ready. Once we hear from Wang Jin and the others, we have to leave first because there's something urgent. What's the matter? It's obvious. Qi Bao swung her small arms, trying to break free from her brother's hold, and ran away. Her short legs moved very fast. Lian Cheng chased after her. They ran all the way up Wanzhou Mountain. Qi Bao declared she was cutting ties with her biological brother again. She refused to let any other brothers carry her or sit in the car. A line of brothers got out of the vehicle. Lian Cheng picked up a branch from the roadside and waved it. You guys go ahead in the car. Qi Bao, I'll handle this. Zhao Yan asked. Handle what? Are you always like this bullying Qi Bao? Lian Cheng said. Exactly, Xiao Cheng, you're a bit more humane. She's only 2 years old. Lian Cheng said. Let Qi Bao play. It's still early. Lian Lun agreed. Yes, still early. Chen Jing and Sun Qitian followed at a distance, silent. They knew very well how much effort the little boss had to put in. In their hearts, they understood everything. Qi Bao, run fast. The enemy is coming. A chubby guy hurried over and shouted. Qi Bao rolled her eyes at her brother and snorted. She took out her small water gun from her space. Here I come. Gugu Meng, charge. Hit the bad guys by Yubibu. She picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it like a grenade. They kept rushing along the mountain trail. Zhao Yan shouted loudly, "Qibao, great job. Keep it up. Qibao, charge. Brother C is protecting you." Lianzan cheered along. "The enemy's cannon is coming. Zhao Gugu, Si Gugu, get down." Lianzan and Zhao Yan. Are they crawling or hiding? Even the chubby guy has gone down. The other brothers were several meters away. Only Big Fat blindly rushed forward. Having fun playing with Qibao, the older brothers couldn't watch anymore. Even Lian Cheng's mouth twitched. 50 steps laugh at 100 steps. They are all a group of indulgent brothers who spoil their sister. Lianzan, Zhao Yan, Big Fat, including Lian Luan, and Lian Xing, a group of brothers following behind. Qibao didn't sit in the car, and neither did they, when Qibao wanted to play a war game. They all became her soldiers. Before long, they all got tired and gave up. Lian Luan and Lian Xing slowed down their steps. Zhao Yan and Lianzan gasped, "Qibao, wait for Brother Yan, wait. Brother Yan can't run anymore." Lianzan exclaimed, "Why didn't he cheer them on? Why didn't he shout to charge? Just now, he wanted to teach the little kid a lesson, but a few silly ones blocked him. Now, he's just asking for trouble, right? They are all adults, yet they're playing war games with a little kid. Isn't that childish?" Lian Qing teased and looked at everyone, no longer stopping Qibao. Obstacles on the road to education. One by one they fall behind, so they don't all come to teach her a lesson. Except for powerful people like Sun Qitian, Chen Liang, and Big Fat, few others can keep up with Qibao's pace. Zhao Yan supported Lianzan as he gave up. Lian Luan and Lian Xing naturally understood the situation. One after another, they got into the car. As for Big Fat, he was just being silly, and there was no saving him. Seeing her soldiers getting fewer and fewer, Qibao felt a bit bored, especially since Sister Liang Liang and Brother Tian were like wooden posts, not playing with her. Lian Qing joked, "Little Qibao, your team coordination isn't good. The team broke up so quickly. What if the enemies come?" Qibao looked at the brothers in the car. With chubby arms crossed, she said, "Oh, I'm so sad." To save fuel, Chen Guangxing drove a small bus. Little Miazai stood by the roadside, performing lively acts, but no one paid attention. The atmosphere didn't last 2 seconds before Qibao suddenly got excited and jumped around, saying, "Oh no, oh no, the bunny's mom is washing her hair." She disappeared in a flash, leaving everyone stunned. Lianqing had a bad feeling. Before 2 minutes passed, Qibao came out of the space, holding a half-dead, half-grown rabbit in her arms. Lianqing looked at her with a sneer. "Little troublemaker, did you feed the rabbit some mouse-catching grass?" Qibao secretly glanced at Lianqing. How did he know? She only fed her rabbit army a little bit of spiritual spring water, and most of the rabbits survived. Maybe because they were weak, they kept almost dying, so she took care of them carefully. Now, she didn't need her brother's help. Qibao carried the little rabbit into the car and went home. She looked at the rabbit for a long time, but it still didn't move. Pippi the dog was napping under the eaves. Bored, it lazily walked over to Qibao and barked, "Woof. Woof. Kashizai, what fun thing are you doing?" Qibao made a few sounds and said, "The bunny washed away." She poked the small, trembling head of the rabbit with her chubby finger. Curious, Pippi sniffed and nudged the rabbit's little belly with its nose. Qibao wanted to stop it, but suddenly Pippi yowled loudly. Blood was flowing from its nose. Qibao was stunned. Her cute little rabbit had bitten Pippi, her beloved pet, and it was bleeding. The rabbit suddenly darted into the yard, bouncing around wildly. At first, Lianqing thought Qibao had bullied Pippi again. He looked into the yard and saw bloodstains stretching from the eaves to the corner of the wall. His heart trembled. He thought Pippi was angry and had bitten Qibao. But after a big effort, Qibao explained clearly, "Rabbits bite when they're scared. Even dogs get bitten too. Little bunny, pretend to wash up." She worried about the little one for a long time and even teased Pai Pai. If it weren't for the fact that it's still small, she'd have Grandma prepare to cook rabbit stew. Qibao stood in the yard with her arms crossed, thinking about how to punish this naughty rabbit. But soon, she heard the chattering sound. Mom, where are you? There's a bad dog here, it wants to eat me." She looked at the bad dog in the rabbit's mouth, which was crying and licking its wound. Pai Pai, who wants to eat you? Dogs are very principled, you know. They don't eat things their owner doesn't give them. Pai Pai was both angry and sad. Fighting with a rabbit and losing. That's a real shame for a dog. Where is Mom? Qibao grabbed the rabbit's ear and asked softly. Lianqing thought the rabbit had mutated and was worried it might hurt Qibao, so he quickly pulled the rabbit away. Its mom isn't in Qibao's secret base? Take your brother inside. Qibao took Lianqing into the space. The space has always been taken care of by Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and Aunt, so he wasn't worried. He just came in to check on the mouse-catching plants, to plant some, and to see the rabbits. The rabbits were kept in a pen, gray, white, black, and mixed colors. Their eyes used to be brown or black, but now all of them had bright red eyes. He knew these rabbits had mutated, and the cause of the mutation was probably the mouse-catching plants. But these rabbits didn't seem aggressive. The female rabbits squinted while feeding the little rabbits. The slightly bigger rabbits were eating grass, and the male rabbits were hopping around the pen. Lianqing picked up a stick and deliberately provoked a male rabbit. The male rabbit chattered and immediately jumped up. Those two-legged creatures want to hurt us. Thinking the rabbit might hurt his brother, Qibao shouted fiercely, "You bad thing. Stop biting. Qibao will beat you." The male rabbit was stunned. It seemed like this human child could understand what it was saying. The male rabbit tried chattering a couple more times. "Little one, can you understand me?" Qibao scratched her head. "Yes, I can. Little Xiaobao, what are you doing?" "Oh, I'm talking to Bunny?" "Is that how this word is used?" Lianqing was very confused. Then he heard Bunny chattering, Zhibao mumbling softly, baby talk, like they were really interacting. Can they really understand each other? "Xiaobao, are you lying to your brother?" Zhibao gave a small look. "Gogo is just a little liar." Lianqing deliberately teased her. "How can animals understand human speech?" "Then let Bunny line up and show your brother." In less than half a minute, an amazing scene appeared, except for the tiny bunny with closed eyes. The big bunnies and semi-grown bunnies all sat in a line. Gogo is good friends. Sit nicely, everyone. Raise your paws high. Zhibao made a playful gesture, raising her front paw as a sign of greeting, and surprisingly, Bunny also did the same. Now Lianqing was sure of one thing. Zhibao really can understand animal language. So, do the little cubs really communicate with Pippi? Honestly, he heard it. They were talking about him behind his back. Lianqing crouched down, holding Zhibao's small shoulders. "Zhibao, tell your brother, can you understand what pigs are saying?" "Can understand." Zhibao pouted her little mouth. "Pigs are too slow, or maybe just lazy." "Then what about the ducks?" "Quack, quack, quack." Zhibao imitated the duck's call. "De huang, huang, silly." "I can understand what you're saying." Lianqing understood. Zhibao meant that the ducks are like her, can't speak clearly, but she can understand. Her older brother could only think silently, not daring to say it out loud, or else the little one would definitely give him a kick. "And the chickens?" "Cluck, cluck." "Can you understand?" Zhibao also mimicked. "Cluck, cluck, cluck."
Kikin mama.
"I listen and obey." "Eggs will." Her little expression looked quite regretful, so not all creatures in this space can communicate with Zhibao. What is the key point here? Lianqing thought again and again. Something faintly came to mind. "Zhibao, did you feed the bunnies spring water?" "Yes, yes." Zhibao opened her big, watery eyes and nodded repeatedly. "Bunny baby, no daddy, mommy, grandma, or sister." They were hurriedly bitten and washed away, all gone. So, these animals gained intelligence because they drank the spiritual spring water and can communicate with Zhibao. Moreover, the spiritual spring water can also prevent animals from mutating. For example, rabbits, although they accidentally ate mutated mouse-catching plants and became very aggressive when threatened, drinking the spring water kept them from going crazy or losing their minds. After understanding this, Lianqing looked at the roots of the mouse-catching plants near the rabbit pen and warned Zhibao. "This plant is poisonous. It's used to catch bad mice. You can't feed it to small animals, do you understand?" Zhibao waved her little hand. "Got it, it's poisonous. Don't eat it. Wash it away." "Good, very clever." Lianqing pinched Zhibao's chubby little hand, planted a few roots of the mouse-catching plants in the space, and took some outside to plant as well. He also told the family members the same thing. Grandma chuckled a little. You're so grown up, still afraid of mice? People might think I have a granddaughter, not a grandson. Lianqing's mouth twitched. With red eyes, mice and cockroaches look frightening. If she saw them, she might faint. Actually, he wasn't afraid but felt disgusted. Mutated mice and cockroaches, unless they ate their own kind or crawled out of a pile of corpses. He also disliked soft-bodied animals like caterpillars. After planting the mouse-catching plants, Lianqing looked at Pippi, who was drooping under the eaves. Pippi's nose was covered with a bandage from Shibao. The little hero he loved most was Piggy Hero. But Wang didn't like Piggy Hero. After Shibao played with Pippi back and forth, Pippi looked more aggrieved. Lianqing patted the dog's head. Tonight, I'll give you an extra chicken leg. When he mentioned chicken legs, Pippi got even angrier. He hadn't received the promised chicken leg last time. That little liar was a big liar, a whole nest of liars. All they did was bully Wang. Wang decided to run away from home and go to his chubby, silly friend's house. That day, Pippi ran away. Depeng found a pitiful dog outside the door. The next day, Pippi came back, holding his noble head high. Shibao grabbed the dog's ear and gave it a good squeeze. Daring to run away from home? Absolutely dog-hearted. Last time, she ran away from home, but she was scolded very badly by her brother. As for Pippi, when her brother didn't scold her, she took on the task herself. 2 more days of playful teasing passed. News came from Wang Jin that they had figured out Peter's location and had gathered all the people they could trust. Lian Chung temporarily formed a small team, mainly including Sun Qitian, Big Fat, Xiao Tsong, Lian Zan, Lian Luan, Lian Xing, Zhou Wu, Wang Jin, Wan Hai, and Zhao Yan. Of course, Zhao Yan was mainly responsible for taking care of the children. Zhao Yan. He used to mock Big Fat, but now he reflects on himself. Besides having a good appearance, he had nothing else going for him. Luckily, Qi Bao didn't dislike him. He looked down at Qi Bao, who was standing beside his legs, acting cute. Qi Bao was dressed in a special camouflage suit, wearing a steel helmet to prevent sniping, carrying a small bear backpack and a small water gun slung over her shoulder. All her gear was ready, looking fierce and serious, as if she was ready to fight. Good girl, you won't dislike Brother Yan, right? Dislike, she replied. Although she said that, Qi Bao's short legs had already started moving. In her excitement, her little steel helmet tilted to the side. She loudly shouted, Go, I'm going to nap now. She wanted to fight the bad guys, but she hadn't caught up yet. Hearing Qi Bao's clear and bright voice, Lianqing quickly pulled Big Fat, who had stopped, and said, Run faster. They're catching up. As for who was catching up, the brothers' steps grew even faster. Qi Bao didn't run far before Zhao Yan grabbed her elbow, stopping her from running further. Zhao Yan wanted to pick her up, but Qi Bao twisted her small body, almost throwing a tantrum. Brother Yan, let go. Let go of Qi Bao. Qi Bao is going to fight the bad guys. She was ready to join the fight, and her brothers had even assigned her a task. Zhao Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead and reminded her, Didn't your brother say you should obey orders and follow commands? Huh? Qi Bao paused, straightening her small body. Follow orders. Where's the task her brother gave her? Mission is pick up guns, cannons, and help Hugo with injuries. Treat his wounds. Yes, that's right, good boy. We are a medical team. We need to go behind. Do you understand? Got it. Thinking again about my brother's advice, Qi Bao took out his protective glasses from his pocket and put them on. The mountain path is hard to walk. Qi Bao followed behind Liancheng and the others from a distance, darting around like a small hamster, very quick. Zhao Yan was exhausted. The group split up quietly and sneaked onto the back of Mount Wanshou. Peter and his team's hideout is on a hillside covered with bushes, with shadows moving at the cave entrance. Xiao Tsong led some people around to a high point outside the cave, finding a good spot. Lian Xing and Lian Luan formed a defensive line, slowing their pace. They wore special temperature-controlled bulletproof vests provided by Han Mubai, keeping a steady temperature. Their hats were coated with a special paint to fool infrared scanners. Peter's security system was completely disabled. Lien Cheng and the others quickly approached the cave entrance. As Wang Jin blew a whistle like a wild mountain chicken, several armed mercenaries quickly gathered here. Brother Jin. Brother Hai. Seeing Wan Hai, a few people couldn't help but lower their heads. Stop talking nonsense. Where are those foreigners? Wan Hai asked impatiently through clenched teeth.
Oh.
They're all inside the cave today. Our brothers are on guard. Also, Wang Xiaolan has completely betrayed us, Brother Hai. Let us in, but... There are guards at the door, and infrared sensors. We can't get in. So, how have you been these days? The person was stumped by the question. They just found a tree branch or a cave to hide in overnight. During the day, Peter sent someone to bring them some food. What else could they do? Just get by. Lien Cheng glanced at the frostbitten hand of that person, understanding in his heart. No wonder these people turned against us. Besides Wang Jin's encouragement, Peter himself was also risking everything. Wan Hai patted the person's head and said, "Don't worry, we are prepared." Lienzan was controlling a drone to observe the defenses near the cave entrance. The entrance was narrow, blocked by bushes. There were at least 2 heavy machine guns, and the number of guards was unknown, with more than 8 people. They were some distance from the entrance, surrounded by jagged rocks and swaying trees. The outer area was guarded by Chinese mercenaries. Most of them had been persuaded to surrender by Wang Jin. A few were indecisive. Lienzan used the drone to scout, but there was no reaction from these people. They saw the drone but ignored it. Nothing unusual. Keep moving forward. There are too many obstacles and the entrance is small. We'll attack when we get closer. As soon as Lienzan finished speaking, Bayou. The drone was shot down. There's on the hilltop. Everyone quickly ducked down, except for one person.
Charge.
If we can't take it, they'll be on alert. People who negotiated with Peter would face consequences, and the indecisive ones would fall in line. When could he finally take revenge? Wan Hai, holding his gun, led the charge, rushing ahead. He drew out 2 hidden shooters. Everyone thought Wan Hai was doomed, but Xiao Tsong and Xiao Wu acted first and took out the 2 shooters preparing to fire from the shadows. Then a fierce gunfight broke out. Wan Hai's mind was pulled back to reality. Peter was still alive. How could he die so easily? Wan Hai hid behind a large rock, observing the blind spots at the cave entrance, moving slowly. Lien Cheng. This person was a bit smart, though not very much. Lienzan. Activate the backup drone to distract the snipers. De Peng, defend. Xiao Tian, follow me. Let's go. While Lienzan was speaking in Lianqing, he had already activated a backup drone that was circling above the mountaintop. However, there was more than one on the mountaintop, along with 2 heavy machine guns at the cave entrance. Bullets kept flying over, but they were blocked by the large mud wall and flying stones. After holding out for a while, Lien Cheng reacted quickly. He, along with Sun Qitian, moved swiftly and charged toward the cave entrance, destroying the enemy's heavy firepower. Lien Luan, Lien Xing, and their team followed closely behind, clearing out scattered soldiers near the cave. Inside the cave, the sound of gunfire continued. Peter's people were retreating while fighting, worried the cave might collapse. They didn't use powerful weapons like grenades or rocket launchers. But Lien Cheng and his team also dared not use such weapons. The cave outside was small but wide, like a gourd. Chaotic gunfire created a dense web of bullets in the dark cave. In the chaos, Wan Hai was bitten by a bullet. Xiao Wu dragged him behind a temporary mud wall built by De Peng. Wan Hai, what are you trying to do, risking everyone's life? Brother Wu, don't worry about me. Kill Peter.
Kill him.
Peter was hiding near a narrow opening not far away. Wan Hai was so excited he lost his senses. Xiao Wu grabbed Wan Hai's collar. Get a grip, Wan Hai calmed down. He had nothing left to lose. Xiao Wu was one of the few people he cared about.
Peter, come out.
You're not getting out of here alive today.
Wan Hai shouted loudly.
Peter. Leaving was death. Staying was death. He wasn't stupid. What was the point of going out? There was another cave nearby. He still had reinforcements. Hi, You really are an untrainable dog. There's an old Chinese saying, close the door and beat the dog. You think the cave only has defenses? I sincerely warn you, withdraw now, or we'll fight to the end.
Bomha.
Peter's words just finished, and an alarm sounded inside the cave. Liancheng and the others quickly cleared out the remaining enemies, exchanging glances with Sun Qitian, activating their spiritual power in their palms. A small whirlwind suddenly appeared, rushing deep into the cave. A uniform chorus of wails echoed through the space. In a flash, Xiao Peng, Sun Qitian, Liancheng, along with Lianxing and Lianluan, took control of the situation. About 10 foreign mercenaries inside the cave were completely defeated. Peter was covered in blood and flesh but stubbornly shouted, "I will die with you all. Go to, you old fool. You set up a fake alarm to fool your dad." Lianzan threw an alarm device at Peter's face. There was a large amount of weapons inside the cave, but they hadn't been opened yet, and most were damp. He suspected they couldn't be easily destroyed even if burned. Lianqing looked around and frowned slightly. Only these few people. The supplies are all inside the cave. Maybe the people escaped? Lianzan was counting the supplies while replying. Lianqing's brow furrowed even deeper, his gaze sweeping over Peter, who was smiling half-heartedly. Using a fake alarm to deceive others seemed unnecessary. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Lianqing pulled Lianzan aside. "This foreigner is stalling. Don't bother, let's retreat first." A voice came through the earpiece. "People are coming from the cave entrance. They have reinforcements. By Yubiu." Laser gunfire roared from the entrance. Lianqing waved his hand. "Defensive formation, retreat." About a minute later, another voice came through the earpiece. "We've sniped 5 people, and about 10 more entered the cave. Their guns are very powerful, and the mud walls probably can't hold them." Are you hurt?" "I'm fine. Just a scratch." Suddenly, the voice of Xiao Tsong stopped. Lianqing urgently organized the team to retreat. "Wait!" Xiao Tsong suddenly shouted through the earpiece. "Qi Bao is coming in." They could have used a wind formation to clear the way, but the little one was his obstacle, specifically there to seal him. "What?" The people inside the cave were all stunned. Big Fat immediately shouted, "Xiao Zhao, what are you doing? Does he still have a position in his brother's team? Big brother, be a good person." "I'm almost exhausted. He's carrying 8 guns and a box of bullets, weighing at least 50 kilograms. Qi Bao is using him like a beast of burden. Your physical condition isn't good enough. Go back and keep training." "Train your what?" "I'm not training." Big Fat didn't give Zhao Yan a chance to reply, and hung up. Someone is coming ahead. Qi Bao, a small girl, follows her brother's steps, picking up guns and shells along the way. She not only picks up her own, but also asks Zhao Yan to help. Like a greedy little monkey. Just after putting an automatic rifle into her space, she spots a heavy machine gun and a mortar at the entrance. Through the scope of the machine gun, Qi Bao sees Zhao Yan far behind her. She waves her little hand eagerly. "Brother Yan, come quickly. If she doesn't hurry, others will have already taken all the guns." The small girl quickly gathers the heavy machine gun, mortar, and shells, putting everything into her space. She feels that Brother Yan isn't doing enough, so she releases her robot mom. She bends the robot mom's arm at a 90-degree angle and places the guns one by one until she can't fit anymore. Then she nods happily. "Mom, pick up guns and shells, pack them well, and tie them up. From now on, this will be their team formation." Even the robot mom can help her pick up guns and shells. The robot mom hesitates a bit, trying to understand Qi Bao's behavior of collecting trash. "Baby? Your stuff." Yes, Qi Bao's guns and shells. "Will break if hit." The robot mom seems to understand, but isn't quite sure. Qi Bao touches her robot arm and puts all the automatic rifles into her space. Meanwhile, on the other end of the robot system, Han Mubai. His little darling, how is she tricking the robot now? It seems the robot needs an upgrade again. Zhao Yan, holding a bunch of guns, just reached the cave entrance. He saw Qi Bao hiding behind a rock like a little mouse, stretching her neck to look into the cave. She quickly scurried away on her short legs. Zhao Yan, trained so much, is starting to doubt his life. Someone tell him, why is he not even as good as a 2-year-old baby? No wonder Lien Chung has been worried all day. Taking care of the baby is also very tiring. In a flash, Zhao Yan's mind drifted away, and Qi Bao disappeared from his sight again. With heavy steps, Zhao Yan entered the cave. The inside of the cave was so dark that he couldn't see his hand in front of him. There were noisy voices and gunshots coming from the cave. Hearing the gunfire, Zhao Yan quickened his pace. Although Qi Bao was with Zhao Liang at this moment, Qi Bao, a small figure, saw a few sneaky people hiding behind piles of rocks through his night vision. Qi Bao didn't make a sound. Usually, Qi Bao wouldn't make a sound unless there was danger. Robot Mother also automatically stayed silent. Perhaps the mercenaries noticed something behind, but didn't see what was under their feet. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared deep inside the cave. Who's there? Who's hiding? This voice. It was the big brother, and his small eyes lit up instantly. Lian Xing, Lian Luan, and Lian Zan came out in a defensive formation. Lian Xing held a gun in one hand and a flashlight in the other. Under the bright light, Lian Xing saw not only a sharp-faced man, but also
Qi Bao.
What is she doing? Wang Xiaolan, Wan Hai's voice rang out. Hearing the noise, the foreign mercenaries immediately started shooting. Sparks flew, and the dazzling light made it hard to see. Lian Chung and his group were overwhelmed by laser guns and couldn't lift their heads. Big Fat kept manipulating rocks to block the view and sound. The stone wall was cut open by laser beams, then rebuilt, then cut again in a high-frequency cycle. Big Fat's spiritual power was almost exhausted. If it really came to it, he could only take a risk. Let Qi Bao hide in the space, then activate the wind formation to finish the fight in one go. But could Qi Bao avoid being caught by those people? At this moment, his heart was very anxious. He had no time to think about where Chen Liang or Robot Mother had gone, or why Zhao Yan hadn't caught up yet. Lian Cheng's palms were sweating. He held his breath, about to call out to Qi Bao, when something unexpected happened. Qi Bao squatted beside Wang Xiaolan for a few seconds, but couldn't stay down. Did she bully her brothers? Does she think she doesn't exist? Wang Xiaolan was excited when he first held the laser gun. Suddenly, the gun was pulled away. Qi Bao's small, chubby hands gripped the gun tightly. Gun. Clumsy and rough, the little chubby hands pulled hard, almost pulling Wang Xiaolan over like a young calf. Wang Xiaolan turned to the side, stunned for a moment, then raised the gun stock to push back at Qi Bao. Qi Bao pouted. Thinking the baby could be bullied? The small fireball in his palm was almost too much to hold. In a flash, Qin Jing appeared suddenly in front of Wang Xiaolan, grabbing the gun barrel, bending her knees, and kicking hard. Wang Xiaolan was pushed straight into the stone wall, coughing out a mouthful of old blood, then slowly fell to the ground. A long bloodstain was dragged across the stone wall. Wang Xiaolan's eyes widened, unwilling to close. Other mercenaries immediately turned their guns. The sound of Gatling guns rang out. Robot Mom switched to battle mode. A row of bullets swept past. The mercenaries' backs sprayed blood mist. One mercenary near the wall, due to the angle, only injured one arm, then instinctively aimed his laser gun at the robot and shot. The robot blocked with a protective shield, absorbing a laser shot. The laser beam cut into the shield with a sizzling sound. At the same time, Qi Bao threw a string of small fireballs at the armed mercenary. He was instantly ignited, with tiny flames covering him like dense grass, and no matter how he jumped and flailed, the blue flames burned brighter and brighter. The dark cave reflected red light. With a loud clang, the broken shield split into two, one half falling to the ground. Qi Bao ran to the robot mom, shouting, "Mom, Mom, look. It's hurt." The little chubby hands picked up a piece of steel plate, struggling to fit it onto the robot's left hand, but couldn't do it well. The robot was also confused. The little person looked like he was about to cry. Just as he was about to put the robot into space, Lian Qing suddenly shouted, "Qi Bao, Big Brother is also hurt, Lian Qing." It was just a small scrape from a falling stone, Barely a scratch. It's not serious at all. Seeing Wang Jin and others nearby looking stunned, Lian Xing quickly reacted. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qi Bao was about to perform a small magic trick and reveal her secret. She immediately exclaimed loudly, taking a deep breath, "Big brother is hurt." She threw away her broken copper and iron, and before she could pick up her guns and cannons, she spun around swiftly and ran deep into the cave. By chance, she saw Wang Xiaolon glaring at her with wide eyes. Qi Bao was angry and puffed up her cheeks, then confidently ran toward Wang Xiaolon, lifting her little foot, kicking his leg twice, saying, "Bad boy," bullying the baby. After kicking twice, she hurried to find her brother. A few pots. It's unclear whether she should remind Qi Bao that the person was already gone, since it was hard to tell through the goggles. Inside the cave, Peter was shouting, "My reinforcements are here. You're all doomed. Drop your weapons and we can still talk. Talk to your mother." Lienzon hit Peter on the head with a gun stock. "Reinforcements? Look carefully. Whose reinforcements are those?" He pointed at the suddenly appearing Qi Bao. What a joke. Peter's mouth twitched. Qi Bao took out gauze and medicine from her small backpack and skillfully disinfected and bandaged Lian Xing, then gave him some spring water to drink. Lian Xing. Just a small scrape. No need for all this. Spring water, and wrapping his whole head. "How's the battle outside? What's the situation?" Lian Xing asked through the earpiece. Xiao Tsong replied, "This Peter is really sneaky. There's another cave here and someone is inside. We've locked it up. Don't let them escape. We're coming right now." Lian Xing turned to Lian Xing. "Big brother, you go ahead. Watch over Qi Bao. He's pretending to be sick." Blinking, he signaled he understood. What does "watch over her" mean? She's a little warrior, not a prisoner. Seeing the little person causing trouble again, Lian Cheng's tone turned serious. "Comrade Chi, yes," came the cheerful reply. Qi Bao tilted her little head. What task does she have, calling her little person? Lianqing gently pinched Qi Bao's little chubby cheeks and waved his hand. "Clean up the battlefield. Brother, keep watch outside." "Got it." Qi Bao stomped his little feet, and his small chest puffed up proudly. Lianqing cleared his throat. It was time to do serious work. He exchanged glances with Sun Qiantian and Lianzan, then they all retreated outside. Big Fat was the slowest to react. He followed behind the group. When they saw Zhao Yan lying on the ground, panting heavily, he clicked his tongue. "Little Zhao, come on you." Before Big Fat finished speaking, Zhao Yan suddenly burst up. "Get lost," he weakly kicked Big Fat's backside. Zhao Yan then sat down on the ground again. Still catching his breath, he hadn't recovered yet. Qi Bao patted Lian Xing's shoulder. "Good boy, take a nap. Qi Bao will pick up guns and cannons. And clean the battlefield." He listened to the little doctor's instructions. Qi Bao started picking up items again. Lian Xing couldn't sit still and began helping. Zhao Yan, catching his breath, also joined in. But Qi Bao was annoyed because they didn't clean thoroughly. Where Zhao Yan and Lian Xing had picked up, Qi Bao went over again, even checking for shell casings. Lian Xing's mouth twitched. They really cleaned quite well. In less than 10 minutes, Lian Xing returned. Today, Peter had moved a batch of weapons to another cave. That side hadn't been fully defended yet, but Lian Xing and his group had taken it over. There were quite a few people. Most of them were water troops deceived by Wang Xiaosa, besides foreign mercenaries. They scattered at the first sign of trouble. Most of them surrendered. Lianqing came to pick up Qi Bao and also to help the people following him move supplies from Peter's base. Most of the supplies were daily necessities and food. Qi Bao, tiny as he was busy picking up guns and cannons. Peter stored supplies deep inside the cave, and after sorting through them, there were still many left. His brothers said these should be kept for the people at the foot of the mountain. So, Qi Bao reluctantly decided to let them take some. However, when seeing the instant food, Qi Bao felt a little out of control. Her small hands clenched tightly. In her previous life, these things were treasures to her. Delicious foods that could fill her stomach. Lian Qing picked up Qi Bao and pinched her little chubby cheeks. Junk food, little baby, you should eat less or you won't grow tall. Guogua, Qi Bao affectionately hugged Lien Cheng's neck. Seeing these foods, she always thought of some bad images and became very dependent on Lien Cheng. Lien Cheng suspected that Qi Bao was scared again, so he tried to distract her. Big brother will take Qi Bao to find guns and fight the bad guys. Find guns? Qi Bao's little eyes lit up again. She stretched her neck and looked around. Lien Cheng and Qi Bao arrived at another cave. Lien Zan was busy checking supplies one by one. Inside, there were many modern high-tech weapons, including laser guns, pulse grenades, military drones, high-sensitivity infrared defense weapons, and even energy cannons. These things, let alone use, Lien Zan had never even seen before. He had to ask Han Mubai for advice. According to Han Mubai, once an energy cannon is used, with enough power, it can flatten half a mountain. Seeing this big gun-like weapon, Qi Bao's eyes sparkled, and her mouth opened wide. While this cannon is so powerful, Lien Cheng put Qi Bao down and gently tapped her small nose. What do you think is not impressive? Qi Bao ignored her brother and was completely attracted by the energy cannon. She stomped her little feet and moved closer to Lien Zan. Lien Zan held the energy cannon and examined it carefully. The energy cannon has electronic locks and multiple encryptions. Without the key, it can't be used. Wow, is this foreigner here to destroy my family? No, I have to go beat him up again. Enough. Lien Cheng grabbed Lien Zan. That foreigner might still be useful. We need to reveal their true nature and, better yet, find out the list of people they have infiltrated and expose them. Lien Zan suddenly realized. Yes, we must expose them. The people have the right to know the truth. On the other side, Han Mubai heard this and frowned slightly. Small town. Be careful with your methods. Don't cause trouble for yourself. Peter's behind-the-scenes forces are quite complicated. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As Lien Cheng finished speaking, a gunshot rang out outside the cave, followed by a scream of pain. Lien Cheng disappeared instantly and hurried toward the cave entrance. What's going on? It's fine. Qiuwu held back Wan Hai and looked at Lien Cheng. What should we do with Peter? Wan Hai was driven by revenge and had no sense of reason. But Qiuwu was clear-headed. An international spy like Peter was worth more alive. Oh. Someone's been shot. Help. Help. Peter was hit in the arm. Lien Cheng looked at Peter with a half-smile. A spy gets caught, and you still hope to live? Not planning to die quickly? Oh. God. I'm not a spy. I'm a businessman, protected by international treaties. Before Peter finished speaking, Wan Hai kicked him. Businessman? What nonsense. Talking about international treaties and laws. What kind of world is this? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Lien Cheng also kicked Peter. Then he looked at Wan Hai. This person, do as you like. Don't kill him. After all, dying is easier than living. Find a way to make him talk. Give up the list of people involved in arms smuggling. Qiuwu and Wan Hai were both stunned. Qiuwu didn't expect Lien Cheng to hand the person over to Wan Hai. Was he not afraid Wan Hai would lose his temper and kill him? And trying to make an international spy talk. How easy was that? Also, you need to learn to make peace with this world. Find new goals. Otherwise, living will be very painful. I have fully let go of my small grudge against Wan Hai. I don't care whether Peter lives or dies. I go with the flow and act naturally. Lien Cheng patted Wan Hai on the shoulder and then entered the cave. Wan Hai was silent for a long time before grabbing Peter by the collar. Qiuwu was worried he might make a mistake and held his arm. Brother Wu, don't worry. I won't let him die easily. The captain is right. Living in this world is more painful than dying. You haven't seen how he deals with those girls, trying to make them submit. Wan Hai patted Qiuwu's hand and then smiled cruelly. Qiuwu suddenly let go. Wan Hai was still the Wan Hai he knew, but he felt different this time. Wan Hai was radiating a dark, gloomy aura. He grabbed Peter by the collar and dragged him down the mountain like dragging a dead pig. Lining and Chen Guangxing's backup team arrived to attack the cave. The fight was about quality, not quantity. Lining and Chen Guangxing mainly focused on distracting the mercenaries from China outside. Having gone through so much, Lien Cheng habitually kept a backup plan. Qiu Bao was already messing around inside the cave. Following Lien Zan's instructions, they stored the energy cannon, some laser guns, and pulse grenades in the space. As for the military drones and high-sensitivity infrared defense weapons, these were urgently needed to defend Wanshou Town. With these weapons, the League of Heroes could truly arm themselves and rise to power. Across the country and even around the world, similar civilian groups to the League of Heroes have gradually appeared. Most are connected to the military but remain independent from it. These groups are secretly gathering strength from various forces. The League of Heroes stands among them, without seeming out of place. Lin Ying and his team cleared out the supplies from the cave, keeping some for themselves and sharing others with the Gaoshan village self-defense team. Qi Bao quickly finished cleaning up the battlefield and went home with her brothers. This was her first successful mission, and she felt proud like a little victorious rooster, holding her head high. As soon as she entered the village, she refused to be carried. She walked with her hands behind her back, taking small steps from the village entrance to the end, worried that others might not notice she had returned from the fight. She almost missed her house door. When Lien Chen caught her by the back of her shirt, Qi Bao tugged at his hand and said, Go, let me down. Let you down. Where are you going? You've been outside all day and haven't gone home yet? Lien Chen tapped her small helmet. Qi Bao looked sad and sat down. She wondered why her brothers couldn't just hug her properly. It made her feel a little less important. Her big eyes saw her grandma peeking out from the door. She stretched out her small hand and said, Grandma, hug. Oh, look at our good little Bao's face, so dirty, Grandma said, but she still took Qi Bao and shook her gently. Little Bao, don't learn from your brothers. They're just little monkeys. Dirt doesn't matter to them. You're a girl, so you should look pretty. Her brothers. This is her real grandma. Grandma cleaned Qi Bao and changed her into a soft, fuzzy little bear jumpsuit. Now she looked like a chubby, well-behaved girl. Qi Bao wore her special big shoes and sat under the eaves, bragging to her friends Lien En, Lien Lizhu, and Lien Shuang about what happened in the cave. She told them how the bad guys were mean and how they bullied her brothers. She said she was so brave she used a fireball to defeat the bad guys in one shot. She also collected many toy guns and cannons. Her uncles and friends smiled happily as they watched her. Qi Bao is so brave. Qi Bao is amazing. Qi Bao is so cool. A group of little bears have limited vocabulary, and their praise is often superficial or perfunctory. Lien En scratches his head in frustration. Uncle and brothers have used up all the words they can praise with. As the favorite little brother of Qi Bao, he must find a way to praise him properly. After holding back for a long time, Lien En finally says, Qi Bao is so fierce. Qi Bao is so well-behaved. Uncle and brothers shoot him sharp looks. Did he say something wrong again? Lien Chen walks out of the house, looking at the lively little cub. He shakes the milk bottle in his hand. Little rascal, hey! Qi Bao turns his head, sees the milk bottle in Lien Cheng's hand. His eyes light up, and he quickly rushes over. The little kids are all stunned. Is he that fast? Qi Bao pulls the small milk bottle, takes a few big sips, then continues drinking milk while bragging to uncle and brothers. He doesn't even look at his real brother. Before going to bed, Lien Cheng and Qi Bao enter the space. They organize the supplies collected today, stacking metal boxes into a row near the shelves. When he sees the pile of bullet casings under the shelf, Lien Cheng pauses. Little rascal, why are you collecting so many empty shells? Making necklaces? Yes. Qi Bao is so amazing. Qi Bao, with chubby hands on his hips, pretends to be fierce and proud. All these shells are his medals. He wants to show them off to uncle and brothers. In the past life, many low-level soldiers liked collecting bullet casings, wearing them around their necks to show off. But even with bullet casings, the little cub is still just a cub. Lien Cheng finds a cardboard box, hands it to Qi Bao. Put them in, carry them out, and play with your brothers. Ah? Qi Bao bites his finger, glances at his brother. His brother looks like he won't refuse. Pouting, he grabs a handful of shells and throws them into the box, then looks up at his brother. These shells are hard-earned by his little self. He doesn't want to take them out. Hurry up and pick them up. Little rascal. Aren't good friends supposed to share? Aren't your brothers your good friends? Lianqing was organizing his things while watching Qi Bao pick up bullet casings. When he finished, Qi Bao was wearing a string of bullet casings as a necklace, showing off proudly. Soon, Lianin also had a similar necklace, and gradually, all the children in the village had them. At Wanshou town, in the detention room of the detention center, Wanhai poured a bowl of chilly water over Peter. His wound, torn by the wind, was starting to turn outward. Peter crouched in the corner, chained by his neck, trembling with pain. In just one day, Wanhai had used all the tricks he knew from those girls on Peter. But Peter couldn't shout or scream, afraid of alerting the fierce dogs watching inside the detention room. Wanhai was not naturally cruel, but his anger was full, and he vented it all on Peter. Peter was close to death several times, but was saved each time. After 3 days, Peter broke down mentally and finally told everything. Wanhai obtained the list of people involved in arms smuggling and received unexpected news. Everyone on the list was connected to a man called the Poison King. According to Peter, this man started in drug trafficking, then was wanted by the police, and fled to the United States. It was around that time that Peter met the Poison King. When the drug network was cut off, the Poison King was forced into black market deals, arms, human organs, intelligence. Anything profitable. Sometimes he helped smuggle goods for others. After a natural disaster, the Poison King reinvented himself and returned to the country, building connections as a businessman. Many officials, businessmen, and military figures' secrets were uncovered by him, and he used these to threaten and control them as suppliers and distributors. At first, Lianqing was determined to publish the list. But when he got the list, he hesitated. There were 34 people on it, spanning politics, business, and the military, involving the core powers at the table of 5. And this was only the incomplete list Peter knew, connected to the Poison King. There might be many more hidden in the shadows. If the list were exposed, the government's credibility would be damaged, public anger would erupt, and chaos would be inevitable. Could Gaoshan village escape unscathed? The answer was no. Would the authorities see this as a challenge to military authority or as an attempt to incite chaos? Would criminal groups take the chance to seek revenge? Lianqing thought for a long time, then took out his phone. He checked the missed calls and finally stopped at an unknown number. He knew he shouldn't bother someone he barely knew, but there was a person named Xia Huanyan on the list. She was somewhat well known in the northern Anhui business circle and was Wu Ming's nominal aunt. Wu Ming's grandfather was a former deputy commander of the military commission, and his father was the current top military and political leader in North China. These details were revealed to him by Wu Zhixuan. Compared to Wu's family, he trusted Wu Zhixuan more. Lianqing tentatively chatted with Wu Ming for a few words, then dialed Wu Zhixuan's number. After 2 rings, someone answered, "Hello, Uncle Wu." On the other side, there was a harsh cough. "Xiao Cheng, you finally decided to call me?" Cough, cough. "It's about the list, right?" Cough, cough. "Ingzi has already reported to Lao Sunday, cough, cough. I'm with Lao Sun now. I'll contact the senior leader about this. Don't move. Xiao Cheng, these things shouldn't be your responsibility.
Don't worry about it.
Take care of yourself and protect Qi Bao. We can't let heroes be left without successors. That's your main task." He seemed to forget Lining. "Uncle Wu, you're sick." "It's nothing, just a minor illness. I'll be fine after resting. In this world, there's no medicine. Even a cold can be deadly." Lianqing frowned slightly. Wu Zhixuan quickly hung up. Lianqing then remembered the herbs planted in Qi Bao's space: sanqi, perilla, belladonna, and grass fruit. The roots, leaves, flowers, and fruits are used differently, and they are harvested at different times. Last time, Dr. Li gave him some, and he planted a patch in the space following her instructions, watering it with spiritual spring water. So the medicinal value should have increased, right? It seems that the purple perilla and the wild sunflower can now be harvested. He plans to ask Dr. Li about it. Lianqing took away the playful puppy from the yard and went to Dr. Li's house. When he returned, he had a few more seeds of medicinal herbs in his hand. Lianqing planted them in the space of the Qi Bao. The pitcher plant in the space has already set seeds. Liancheng was the first to harvest some and spread them around the outskirts of Gaoshan village. Recently, pitcher plants have been found near Wan'an town and Wanshou town. Liancheng had everyone transplant them into a small yard, near the town entrance, street corners, and sewer areas. Thinking about Wu Zhixuan's condition, Liancheng packed a large bag of traditional Chinese medicine prepared by Dr. Li, along with a few boxes of Western medicine he received from Peter. He packed everything into a woven bag and called Pang Dahai. "Hey, Brother Pang, can you help me run an errand? Deliver something to Tanan town?" "Sure. Of course. Your stuff. Where can I deliver?" "Express delivery every day. I only don't deliver living people. Everything else I send." "Give me 10 minutes. Could he be joking? After hanging up, Liancheng waited exactly 10 minutes. Then Pang Dahai's call came through. "Hello, where are you?" "Where am I?" "Look up." A drone, like a bald eagle covering the sky, circled twice above old Lian's house and finally landed in the front yard. "Brother Pang, is this high-tech delivery now?" "Yes, no need for tricks, business is tough." This is a civilian model, 2 meters long, with a maximum load of 10 kilograms, perfect for mountain areas. No wonder Zhao Qinggong could quietly trade with the outside world. This was the key. Since we have to transport supplies from the mountains, it's really hard. "Little brother, since you know people, give me a cheap price. 10 jin of grain to Tanan town." Before Pang Dahai finished speaking, Liancheng agreed readily. Pang Dahai hesitated. "Little brother, you really are wealthy. I mean 10 jin of fine grain." Liancheng was slightly stunned. He almost forgot that in the end of the world, only the wealthy could casually take out 10 jin of grain without blinking. Liancheng chuckled softly, smiling foolishly. "Your price is quite high, but I believe in you." Pang Dahai thought to himself, "Indeed, the mountains are a good place. No worries about food or clothing. Everything can be self-sufficient." The medicine was delivered to Wu Zhixuan that very day. What Liancheng didn't know was that these medicines saved Wu Zhixuan's life. Wu Zhixuan was obsessed with that list. The Shark Gang and the Poison King were his lifelong pursuits. How could he not be obsessed? While communicating with Liancheng, he was investigating. Having just a list was not enough. He needed evidence. He stayed up all night reviewing these people's bank accounts and connections. After careful comparison, he found that everyone on the list had large transactions with an overseas account, and these people were all involved with the End Times Business Guild. Publicly, the guild is a business organization that helps the country and people, but in reality, it might be a distorted product of the Shark Gang after they changed their appearance. Wu Zhixuan found several familiar faces in a photo of the president of UXIN Technology attending a dinner with the End Times Business Guild, all of whom he suspected during his investigation. Wu Zhixuan felt dizzy and immediately contacted Old Wu. Just after finishing the call, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. In a military compound in northern Anhui, after finishing the call with Wu Zhixuan, Old Wu sat alone in his study, silent for a long time. The old man had served in the military all his life. Time had not bowed his back, but a list had made the aging old man stoop. He thought deeply about the authenticity of the list, about whether exposing the list was the real goal of international spies. Did his daughter-in-law, Xia Ruxua, get involved? Did his son Wu Qiliang know about it? Once the list was exposed, what chaos would unfold in the country? In turbulent times, would the Wu family be dragged into the mud? This world is already full of suffering. He wants to use his remaining life to do a little good for his country and family. The corrupt officials of a great nation must be punished.
Xia Huanyan musti.
If Wu Qiliang hesitates in making a decision, then Old Master Wu squinted slightly, tightening his grip on his cane. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking sound came from the door. Wu Ming opened the door. His young face showed a faint smile, and he had a white ribbon wrapped around his eyes. Although blind, it didn't stop him from moving freely. He walked in calmly from outside and said, "Grandpa, Liancheng called me." Old Master Wu was slightly surprised, then quickly remembered. Liancheng is just Liancheng's son, the boy who caught an international spy in Gaoshan village, right? Old Master Wu affectionately pulled Wu Ming to sit beside him. What did he tell you? He told me to be careful of Xia Huanyan. Maybe Lien Cheng has already found out something. Grandpa probably already knows everything, right? When he said this, Wu Ming still had a slight smile on his face, without any anger or sadness. He handed a file to Old Master Wu. It was an investigation report about his kidnapping a year ago. After returning, he hired a private detective who had been secretly watching Xia Ruxiue and her brother. His kidnapping was not accidental. If it was Wu Qiliang's political enemies, there would be a political purpose, but the kidnappers never contacted Wu Qiliang. If it was just an ordinary kidnapping for ransom, the kidnappers would have called the family to ask for money, but they didn't. Instead, they quickly handed him over to human traffickers. So, Wu Ming's suspicion turned to Xia Ruxiue. Xia Ruxiue was remarried. She originally had a son named Wu Junsheng, but she wanted a child with Wu Qiliang. Wu Qiliang had promised his deceased wife that he would only have one child, and his will was already made, leaving everything to Wu Ming.
He didn't agree.
The couple argued several times. Xia Ruxiue seemed to have compromised, but Wu Ming found her more and more annoying. Old Master Wu also knew about this, which is why he brought Wu Ming to live with him in the old house. He didn't know that the woman had such malicious thoughts. Old Master Wu was initially suspicious of the arms smuggling list, as some people use schemes and tricks to overthrow political enemies, especially by attacking family backgrounds and creating scandals. This was a common tactic. But the file Wu Ming provided was like a slap in the face, hitting him hard. With such a big piece of evidence in someone else's hands, what would Xia Huanyan and her brother do? Old Master Wu trembled all over. How dare she? How dare she hurt Qiliang's only son, my only grandson?
How dare she? Call
Qiliang, old Zhang. He was gasping for breath. Wu Ming quickly patted his chest to calm him. Grandpa, stay calm. Our family needs you. Old Master Wu's excited chest suddenly sank. Our family needs him. This country still needs him. This old man, must hold on. Outside, the guard heard the old master's voice and suddenly opened the door with "Old leader, do you have any instructions? Call Wu Qiliang, the Minister of Affairs, and tell him to immediately return to the old house." The old man forcefully tapped his cane on the ground, took a deep breath, and then looked refreshed and energetic again. The word return was used. The guard's scalp prickled with fear. The old leader was angry, and someone was bound to suffer. He didn't dare delay and immediately called Wu Qiliang. Wu Qiliang appeared at the Wu family's old house. Old Mr. Wu cleared out everyone, including Wu Ming, and sat alone in the spacious living room. Leaning on his cane, he sat in an old-fashioned armchair. Under the dim light, the old man looked covered in a strange glow. Wu Qiliang entered, looked stunned, and stopped in his tracks. "Dad, what are you doing again?" The old man loved to scold him. Wu Qiliang was used to it. But during this difficult time, he felt helpless. He rubbed his aching temples. "What am I doing? Look at this first." Old Mr. Wu threw a stack of documents at Wu Qiliang. Wu Qiliang weakly picked them up, glanced at them, and froze. He quickly flipped through the pages. This can't be true. Xue has taken care of Xiaoming for so many years. How is this possible? Wu Qiliang's voice was full of disbelief. He looked up at his father. Could someone be stirring trouble behind the scenes? Old Mr. Wu didn't react immediately, but started talking about arms smuggling and that list. After listening to his father, Wu Qiliang slumped onto a nearby chair. "Dad, am I wrong? I just wanted to find someone to take good care of Xiaoming. But I ended up hurting his eyes. I thought I could gather more supplies, so I gave authority to Xia Huanyan." Wu Qiliang smirked bitterly, his bloodshot eyes clouded with a thin mist. Natural disasters and man-made troubles, people suffering. He was not a qualified leader. And he was not a qualified father either. But he truly tried his best. He worked day and night, hoping to find someone to take good care of Wu Ming. Wu Qiliang's face was full of sadness. This was the only time he showed such an expression in front of his old father. Old Master Wu sighed softly. He knew his own son well. He was not involved in the arms smuggling, nor did he know about it. People can only carry as much as they can bear. In the past, everyone supported Wu Qiliang to rise to power because of his face, but that was ultimately forcing a difficult situation.
Aliang.
If you really can't do it, just step down. Wu Qiliang looked at his father. Was his father ready to give up on him? The old man had never spoken discouraging words to him before, usually talking about national duty or good governance.
But now.
Old Master Wu waved his hand. Ah Liang, let me finish. You've had a smooth journey so far. If it were a peaceful time, your skills might still be useful. But these are chaotic times. Any small mistake could cause not only your downfall but also the destruction of the Wu family. Have you thought about what you would do if the list of arms smugglers were exposed? As a father, I hope you can leave safely. This country still has hope. Let capable people try to turn things around. You can step back to a secondary role and still contribute. Don't be too obsessed with power. Look at the refugees outside. Look at Xiaoming. Grandpa is right. Wu Ming walked down from the upstairs. He overheard his grandfather and father talking and understood some things. His father is a diligent man, but also very strict and rigid. He is not suited for the world of power. Over the years, his father has worked very hard to meet everyone's expectations. Wu Ming saw all of this. Dad, the burden on your shoulders is too heavy. Take a break, it's okay, Wu Ming said. Seeing Wu Ming, Wu Qiliang felt very guilty. Xiaoming. He wanted to touch Wu Ming's eyes but didn't know how. He wanted to say sorry but couldn't speak. Wu Ming looks too much like his mother, the woman he loved deeply. The 3 generations of the Wu family discuss things for a long time. Although Wu Ming is young, he has his own opinions. Wu Qiliang was heartbroken. No wonder the old master always said Wu Ming was his best grandson. The next morning, Wu Qiliang, dressed in military uniform with a rank of general, returned to his villa in the outskirts of northern Anhui. Xia Ruoxue was hosting a gathering of some wealthy women at the villa. Xia Huanyan was also there. Wu Qiliang pushed open the villa door. Haha, having a good time, huh? Qiliang? Since old master Wu took Wu Ming away, Wu Qiliang rarely returned to the suburban villa. Xia Ruoxue almost didn't recognize him. Xia Huanyan approached, smiling and asking, Brother-in-law, why are you back at this time? Get out of the way. Wu Qiliang pushed Xia Huanyan aside and shouted at everyone inside, Everyone get out. A group of wealthy women and young ladies scattered in surprise. A team of guards quickly rushed in from the door. Xia Ruoxue's face fell instantly. Oh, General Wu, you haven't been home for half a year and your reputation is quite big now. Xia Ruoxue, you helped take care of Xiaoming before. I kindly took you and your family in. Do you really think you're the lady of this house? Wu Qiliang looked at Xia Ruoxue and his gratitude was gone. As a leader, he had protected himself from many dangers but couldn't prevent this woman from climbing into his bed or hurting Wu Ming. All of this was his fault. Wu Qiliang clenched her teeth secretly, already making a decision in her heart. Thinking you're the lady of this house? I am legally married to you, with a marriage certificate. No, wait, Xia Ruoxue reacted and looked at Wu Qiliang. What do you mean? It means... Wu Qiliang suddenly drew her gun. 2 blood holes appeared in Xia Huanyan's chest, and she immediately collapsed. A sharp scream echoed through the Wu family villa. Xia Ruoxue rushed to her older brother. Wu Qiliang, are you crazy?
Quickly.
Call a doctor. The villa's butler and servants were stopped outside by security guards. He's not worth mourning. Wu Qiliang looked expressionless, with coldness in his eyes that made Xia Ruoxue's hair stand on end, and she dared not speak. Wu Qiliang immediately ordered the guards to search the villa. Sure enough, they found many messy items inside, including guns and illegal drugs. He had raided his own home. Sun Qiliang was the first in history to do so. He only did 3 things after returning home. First, he directly executed Xia Huanyan. Second, he divorced Xia Ruoxue and sent her to a remote island prison. As for Wu Junsen, he was later taken away by Wu Ming. Wu Qiliang tidied everything up and announced his resignation from his position as the top military and political leader of North China. He dismissed himself without any warning. The national parliament was caught off guard. The commanders and political leaders of the 5 major regions were all stunned. They couldn't understand Wu's move. Wu Qiliang recommended a young junior brother to take over as the top political leader of North China. As for the top military leader, he would temporarily hold that position. The transfer of power needed some time to transition. Of course, this was also discussed with old Wu. During the political handover, the military couldn't be left chaotic. A smooth transition was necessary. Some people said old Wu was getting confused, while others believed Wu Qiliang was seriously ill and unable to handle everything. Anyway, there was a lot of talk, and the whole country was in an uproar. Some members of Wu's extended family couldn't sit still. Wu Qiliang's resignation was not discussed with them at all. When Wu Qiliang rose to power, they had all contributed, but importantly, Wu Qiliang didn't plan to put his own family members in key positions. As a result, many relatives of Wu came rushing to the old Wu residence, pushing past the gates. Among them, Wu Old Master's youngest brother, Wu Qiliang's uncle, was the loudest. "Qiliang, old Wu is getting confused, and you are too? Who is Wu Zhixuan, coming out of nowhere? A first-class police officer. Do you trust him so much? Giving such an important position to him,